generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity. So I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once and I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the unseen dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, intended full advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alleluia brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction, nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with chrome. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the
realize something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You worked your ass off hoping for a promotion, something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
You're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labors. You aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Well, very important continuation to bring to you guys about a move from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness. Okay, and we have many different factors and ideas to provide you guys. Okay, in terms of the political, okay, in terms of the spiritual, okay, in terms of the anthropological, okay, shape of this transformation. Okay, now we briefly discussed on our previous shows how we moved, okay, from
several concepts and ideas. Okay, we've been charting. Okay, 4 concepts, or the conceptual framework, right, that we've been charting rather closely is, okay, God, okay, the idea of God, right, and how man's relationship to God changed over time, right? How man's relationship to nature changed over time, and how man's relationship to technology changed over time, right? So these are the 3 foundational spheres of influence, right, in which we're calculating. Now, from a bird's eye view, right, we have the transformation of the hierarchy of being, okay, and the notion of the eschatology, okay, the eschatological scheme. Okay, so you have these notions that started out as sort of religious conceptions, right, but they've been transformed, right, the hierarchy of being transformed into the notion of evolution. Okay, and with the notion of evolution, you move from the notion of nature to the notion of time, right? And the understanding of time, right, enters. Okay, and time is obviously the primary scope of the eschatological scheme. Right there, you have the development of the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? The progress of human civilization, right? Okay, once you combine these 2 concepts, right, now there's several ideas, okay, that have to be shelved in order to accomplish this. Okay, but what the main idea that they're working with, right, is a notion, right, that through reason man can transform nature, okay, and find semblance with the divine. Okay, now what happened is that God was removed from nature. Okay, man, okay, was made separate from reason, right? So, and through this process, nature became desacralized. Okay, desacralized. Okay, so in a spiritual sense, we understand the loss of the spirit within nature, right? So nature was peopled with spirits. Okay, took God out of nature, put him in the temple, right? Okay, and you have the understanding of revelation, right? Now, revelation has to supersede natural reason, right? So they developed a system where revelation and natural reason, okay, could be mediated through some sensibility, right? Either the laws of nature or a universal mind or some other transcendental framework. Okay, but once you take God out of nature, right, then you have to introduce these intermediary frameworks, right? And once nature is no longer divine and has to be brought into semblance with the divine, the only way to do that is through the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Now, once they began constructing the idea of knowledge and revelation, right, being counterposed, or either 2 sides of the same coin, or one being above the other, right? Okay, so there's many different ideas within Aristotelianism that accomplished this shift. Okay, but the idea is that nature shifts from spirit to matter, right? And the idea of spirit shifts from, the idea of psyche shifts from spirit to mind, right? Okay, and instead of mind, right, being the intelligence that's in nature, right, that's discovered through natural reason, right? It became placed outside of nature, okay, and even outside of man, right? This is where you have the notion of man's knowledge being separate from himself, right? And when man is separate from his knowledge, right, and that means that you create this objective-subjective divide, right? Right, which is the beginning of this whole transaction, right? The desacralization of nature leads to a desacralization of knowledge, right? And separation of man from his knowledge, right? And knowledge becomes transformed into information, right? Right? Knowledge divorced from values. Okay, is materialism. Man divorced from his knowledge is postmodernism, right? So you have a lot of schemas there, right, to work with, right? And of course, in the political sense, right, this was reflected in the political scheme, right? And we're looking at the birth of the state. Okay, and it was necessary to birth the notion of universalism, to birth the notion of the state, to birth the notion of the world technological system, right? Okay, and obviously it's also an anthropological scheme in which our symbolic reference frame is transformed. Okay, and this symbolic reference frame, okay, is part of the political manifestation. From the very beginning of thought, there was different ideas about whether man was political, right, or had to establish a perfect society, right? So there's different ideas within Plato and Confucius that talk about these political ideals, okay? And they mention certain virtues as political ideals, right? But when the discussion goes away from virtue, right, then we're setting political ideals by the laws of nature, right? And once you cut out the notion of God, right, and the link between God, king, and people, right, you have the transformation of the theopolitical ideal, okay, into a notion of separation of church and state, where the church is ruling over the state. Okay, and once the church becomes lapsed in power, right, the kings no longer have divine authority. Okay, and this is fundamentally because of the conflict between reason and revelation, as we pointed out. Okay, they've said that there's two different laws, right? A law of natural reason and a law of divine reason. Okay, and they said that basically, right, mind, right, that was placed within man, right, from getting outside of nature, right? Nature has lost its intelligence, right? So the reason has to be in man, right? He's the mediator between nature and the divine. Okay, so how does nature transform itself into the divine? Okay, it's through human reason, right? And this Promethean scheme is seen within the sort of Kabbalistic framework, right? The birth pangs. Okay, it's about pseudo-eschatology. Okay, the suffering is counterposed by a reformation or a coming together or a tikkun olam or, a reunification. And this pseudo-eschatological scheme of progress, right, which is all within Swedenborg and the Kabbalistic literature, is also found within this found within the schema of some of the greatest philosophers. Right, they also talked about this pseudo-eschatological scheme of progress, right, and the development of the state. Okay, as Hegel said, it's the realization of human freedom. Okay, on the level of human society. Right, and then the realization on the level of the individual. Okay, that these are progressive schemes. Which he called the world spirit. Right, he saw in Napoleon the world spirit on horseback. Right, the world spirit in motion. Right, because this was a necessary part of changing European society. Right, from a religious society into a secular society. Right, but they thought that this was part of a religious scheme. Interesting. Right, which is about the coming of the kingdom of God on earth. And this was written many, 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 many times between the 1500s and the 1800s. Okay, this messianic expectation of the Jews morphed into the understanding of universal law. So I sort of started to outline, some of what was said, up till now, right? By reading the notion of world ethics in Skolomowski, right? So I'm going to go ahead and read this again, but this time I'm going to sort of explain, the various ideas that we're going to, be exploring through this text. Okay, but this text is mainly outlining, all of the philosophical schemes that took place in reassessing the relationship between God and man, nature and man, and technology and man. Okay, it was only until man developed the idea of the mechanistic worldview, right, that he thought of combining himself with the machine, right? It's only after they understood the notion of universalism, right, that they invented the notion of collectivism. Okay, and they thought that the universal mind would come out of the collective, right, through the pseudo-eschatological scheme, right? All of these ideas, first you had to divorce knowledge from values, right? And this had to do with saying that spirit, right, which has the moral capacity, is totally separate than reason, which is part of nature. Okay, and this was obviously accomplished by Kant. Okay, there's two primary culprits I'll put in a grander scheme, right? That's Aristotle and Kant. Okay, and in the middle, we could put Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay, so what did Aristotle do that was so wrong, right? Well, he divorced knowledge from goodness, right? Okay. So Skolomowski says, he says, ethics is a peculiar subject. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, ethics is a peculiar subject. It demands of us impossible things. Okay, ethics is for the saints. Only they can live up to the high standard of ethics, but being saints, they don't need ethics. Okay, so he presents this paradox of goodness, right? They're already in the realm of righteousness and beauty, hence a peculiar paradox, right? Okay, there's a paradox of truth and there's a paradox of goodness, right? What is the paradox of truth, right? The paradox of truth is that how do you realize what's true unless you know it for yourself? Right? Plato basically explains this, right, by pointing to the notion of anamnesis, right? He says we're only discovering facts about the world. We already know things, right? But it's like shining a light with your reason on something you already know and observing it, right? So this notion of anamnesis, it ties into the notion of reincarnation that we've been here many times, right? That we've been absorbing knowledge and that we're remembering what we forgot. Right, because he thought all of knowledge exists in an ethereal realm. Right now, what is the paradox? Okay, so what is the paradox of knowledge, right? Right, it's that anytime you realize truth, right, you've understood something. Right, it's corresponded to your own understanding. Right, you can't find truth outside of yourself. You can only recognize or discover truth. What's the paradox of goodness? Right, if you think you're good, you're probably not good, right? Okay, goodness is so that if you think you have it, right, same thing with knowledge. Right, the more smart people think they have, I mean, the more smart people think they are, excuse me, right? They're usually just in the process of becoming dumber. Right, they're Dunning-Krugering themselves, right? Okay, that's because true knowledge is realization of your own ignorance. Right, because see, knowledge is infinite, right? So the more you accumulate, unless you could put it within the scale of ethics, the more detached and alienated you become from the world and fellow human beings. So, what's the paradox of goodness? Right, those who are truly good don't realize their own goodness and are therefore truly good. Right, but those who are always trying to be good are not good. So ethics is for the saints, but they don't need them. It's people who need the high standard of ethics. Okay, who are not good, right? Otherwise, if you had a society of saints, you'd need no rules. Okay, as God tells Israel, you shall be a kingdom of priests. Okay, let me go on. So both goodness and truth present a peculiar paradox, right? That more that people think they know, more that people think they're good, right? The less good and knowledgeable they really are, right? It's almost like humility is necessary, right, to be both a truth seeker and somebody who is righteous. For ordinary mortals, ethics and its high standards are so difficult that they seem to be beyond our reach. But it's precisely for ordinary mortals that ethics is devised. They need the challenge and the moral support which high ethics provides. It has been said that high ethics is unrealistic because of its high demands. If by realistic we mean that it is which is easy and standard, then this is so. Right? Notice that. Right? What is of true worth is usually difficult. Right? Rare things are. Beautiful things are rare. Right? Right? This is why the Sufis would spread bad rumors about themselves. Right? So that anytime they did something in the community, it would be because it was for God and not for public recognition. Right? This is why Ibn Arabi went and whispered in the ears of preachers. Right? While they were preaching, if you're doing this for any other sake other than to please Allah, then stop. Right? It's all about sincerity, right? Okay, and sincerity is a deeply personal matter. Deeply personal matter. And so is knowledge. Knowledge is a deeply personal matter, right? Okay, and ethics and knowledge are participatory. Right? They have to work within a participatory framework, right? Okay, otherwise it's just okay, otherwise you don't need goodness. You know, nature will make you good then. Right? If you're without people, right? With people, you need goodness. Right? But the goodness cannot be all enforced, you see? It can't be enforced as a rule, as a law. Okay, it has to be based on high standards which people cannot follow, cannot maintain to. Right? Otherwise, it's useless. Useless. Okay, let's go on. So it's called the high road of ethics. Ethics never tried to propose what is easy, but what is right and beautiful. All things excellent, worthy, require an effort. True happiness is not following the low road, but the high road. The high road is always difficult. The beginning of ethics are steeped in the shroud of prehistoric memory. In the oral tradition, the stories that are whispered to children, narrated to adults, sometimes sung. These stories are impregnated with moral precepts. That's right. Right? Foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks. Right? Why do we have rights? RIGHTS is because they took away our rights and traditions. RITES. Right? Why don't we have old people that have stories, right, that give us all the knowledge that we need? Right? Like I said before, the old people are fools in a modern society. Right? The young people have all the knowledge. It's an increasingly backward situation. And yet the dumb old people have to run things because of the rule of experts, right? It's maintained by plutocracy. It's an extremely fucked up situation. I'm gonna go to the chat here in a minute. I realize there's a lot of people in the chat, and I don't want to be rude. I want to say hello to the people in the chat. But there's a little bit of a paragraph I want to get into here, right? It says the beginnings of ethics are steeped in the shroud of prehistoric memory and the oral tradition. The stories whispered to children, narrated to adults, sometimes sung. These stories are impregnated with moral precepts. Morality is learned through osmosis. By absorbing the moral content of stories at this stage, ethics has not yet crystallized as a distinctive realm. It is contextual ethics. Okay? So contextual ethics should be the real ethics, okay, as I'm explaining. Okay, obviously with content plasticity, right? Plasticization of content, right? You have the problem that everything is context dependent, right? So you have the problem of over contextualization, right? With total plasticity of content. So you have total loss of meaning, total divorce of knowledge from values. Right, and he goes on to say, he says, moral tales and the stories about the heroes and villains shape moral sensitivities of the early people, inform and guide individuals in what is good and right, and in what is bad and wrong. This is so in ancient Europe, that is to say, in ancient Greece. The immortal epic of Homer, the Iliad, is full of heroism, of altruism, of sacrifice, but also of cunning, trickery, and dexterity. The stories are dramatic. They're expressed in powerful and beautiful and evocative language. These stories were the ethics of the Greeks. They shape moral character of the people. All educated young men in ancient Greece were, throughout the centuries, educated on Homer. The Iliad was the Bible of the ancient Greeks. Right, I tried to tell somebody this, and they didn't believe me earlier. Right, and then I had to point out to them that Socrates was condemned to death for not believing in the gods. Right, so yeah, they definitely thought it was the Bible. All right,
Yeah, sad trombone on that one.
yeah. Yeah, they thought, oh yeah, it's just stories and it's just cultural, and the Greeks didn't really believe in them. Yeah, right, buddy.
It was also that he was corrupting the youth.
Right. But they absolutely believed
Exile.
that those things were happening. They believed that people, Mount Olympus was, I believe, somewhere on Earth, and that they all lived there. Right. So, and
Yeah. Exile, is that not a word they scream in hell?
oh yeah, those who have neither infamy nor fame. That's my favorite part in Dante's Inferno. They're just kind of trudging along in hell. Right. They never took sides with either good or the bad. And right. I think
Sounds
Martin
like
Luther King.
NPCs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Martin Luther King pointed that out too. When he's talking about people who do nothing, right, for in the face of evil, right? He referenced Dante's Inferno, right, and said, "Look at these people drudging along." Right, that's what happens when you refuse to take sides. Right, you can't be neutral on a moving train. Right, this is ethics. Right. Okay. Anyways, let me move a little bit forward here, and then I'll acknowledge the chat as I said. I greatly appreciate you guys. Oh, actually, I did move along. Yeah, so let me acknowledge the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'll go up to the top here of the chat, and thumbnail makes me want to LARP. Yeah. Yeah, greatest jihadists speak truth in the face of the oppressor. The ink of a scholar is worth 1,000 times more than the blood of a martyr. Alrighty. Starting fact emerges that without the ability to create fiat money, most modern wars simply would not have occurred. As long as the mechanism is allowed to function, future wars are inevitable. Yep.
You don't have to read, like, I put a bunch of stuff, so you don't have to read everyone to acknowledge.
Oh, but this one is actually very on point. And with the discussion, by compartmentalizing knowledge, Aristotle divorced knowledge from sacred truths. He separated physical truths from metaphysical truths and created the syllogism. Boom! All right, that's why you don't want to get the foundations of your religious precepts from Aristotle.
The quotes, it's like, I wish I have like a better system for them, because right now it's just like Russian roulette and picking a page that happened to be a relevant one.
Yeah. Nimsy, blessings. Yeah, thanks for being here, sis. Greatly appreciate your time. ESP revaluation. Yeah, peace be with you. Yeah, Gra Kabbalah Kalipa. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, mindful exposures. Blessings, sis. How you doing today? Hope you're doing okay. Gen X Jeff, thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your all of our conversations that we've had. There's few people that I've talked to as much online as I have with Gen X Jeff, right? Okay, we've had lots of different conversations. Okay, he's one of the few people I've actually had a great pleasure corresponding with out here. Yeah, Pop Soda. Yeah, welcome. I appreciate your time. Ragamuffin Vision. What's up, homie? I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us. Denise. Yeah. Yeah, peace be with you, madam. I greatly appreciate your time. True homie for sure. Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's see who else is in here. Anybody else? Same people, Mindful Exposures channel. All right, go check her out. Okay, she's very knowledgeable on a lot of subjects. Okay, we got Pop Soda channel. Check him out. He's out here in the chat. Okay. And okay, we got Joe Cool out here. Nice. Blessing, sir. We got Emily out here. I appreciate you. We got Mr. Super Sidewinder. A true OG out here. I greatly appreciate your time, sir. Hope to get you on here soon. We had kind of a mix up there Monday. But yeah, we'll be doing that soon with Ragamuffin Vision. So yeah, man. Blessings to all the people that are here. I greatly appreciate your time. Chambers of Logic is in here. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we're talking about ethics, the foundations of philosophical knowledge and how it morphed religious truth, okay, into the loss of meaning and total devolving of man into machine, right? Through this machine metaphor, right? And of course, obviously the brain compared to a computer, the world compared to a simulation. These are human creations, right? We're comparing nature to man's creations, right? So it's a very interesting shift that's happened, right? It's a shift in our level of consciousness, right? Technical activity is the most primitive activity of man. Very true. Very true. Right? We are not tool-making animals, but we are symbol-making animals, and symbols are techniques, right? They are what integrated technique. I mean, symbols are what integrated the machine into human society. Right? It's another way of saying it, right? Right? The symbolic framework. Okay, we got Reddington out here, of course.
Yo.
Okay, we got Star Fox. Yeah, preach the word. Thank you, brother. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so yeah, Super Sidewinder. I appreciate you, friend. And we got the homie Frank Monday on the panel. Blessings. Heavy hitter. Sampai. Yeah, what's going on, my friend? All one. I like whatever that is. That makes me feel good. Good vibes there. Blessings. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. I mean, heart, laughy, and winky.
Lols.
Hit the nail on the head there. Okay, I haven't listened to any of this, but Intriguing. Failed voice actor. We got Bass Ackwards. Was he in the chat?
Yeah, I saw him.
Oh yeah, Bass Ackwards. Yo, what's up, man? Blessings, sir. Hope you're doing okay. Go check out his channel. He's got chill vibes over there at his channel. Singing songs. He's the homie for real. I appreciate his time. Okay, Frank Monday. Check him out, of course. Excellent stuff he's doing. I mean, I was watching him the other day with London Man. You know, they were hitting on some very interesting topics of conversation. I mean, I definitely had a pleasurable time listening to that. You know, so I highly recommend Frank Monday's channel. He's getting into different subjects. You know.
Yeah, I appreciated London Man stopping by. That was one of the first or second times we had chatted. It was great.
Yeah, he's an excellent interlocutor. From what I've experienced, you know, he knows about a range of subjects. He's very open-minded on a lot of you know, ideas that I think are, you know, important to have an open mind on. I mean, you know, in relation to the scientific worldview and you know, whatever's going on out there. So yeah, I greatly appreciate London Man, his time. Okay, Cecil Drake. Is he posting stuff, man? Power Gnome 9000? Oh, man. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. Well, yeah, we're you know, yeah.
Holy cows, man.
Holy cows. Brothers and sisters. I mean, we're getting back into this text here. I mean, I'm only going to read this for a little bit more. I'm just getting through what we read yesterday. Yesterday, I just dropped this on you guys. No explanations. Okay, and the explanations were really over-explained by me and Unseen Warfare. Okay, so you know, we're blessed to have a very sharp brother like that on the panel, and he's able to break down some things I'm talking about in extreme detail. Okay, with the literal genius words of the saints. If they don't have spiritual powers, something else is happening now because they hit upon some very deep truths. I've read a bunch of words from those guys, right? And yeah, if you think that just these internet clowns represent everything there is to about Orthodox Christianity, that is total false narrative. I mean, there is so much deep truth in that religion that they're gatekeeping. I mean, from the masses. I mean, it's insane. Okay, some of those saints, they went away, they went into seclusion, and they found out some some pretty important stuff. Okay, here's a huge example right here, right? That'll help. You know, I think he sent me this earlier. You know, it was excellent. Okay, I'm gonna read this, and then I'm gonna move on here to the text. But I thought this reflection was extremely well put and extremely you know, well configured. You know, and of course we had a huge discussion on the Kabbalah. Is it good? Is it bad? All that type of stuff. I mean, and the truth is that it's not bad, but it's been used for evil. And that's what it is. I mean, so people get confused, right? But some types of knowledge are inherently bad, right? And this is the problem: is that if you seek this knowledge and you're not able to contextualize it, you'll end up hurting yourself. I mean, or worse, you'll end up attracting the wrong type of attention, right, from the wrong type of beings, right?
True
I mean,
facts.
yeah.
You might even destroy the world.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what Unseen sent me earlier. He said, Archpriest Lev Lebedev writes, in evaluating the role of the Jewish core of world masonry, two extremes are possible: the complete denial of any Judeo-Masonic secret plot and the secret leadership of world processes, and the extreme exaggeration of the degree and size of this leadership. when it seems that quote unquote they are everywhere and everything is ruled by quote unquote them. In fact, it is not. It is all not like that. The life of the world, even the development of the scientific, technical, and industrial civilization is very weird and changeable combination of elemental, ungovernable processes and planned, governable processes. In the final analysis, everything is truly ruled by the providence of God, but in such a way that the free will of man is not abolished. For that reason is there successful moments. It can seem and seems to the Judeo-Masons who really are striving for the greater subjection of the processes of global life to themselves, that to an ever greater degree, it is by their own human powers that everything is achieved. Okay, I think that was basically beautifully put there, and it definitely hits the nail on the head. I mean, but yeah, with that, let me move on here. Right, so the spirit of unseen warfare is here with us. I mean, but yeah, they obviously he was on the show yesterday. You know, as I mentioned, excellent breakdowns. I mean, they shape the moral character of the people. Stories that we tell people, right? The myths, right? So he's talking about the move from mythos to the religious consciousness, right? And of course, okay, there's many philosophical ideas that come in between that, right? Okay, so just as the birth of the modern world, okay, there was a long mediation of concepts, right? And themes, right? Like pseudo-religious schemes, right? That were birthed through, the Protestant Reformation and the Kabbalah and all those sort of things, right? Okay, it's actually more in the Zohar than in the Kabbalah, right? They have sort of a lot of pseudo-eschatological schemes. Okay, to justify the suffering of the Jews in the world, to justify their diaspora, to justify a number of things, right? But the main idea is combined with this notion of the kingdom of God and world restoration, right? It's the same thing in, okay, Plato's time, right? Plato could have really just been like, all right, look, these ideas from the Zoroastrians and Pythagoras about this one God thing. Okay, this is way more smooth than Homer. It's way more reasonable, right? So he updated because they had an update in scientific understanding of the world through philosophy, right? So when actual, okay, sort of monotheistic tradition came back, right, and spread throughout the world, right? And this, I think, is majorly due to St. Paul. Right, because in interpreting those Jewish traditions in Greek and then reimagining them in light of the Gospels and the Christian outlook, okay, he spread a unique understanding, okay, to those Greeks and non-Greeks, all right? Okay, and of course he spread, okay, I think he might be solely responsible for spreading those systems that were developed in Alexandria and Egypt, right, over to European society. Okay. But moving from that, right, you have the idea of Maimonides, okay, and St. Thomas Aquinas, right? They have to put reason in its proper sphere of influence. They have to put nature in its proper sphere of influence. They have to put God in its proper sphere of influence. And of course, they create 3 different spheres of influence, right? For each of these things, right? Yeah, Panelverse, what's going on? Blessings. I appreciate you. Soul Read Analytics, thanks for watching. We dropped the link for you guys. Okay, I've explained these several paragraphs in painstaking detail at this point, all right? Okay, as the time goes on, ethical principles began to be crystallized and articulated. Okay, in the Western tradition, the 10 Commandments of the Bible are very clear ethical principles, right? They're set to regulate human behavior. They have a characteristic feature of these commandments is the harsh prohibitions. Okay? So what happens with harsh prohibitions, right? You get sick of it. Right? Laws are admissions of human mistakes, right? Remember, the Society of Saints doesn't need laws, right? Okay, thou shalt not. Right? There's an air of austerity in the ethical teaching of the Bible, yet the Christian ethical teaching is not entirely based on prohibitions and stories of gloom. If you misbehave, you'll go to hell. In contrast to these forbidding aspects of Christianity, especially emphasized by Protestant churches, there is another stream. Okay, I just went over the whole Protestant thing, right? Obviously, the Protestants are notable because they totally took reason away from faith, right? Okay, Martin Luther said reason is a whore, right? Man does not have free will, right? That you cannot interpret scriptures through reason, right? That natural law has no impact on scriptural understanding because of grace. And the Holy
Wait,
Spirit.
Luther said that you couldn't interpret the scriptures for reason? I guess it's being interpreted through the Holy Spirit then.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of Protestants came up with that idea. Right, but he definitely influenced that idea huge.
Right.
Right, because he said reason's a whore. Right, that man's knowledge is faulty. Right, and obviously you get salvation by faith alone. Right, so there's this notion of grace, right, that totally trumps reason. Right, and of course nature's evil. Right, so so Martin Luther came up with a lot of interesting ideas, and of course you can't you can't reach heaven through good works, right? Because the epistle of James is an epistle of straw, should be burned. But St. Paul is a voice of majesty, right? Be a sinner and sin boldly, right? Even if you commit fornication and murder 1,000 times a day, God does not create salvation for fictitious sinners.
That kind of ties into the Sabbatean stuff, though, right?
Absolutely. You bet it does.
Even they weren't contemporary, though. I think they're off.
They are. Yeah, of course, give or take 100 years. But you have to remember, he is a contemporary with Lurianic Kabbalah.
Oh, okay.
Which hugely influenced the Sabbateans, right? You can't have Sabbateans without Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So yeah, it's very interesting.
There's the tie-in.
Oh yeah, it's a huge link. Giant link, folks. Okay, giant link. Sometimes I bring up things on the show. They're all connected, folks. Okay, you have to look into it. Okay, battle rhymes for battle times, folks. All right. Anyways, the characteristic feature of the commandments is prohibitions, right? There's another stream of taught by Jesus. I bring you life abundant. I bring you love as a basis of life. Yet Christian morality and its respective ethics is only part of the moral ethos of the West, though an important and sometimes overwhelming part it is. The other part is a component of the ethics of the West is the Greek heritage. Okay, the moral ethos of Homer, reinforced and refined by Socrates and Plato, is one to emphasize the process of inner perfectibility. Inner perfectibility. Okay, this is huge. Okay, this understanding of inner perfectibility seldom seen within you know, a lot of Eastern systems. Okay, has a lot of has a lot of ideas to supplant reason. Right, for nature.
Ouch.
Oh, you okay there?
Yeah, I'm just bonked my arm or something.
Yeah, the process culminates in the moral Hindu ethos. Oh wait, the process culminates in reaching the inner God. Sorry, skipped a line there. In reaching the inner God, this aspect of the Western moral heritage is very close to the moral Hindu ethos. Now you understand how this inner God concept, right? It's transformed from Prometheanism, okay, to Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? To Platonism, right? To Gnosticism, right? To Hermeticism, right? Of Zosimos of Panopolis. Okay, to Manichaeanism, okay, and the notion of the archetypal man. Okay, to the notion of the universal mind, okay, and the hierarchy of being, and the separation of knowledge from revelation in the 1100s and the 1200s and the 1300s. And what do you have coming out of that? Oh, yeah, the Lurianic Kabbalah, the Protestant Reformation. Very interesting stuff, folks. And of course, the notion of Adam Kadmon and the universal archetype, right, was then sublimated through the secular, through the notion of secular humanism to be transformed into a species being. Okay. Did the Greeks see themselves as species? Human species? No. They said anybody who's not a Greek is a barbarian. This is a new understanding. Okay. Anyways, he points out that Plato is very close to Hinduism. Right? He could have been hugely influenced by Hinduism and Judaism. Okay, and Zoroastrianism. Okay, as most of the highly educated Greeks definitely had influences from all those spheres, right? Herodotus and Plato, and also, they're constantly writing about Egypt and Persia and all these great civilizations. Right? What do they think about them? They think Greece should try to be more like them. And what do the Greeks think of that? They say, well, why don't you go live over there then?
Done.
Okay, so Plato, 426 to 346 BC, did not separate goodness from truth and beauty. For him, the three were separate aspects, but three aspects of each other, right? Yeah, I mean, they were not separate aspects, right? They were all aspects of each other, right? Plato talks about goodness as God, beauty as God. They seem to partake in each other's existence. When beauty is present, so is goodness present. Okay, you already see the idea, right? God has to conform to goodness and reason. Right? This is how they begin developing the idea of natural law. Okay, they seem to partake in each other's. When beauty is present, so is goodness present. Behavior, which is virtuous, is truthful and beautiful and good. Okay, but still, he kept the three in harmony with each other, right? Okay, what is important for our discussion at this point is to remember that Plato did not separate morality as a distinct branch of philosophy, and that he talked about the moral virtues contextually. in the way that the great oral traditions of the past did. Only with Aristotle do we witness a new departure, a clear separation of ethics as a distinctive branch of philosophy. Aristotle was the father of ethics. He introduced the term. Okay, he wrote. Okay, so people get disturbed and confused when we say that Aristotle invented ethics or invented science, right? Because they say people were doing science way before that, you dumb fuck. Right? And of course, people were trying to practice goodness before that, right? That's not what we're saying. We're saying that he separated these things from the holistic picture, right? From religious aspects, cultural aspects, okay? And he made them idealized principles, okay, in harmony with universal law. Okay, and once he did that, right, he compartmentalized knowledge, right? Okay, and he created subjects, right? Now these things were not taught as subjects before Aristotle. That is what we mean to say, right? But anyways,
That's that compartmentalization.
Oh yeah, yeah. The compartmentalization of knowledge leads to the rule of experts. Right? It's one of those old ideas that leads to new idea type of schemes that I'm presenting for you guys, right? Okay, of course there's nothing new under the sun. Right? But yeah, he wrote the first treatise on the subject of ethics, right? The Nicomachean Ethics. He set the tone for how ethics should be treated. Aristotle was a pupil of Plato. Therefore, the high road to happiness was not foreign to him. He conceived of happiness, eudaimonia, as a realization of the highest human value. In case of conflict of values, the highest values override lower values. Yet Aristotle had quite a different cast of mind from that of Plato. Plato was an inspired poet who talked with the angels and the spirit of trees. Okay, he's not making that up, by the way. Plato actually said that back in the day, the children, and the elders, right? They would listen to the wisdom of an oak, right? But now people are so disturbed, right, that they can't even listen to anybody, right? Okay, so he talked about this understanding that nature was peopled with spirits, right? He actually talked about that. But Aristotle, in contrast, was a sober analyst. He loved definitions, classifications, analyses. He therefore separated ethics, the realm of the good, from aesthetics, the realm of the beautiful, and truth, the realm of science and logic. Okay, Aristotle shaped out the first outline of aesthetics and wrote the first treatise on the subject. He also formulated the foundations of logic, should we say formal logic, which is known as the theory of syllogism or syllogistics. His exceedingly tidy, analytical, scrutinizing mind led him to value truth and the intellectual acumen of men above all. Right. Thinking about thinking. Right, so he thought the reason was basically the point of human existence, right? Since Aristotle's time, truth begins to dominate the horizons of Western man, and begins to eclipse the importance of goodness and beauty. This process is to gain momentum from the 17th century onwards, whereby the search for truth, epitomized by the quest of science, is so dominant that it completely dwarfs the importance of the value of goodness and of beauty. This is particularly striking in the 20th century, whereby the pursuit of objectivity as the main vehicle of scientific truth simply crushes over human values, including goodness, love, and beauty. We know the end result of this process, he says. Indeed, we do. The legacy of Aristotle is very pregnant and far-reaching. Not only did he discern the new field of inquiry, ethics, and showed how to handle it, but he also started Western civilization on the quest of analytical scrutiny, on its quest of atomization, ever deeper probing of every subject matter. The results centuries later were the triumphs of mechanistic and analytical science, but also a new tendency of Western mind to attach more importance to analysis rather than to the wholeness of holistic thinking. In pursuit, the analytical scrutiny with tremendous gusto in elevating truth and intellectual virtues to the dominant position, Western civilization has lost the sense of wholeness of the universe, the sense of wholeness of the human person, the priceless value of goodness, beauty, and spirituality, without which human being is hopelessly crippled, as we have discovered in the 20th century. Such, then, is the far-reaching legacy of Aristotle, says Skolmowski. In realms of values and in other realms, it should be absolutely clear to us that once truth and intellect have been elevated to the supreme position, the abstract intelligence of man became the defining characteristic. The measure of human intelligence becomes the measure of our humanity. This spelled out the doom of spirituality and other intrinsic values. Religious and other spiritual values were pushed to the margin because such was the imperative of our abstract cerebrating mind. These older values did not contribute to the acquisition of scientific truths. So Skolmowski asks a very fundamental question, and I'll play music after this. And take a little break, smoke some cannabis. The lives of Plato and Aristotle overlap, he says, yet Aristotle's Western mind begins an entirely different departure. Here's a question. Was Aristotle responsible for the derailing of Western civilization, or was Western civilization, because of its peculiar mental makeup, bound to produce Aristotle and people like him who drove Western people to the barren land of analysis and away from the path of self-realization?
Like a chicken and egg kind of question.
Oh, yeah. Chicken and egg, folks.
Yeah, one we should still be seriously contemplating, eh?
Oh, yeah.
If not him, then someone else, right?
Yeah, they put him on Time magazine. I think they had smartest man who ever lived or something like that, and they had Aristotle on the cover.
Sheesh.
Did Aristotle drive Western man to the barren land of analysis? Skolmowski was asking. By compartmentalizing knowledge, anointing reason above goodness. All these things, folks. It's an interesting idea. Nobody blames him. There's certain people who do blame him. Occultists. They blame Aristotle.
The intelligentsia still seems to worship him.
Right. Right. He is worshipped by the intelligentsia. And of course, we saw the legacy of Aristotle in the ideas of St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides. Right. So I brought tons of proof to the table that 1,000 years later, people were still ruminating over these concepts and ideas and ideals. Right. Because within them are ideals of value and virtue and all these things and goodness and beauty and truth. Right, Aristotle redefined those other values as much as he put the idea of knowledge above, right, the other aspects of our, as he says, a holistic view, right, exchange for a compartmentalized view. Right, and we never see things in those terms, right, that all parts of knowledge are connected to each other. And so is the search for beauty and goodness. Right, art is not separate from truth. Beauty is not separate from truth. Goodness is not separate from truth, folks. I got huge news for you guys. Got huge news for you guys.
tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
So saith the potato farmers, right?
Facts.
Guess nobody cares, folks. Let's move on to some music. Oh yeah, let's not forget this one. You should be seeking this knowledge.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
So funny.
Yeah, bad knowledge. I think that kind of made the point greater than any presentation I just did, didn't it? Knowledge and goodness are divorced, man. Like, what are we doing?
Crack that whip.
Yeah, we're doing it big, folks. I got some music for you guys. Okay, featuring a man stealing a weapon away from an Israeli soldier. You know, so go,
Bro.
go DJ. That's my DJ. And of course, the apostles' warning. So dug down, you bumba clat. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to like pack this
Blood clot.
This blurred cloud. And of course, we'll be dropping the link here. You guys want to join the discussion? Go ahead, man. I ain't gonna stress it. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. But yeah, apostles.
Yeah, mad blessings, TML. Thanks for all the good magic, man. Good work you're doing. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. And DK's on a syndicated radio show. Hilarious. But yeah,
that's right. DK, where's he at today?
Yeah, he sent us a funny video of his cat. And yeah.
That video was pretty funny though.
Yeah, I thought he was like a dog guy, but yeah.
We can always use some DK up in here. He's so fun.
Yeah, he really livens up the mood, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a party animal. But yeah, blessings to all the people. Check out this video, man. This is hilarious. This guy stole this automatic weapon away from this Israeli soldier. With Apostles' Warning, man. One of the greatest songs ever recorded, honestly. Mobb Deep. If you don't listen to Mobb Deep, I mean, I honestly feel bad for you. I mean, I listen to Mobb Deep, Portishead. Okay, Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, Lee Scratch Perry. All right, actual artists. But yeah, blessings, guys. John Coltrane.
41st
Suicide convention, Queens connection. The bitch we reppin'. Any party that we step and get their handy up. VSOP immediately. Extra bank, riding out sun is 7. Every snatch cream. Mansions fulfill my dream. My dreams gleam. Spread love throughout the whole team. Dominate the game with several combinations. No conversation, bring on your good conversation. You hesitating, ass betting. That's bad business. For the game, nigga, get out the business. You waste space. Substitute, here's a replace. We deface. Smack the smell off your fucking face. Change the taste. Send your home back to vacate. Get your shit together. Plus your mind straight. Yo, my empire strikes with the strength from poison snakes. My entire unit loaded up with snake niggas at high stakes. We pull off at high stakes. Great escapes, span shift team downstate. Dreams of growing old with my son to live great. Little man, I plan to enhance your mind state. The rebirth for nigga who lived the ill life. The one before me was the one even more trife. My understanding, I raise you with precise planning. It put you on to the whole game of this planet. But I gotta survive in order to follow through plans to live hotto. Me and my little kicko. Any man trying to stop us, he get wet though. You couldn't withstand a snake bite, there is no antidote. You put your hands close and try to approach. I won't snap at you, I'm going for throats. And when you feel my bite, you sing high notes. I beat you from deep, but then you got cut close. My formula, I live life, do or die. Staring to the eyes of a deep wise guy. Prodigy, turning niggas to proteges. My protege, I advise your ass to make way, make way. For fully auto gun spray, your small prey. I'll easily bait and trap game. This man is half mad, scientist half sane. Create a rhyme labyrinth like poisonous cannabis. Here, take a toke of this. Daily rare vocalist, overpower your tiny noise like locust, like sunlight through a magnifying glass. I'll focus and burn a hole straight through your brain and leave you open. And let the venom soak it. You start sweating and going through convulsions from dope shit I rip. Leave a nigga stuck, I let stick. Trapped up in the web of a nigga that's sick. I wrap you up with a cocoon, get caught up in the mist. A dangerous, risky business, fuckin' with this. Contender number 1, I put you on top of the list. You're the best challenger so far, I'll give you this, repeat this. Fatal shot, solar flex, man down. Now who dares to go next? Like General Monk orders to chop next. I send a message to my whole clique. The bomb shit, atomic, no time for calm shit. We hyperactive when it's time to Vietnam did. Your whole alliance gets single-handedly palmed it. Take heed to the apostles' warning.
Yeah, peace to the errorist for the video. But yeah, crazy video of a dude taking away
that is wild, bro.
A gun from
getting it, getting shit done.
Just getting exactly. Rumble, young man, rumble. Ali, Boombayek. Yeah, man. We're doing it big. Yeah, the Rolling Force mixed with Apostles' Warning. Rolling Force by the Spectre, the Ill Saint. Okay, and, Apostles' Warning by Mobb Deep, right? Anyways, let me move on to Orwell here. Right, and we'll be reading 2 works back to back, Orwell and also, this guy, international tourist. I think I know this guy. Blessings. What's going on?
Blessings.
Blessings, sir. But yeah, we're reading 2 works back to back. Right. One is Road to Wigan Pier, right, where he's talking about machine civilization. And the other is Sign of the Times by Thomas Carlyle. Right. And I'm already pretty far into the show now. It's like almost 2 hours into the show. Good Lord. So let me open up this this work here. Okay, so I can share with you guys. And of course, I'm trying to sort of go back a little bit because okay, the tendency of mechanization, right? So he's talking about machine civilization and how it contributes to the loss of taste, right? The goal of efficiency being a circular goal. And of course, the idea of softness, right? He says the ideal of efficiency is an ideal of softness, right? And he complains against the ideal of progress, right? And about reason and being the whole basis of our existence, right? Because then it puts the machines in charge of that. Okay, and then machines will start doing all the work that is done for our leisure as well, right? That's already started happening. Most of man's tools that he uses for his entertainment, his artistic capacity, are now done by machines. Okay, people have already been consuming music and movies that are generated by machines. Okay, so he talks about all of these processes, right? He says, but in addition, there's a tendency of mechanization of the world to proceed as if it were automatically, whether we want it or not. This is due to the fact that in modern in modern Western man, the faculty of mechanical invention has been fed and stimulated till it has reached almost the status of an instinct. People invent new machines and improve existing ones almost unconsciously, rather as a somnambulist will go on working in his sleep. In the past, when it was taken for granted that life on this planet is harsh, or that at any rate laborious, it seemed the natural fate to go on using the clumsy implements of your forefathers, and only a few eccentric persons centuries apart proposed innovations, hence throughout enormous ages. Such things as the ox cart, the plow, the sickle, etc., remained radically unchanged. It is on record that screws have been in use since remote antiquity, and yet it will. Yet it was not till the middle of the 19th century that anyone thought of making screws with points on them. For several thousand years, they remained flat-ended in holes to be drilled for them before they could be inserted. In our own epoch, such a thing would be unthinkable. For almost every modem, Western man has his inventive faculty to some extent developed. The Western man invents machines as naturally as a Polynesian islander swims. Give a Western man a job of work, and he immediately begins devising a machine that would do it for him. Give him a machine, and he thinks of a way of improving it. What is he talking about? He's talking about the unconscious implementation and use of machines and their development within Western society. Okay, that people are not only conditioned by the use of machines, right, but the process of inventing new machines is a process that is basically automatic process, right? It's based on the way that the system functions as a whole, right? And ellul takes a great care in pointing this out. Okay, he takes great care in pointing this out in terms of how there's a collective incubation for a lot of technological schemes, right? Based on this idea of compartmentalization of roles and the rule of experts. Right. And okay, there seems to be a sort of mass augmentation, self-augmentative process. Right. In the way different machines relate to each other, right? Okay, if there's a problem with the machine, there's a lot of times people invent a new machine to deal with the problem. Right, so this integration of machines and the complexity of machine-built systems, right, increases over time until the capacity for invention becomes not only more numerous but more particular, right, within a particular function or area. Right, and over specialization leads to lack of mutual discussion, right? So these are all effects of the compartmentalization of knowledge and obviously the loss of beauty and goodness and the compromise, right? To put knowledge above the other ideas, right? And I was going to read some other stuff too, but we just don't have that much time today. It looks like I sort of got ahead of myself, and I don't want to be here for really longer than I have to today, right? Because we've done so many presentations. I've been on so many panels, right? I have recorded panels that I do want to present before they get too old and stale, right? So there's a lot of different things I do want to present to you guys. I was having some discussions with Office of Secular Koranism, and I do want to present those and see what you guys think. There's lots of important discussions we talked about there.
I almost was a prophet, bro. Like, I mentioned Bruno, and then all of a sudden, like the next day, you're on her live stream with Bruno.
Well, I was avoiding him, to be honest. But she called me up there that day, so I didn't want to let her down. Right? Yeah, I was summoned up there because her and him were kind of having their characteristic back and forth, and which was going to be going nowhere, right? So I think she got bored, and basically had me come on there. But yeah, so Bruno immediately laughed at first, right? But then I kind of talked him up, and he came back, and then I had a nice discussion with him. It sort of broke down in the middle, but yeah, I think I did have a good discussion with him. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of his work against the Noahide laws, right? But I think certain conclusions he comes to about religion are a little bit extreme. But yeah, so we had a meeting. Obviously, I talked to her about a lot of the themes we're talking about here, right? We recorded a very excellent show on Neurojack as well. There's some good discussions I had with NPC the game. So it's all in the mix of what we're doing here.
Yeah, I'd like to see all of that. Sounds good.
Yeah, so I'll play that in due time, and we'll get up in there, with that. So I greatly appreciate you guys. But yeah, so it's interesting. So he says that this idea of mechanical invention, has become unconscious, right? He says, I understand this tendency well enough for an ineffectual sort of way. I have that type of mind myself. I have not either the patience or the mechanical skill to devise any machine that would work. but I am perpetually seeing, as it were, the ghosts of possible machines that might save me. The trouble of using my brain or muscles, a person with a more definite mechanical turn would probably construct some of them and put them into operation. But under our present economic system, whether he construct them or rather whether anyone else had the benefit of them would depend upon whether they were commercially valuable. The socialists are right, therefore, when they claim that the rate of mechanical progress will be much more rapid once socialism is established. Okay? Given the mechanical civilization, the process of invention and improvement will always continue, but the tendency of capitalism is to slow it down because under capitalism, any invention which does not promise fairly immediate profits is neglected. Some indeed which threaten to reduce profits are suppressed almost as ruthlessly as flexible glass mentioned by Petronius. Establish socialism, remove the profit principle, and the inventor will have free hand. The mechanization of the world, already rapid enough, would be, or at any rate, enormously accelerated. Right? And this is what the accelerationists propose. Right? It's literally what most accelerationists are proposing, right?
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper capitalist fucking AI world. You know, that's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die fast.
So this idea, right? Okay, that capitalism, okay, and technology are caught in an information feedback loop, right? As talked about by Nick Land and others, right? And as seen in Deleuze and Guattari, right? Capitalism and schizophrenia, right? One of the ideas is that all techniques are private techniques, okay, and they become socialized. Okay, and this is a huge move. Okay, is that once a technique becomes, too big as a private enterprise, right, it has to become socialized and incorporated within the technical system as a whole, right? So all techniques, as we've seen in history, right, begin as private techniques. Right, but their integration into the system as a whole, right, part of that has to do with economics. Okay, so so it's interesting, and there's another relationship that capitalism has, right, with the technological system, and that's because you need new investment. Okay, so you need new products to invest in, right? So technological innovation supports the need for new investment. Okay, large-scale technologies are inherently socializing. Okay, once a private enterprise gets too big, it's usually subject to incorporation by the state. Okay, capitalism slows down technological innovation because of the profit-seeking mode. Right, there's a huge link between large-scale technologies and socialism. And of course, Communism is the only theory that presupposes both capitalism and industrial society in order to work. So the move to large-scale technologies, right, like AI, right? They're already creating new government regulation agencies, right? They start out as private enterprise, right? And of course, this is the problem with the dream of open source technology. Right? The reason why they're promoting open source technology, right, in relation to developing these large-scale technologies, these experimental technologies, right, is because they want to preserve capitalism, right? They want to have crowdfunding and all, you know. But of course, it greatly slows down innovation, right? That can't be argued, right? Yeah, blessings, Jake. I appreciate you. Scamonomics, exactly. Scamonomics. Okay, where were we here? Yeah, so at this prospect is okay, this is where we were at. Right, with King Brobdingneck. And this prospect is a slightly sinister one because it is obvious even now that the process of mechanization is out of control. Out of control. Okay, it's out of control. Okay, it is happening merely because humanity has got the habit. Right, a chemist perfects a new method of synthesizing rubber, or a mechanic devises a new pattern of a gudgeon pin. Why? Not for the clearly understood purpose, but simply from the impulse to invent and improve, which has now become instinctive. Put a pacifist to work in a bomb factory, and in 2 months, he'll be devising a new type of bomb. Hence the appearance of such diabolical things. Yeah. And actually, military weaponry is a huge place where this has gone wrong.
Is that like a kind of Pavlovian conditioning there, putting the pacifist into a bomb factory?
Yeah, it's harsh.
But it's hilarious. It's an extremely critical and obvious line that where our knowledge is separated from morals. Put a pacifist to work in a bomb factory. Right, and of course, a lot of those scientists who invent new ways to kill people are like pacifists. They believe in like world peace and stuff. They always do. They're always doing it for the good of humanity, folks.
Allegedly.
That's right. Well, once you crack the code, they round you up and put you to work.
It's like Elon Musk's, trying to warn people of the dangers of AI, and when he's all up in that shit.
Oh yeah.
Hypocrisy.
At the vanguard of deceit.
Oh yeah. Let me drop this link here again for the people.
For the people. You got everybody checking it out on the restream, man. Thanks for checking in. Much love.
Yeah, much love to the people there. Blessings. So yeah, he says, hence the appearance of such diabolical things as poison gases, which are not expected even by their inventors to be beneficial to humanity, our attitude towards such things as poison gases ought to be the attitude of the king of Brobdingnag towards gunpowder. But because we live in a mechanical and scientific age, we are infected with the notion that whatever else happens, progress must continue, and progress must never be suppressed. Verbally, no doubt, we would agree that machinery is made for man and not man for machinery. In practice, any attempt to check the development of the machine appears to us an attack on knowledge and therefore a kind of blasphemy.
Shun the heretic.
Shun the heretic of knowledge and science. Yeah, blessings, Jim. Appreciate you.
Mr. Anus, greetings.
So this whole thing about progress. Right, progress has to continue at all costs. Verbally, no doubt, we would agree that machinery is made for man, right? And actually, the most recent things that are being sacrificed at the altar of progress, right, are liberalism and capitalism. Surprise, surprise. They're like, wait, we created the progress, and technology is like, I don't care. Get in line.
Lols.
Get in line. Religion claims the same thing. They said, get in line. Verbally, no doubt, we would agree that machinery is made for man and not man for machinery, but in practice, any attempt to check for development of the machine appears to us to be an attack on knowledge and therefore a kind of blasphemy, he says. And even if the whole of humanity suddenly revolted against the machine and decided to escape to a simpler way of life, the escape would still be immensely difficult. It would not do so as in Butler's Erewhon, to smash every machine invented after a certain date. We should also have to smash the habit of mind that would almost involuntarily devise fresh machines as soon as the old ones were smashed. So what's the real problem, folks? The problem is with the knowledge and not with the technology. The problem is at the level of the knowledge. Okay, if you're looking at the problems with the technology and how to fix the technology to fix the society, you're looking at the wrong level of the problem itself. Right, it's the knowledge that created the technology. The technology's gotten away from the knowledge, and it's become an unconscious process. Right, and we've totally moved from a religious conscious to a technological conscious, culminated in a total loss of meaning. And in all of us, there is at least a tinge of the habit of mind in every country in the world. The large army of scientists and technicians, with the rest of us planning at their heels, are marching along the road to progress with the blind persistence of a column of ants. Column of ants. Right, you're the ant. Marching towards technological progress. You don't even see what's moving you. So it goes in. Comparatively few people want it to happen. Plenty of people actively want it not to happen, and yet it is happening. The process of mechanization has itself become a machine, a huge glittering vehicle whirling us. We're not certain where, but probably towards a padded Wells world. He's talking about H.G. Wells, the Fabian socialist. Right towards a Wells world in the brain in the bottle. Right. This then is the case against the machine, he says. Okay, this is Orwell, the guy who wrote about the nightmare dystopia. Okay, and men behaving like robots, totally stripped of their will. Okay, having to look at a screen all day to get information about daily activities and about their own fate. Depends on the screen. And what's on the screen and who's on the screen. So he says this is the case against the machine, whether it's a sound or unsound case. Who cares, he says. Who cares? He says it hardly matters. The point is that these or very similar arguments would be echoed by every person who is hostile to machine civilization. And unfortunately, because of the nexus of thought, socialism, progress, machinery, Russia, tractor, hygiene, machinery, progress, which exists in almost everyone's mind, it is usually the same person who is hostile to socialism. The kind of person who hates central heating and gas pipe chairs is also the kind of person who, when you mention socialism, murmurs something about beehive state and moves away with pained expression. Based! So far as my observation goes, he says, very few socialists grasp why this is so, or even that it is so. Get the more vocal type of socialist into a corner, repeat to him the substance of what I have said in this chapter, and see what kind of answer you get. As a matter of fact, you will get several answers. I'm so familiar with them that I know them by heart. In the first place, he will tell you that it is impossible to go back. Okay, we've accepted this at this stage, right? There is no going back to a simpler stage of doing things, right? Okay, but here's another fact you all might want to consider. No civilization or way of life lasts forever. So the collapse of this particular way of life and civilization is inevitable. And some would argue that that collapse would come about all at once because of the nature of what we're dealing with, a totally interconnected system. And the more interconnected the system becomes, the more efficiently it functions, but also the more we're putting all our eggs in one basket. Okay, so if we refuse to develop alternative means, we're going to go down with the rest of the civilization. Okay, there's no going back to a simpler time, yes, but no form of way or life lasts forever. The more you put all your eggs in one basket, the more you get to lose everything in the process. There's some very deep considerations, folks. It's impossible to go back or to put back the hand of progress, as though the hand of progress hadn't been pretty violently put back several times in human history, he says. Right, will then accuse you of being a medievalist and begin to descant upon the horrors of the Middle Ages, leprosy, the Inquisition, etc. As a matter of fact, most attacks upon the Middle Ages in the past generally by apologists of modernity, are beside the point, because their essential trick is to project a modern man with his squeamishness and his high standard of comfort into an age when such things were unheard of. But notice that in any case, this is not the answer, for a dislike of the mechanized future does not imply the smallest reverence for any period of the past. Absolute fact. Absolute fact. Right. In fact, I argue it's a love for the present. Okay, it's a deep love for the moment okay, that these people are faced with. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you, Marty. Blessings. Oh yeah. What is this? 71? We are rapidly approaching the time when there will no longer be any environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetually day will reign over the planet. Blot out the sun, just like in the Matrix. Did they steal that from ellul?
That doesn't sound like any kind of fun, huh?
Nope.
Possibly, but
Yeah.
blot out the sun. Hmm.
Yeah, ellul wrote that in 64, and then they put it in a movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Pretty
guess
weird,
they did
guys.
steal it from him.
Pretty weird, guys. Blot out the sun, but that's also in Herman Melville. So it could be that. And Herman Melville was a huge critic of technological society. Giant critic of technological society, right? He said that kids should like go outdoors and like go do activities in nature, like Boy Scouts and stuff, like instead of learning at desks with books.
Right. Well, now it's iPads and tablets and shit.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't believe
Screen addiction.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe like Orwell and Melville and how many of these people of the smartest minds of the time came out as critics of technological society, industrial civilization, the machine civilization, the world technological system. They all came out as critics of it. Where are all the smart people today? There's like no smart people left or something. It's totally fucked. I mean, you should have seen the disaster of a debate they had on AI.
Degradation of spirit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a disaster. Holy crap.
Yeah, they're like AI is bad and technology may be destroying the planet. Oh yeah, but the internet is pretty good for everyone. It's like what are you guys even talking about?
Yeah, you
are all
had
you people retarded?
You had a guy who kept like making points for the against side,
Yeah,
with a guy in a helmet, and you have like this LARPer chick and this goofy guy with a red string on his damn mic for the against side.
Yeah, this is where we're at, folks. We can't even have a critical or intelligent discussion anymore about the most serious issues that face our society. We're all going to get together and LARP about how much we care. Good Lord. Virtue signaling.
Yeah, it's gay.
Faking gay.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's no need to idealize even Etruscans or Pelasgians or the Aztecs or the Sumerians or any other vanished and romantic people, he says. When one pictures a desirable civilization, one pictures it merely as an objective. There's no need to pretend that it has ever existed in space and time. Press this point home. Explain that you wish to aim at making life simpler and harder instead of softer and more complex. And the socialist will usually assume that you want to revert to a state of nature. Right? It's like ellul said. He said, any criticism against the technological system, right, is turned into an attack on the person. Right? Something must be wrong with you. They have problem adjusting to modern civilization. As Lul says, that any attack against a technology is seen as an indictment or attack against the entire technological structure. Conformity in our age is nothing more and nothing less than conformity to the technological system, folks. Technology is the objective factor of power in our age. Right, there's no going back to a simpler time, but our way of life today cannot possibly last forever. All of these things are, okay, they're true in the way I evaluate things. All right, folks. Just go ahead and say that. Usually I say it's my opinion, but things have gotten too heavy here. Right? Some striking Paleolithic cave, as though there was nothing between flint scraper and steel mills of Sheffield, or between the skin oracle and the Queen Mary. Finally, however, you will get an answer which is rather more to the point and which runs roughly as follows. Yes, what you are saying is all very well in its way. No doubt, it would be very noble to harden ourselves and do without aspirins and central heating and so forth. But the point is, you see, that nobody seriously wants it. It would mean going back to the agricultural way of life, which means beastly hard work. And isn't it all the same thing as playing and at gardening? I don't want hard work. You don't want hard work. Nobody wants it. Who knows what it means? You only talk as you do because you've never done a day's work in your life, etc., etc. Now, this, in a sense, is true. It amounts to saying, wear soft, for God's sakes. Let's stay soft. Which is at least realistic. As I pointed out already, the machine has got us in its grip, and the escape will be immensely difficult. Nevertheless, this answer is really an evasion, because it fails to make dear what we mean when we say we want this or that. I am a degenerate, modern, semi-intellectual who would die if I did not get my early morning cup of tea and my New Statesman every Friday. Clearly, I do not, in a sense, want to return to a simpler, harder, probably agricultural way of life. In the same sense, I don't want to cut down my drinking, to pay my debts, to take enough exercise, to be faithful to my wife, etc., etc. Right. It's all hard. It's all so hard. But in another sense, more permanent sense, I do want these things. And perhaps in the same sense, I want a civilization in which progress is not definable as making the world safe for little fat men. And finally, there is there anything one can do about it, he says? Is there anything one can do about it? The huge question, right? If it's a problem, what is to be done about it? The distaste for progress and machine civilization, which is so common among sensitive people, is only defensible as an attitude of mind. It is not valid as a reason for rejecting socialism because it presupposes an alternative which does not exist. When you say, I object to mechanization and standardization, therefore I object to socialism, you are saying, in effect, I am free to do without the machine if I choose, which is nonsense. We are all dependent upon the machine, and if machines stopped working, most of us would die. You may hate the machine civilization. Probably you are right to hate it. But for the present, there can be no question of accepting or rejecting it. The machine civilization is here. And it can only be criticized from the inside because all of us are inside it. It is only romantic fool who flatters himself that they have escaped. Like the literary gent in the Tudor cottage with bathroom. And the he-man who goes off to live a primitive way of life in the jungle with a man-licher rifle and 4 wagon loads of tinned food. And almost certainly the machine civilization will continue to triumph. There is no reason to think that it will destroy itself or stop functioning of its own accord. For some time past, it has been fashionable to say that war is presently going to wreck civilization altogether. But though the next full-size war will certainly be horrible enough to make all previous ones seem a joke, it is immensely unlikely that it will put a stop to mechanical progress. And he was right about that. He was right about both it being the worst war in history and also that it didn't stop mechanical progress. Actually, mechanical progress was the focal point of the entire war. Right? It was ostensibly a war to see who is going to become the dominant superpower. Or the leader of, technological progress. Right? Was it going to be Germany or America or Japan or and then after that, they had a contest with Russia, right? The whole Cold War was about technological advancement. Right? They staged a conflict for the public. Right? Made it look like they were enemies with people who they were just friends with. Right? For the purpose of advancing technology. Of course, we know now that Russia is a controlled opposition. Right? That Russia and America ostensibly both want the same things. From the same people, pretty much. Okay, investors, bankers, and entrepreneurs. That are all investing in new technologies because civilization is moving from an oil-based civilization to a completely electronic-based civilization, right? So they need to make more nuclear plants. And other things. Okay, more lithium batteries, right? They need more graphene, conductors. It is true that a very vulnerable country like England and perhaps the whole of Western Europe could be reduced to chaos by a few thousand well-placed bombs. But no war is at present thinkable, which could wipe out simpler, free, less mechanized way of life. Oh wait, I skipped a line here. It says, but no war is presently thinkable which could wipe out industrialization in all countries simultaneously. We may take it as that the return to a industrialization in all countries simultaneously. Wait, hold on. Oh my God. I'm really fucking this up. Here, hold on. Let me read this again. It is true that a very vulnerable country like England and perhaps the whole of Western Europe could be reduced to chaos by a few thousand well-placed bombs, but no war at present thinkable, which could wipe out industrialization in all countries simultaneously. We may take it that the return to a simpler, free, less mechanized way of life, however desirable it may be, is not going to happen. This is not fatalism. It is merely acceptance of facts. It is meaningless to oppose socialism on the ground that you object to the beehive state. For the beehive state is here. That's right. The choice is not, as yet, between a human and an inhuman world. It is simply between socialism and fascism, which is at its very best, which at its very best is socialism, right? With the virtues left out. Now, we're going to learn from ellul why fascism didn't win that one, right? It's because fascism can't deliver the goodies of technological progress, right? It requires too much from the private decisions of the dictator, right? It can't command efficiency. There's too much based on his proclivities. Yet socialism tends to integrate, right? And of course, technology has a highly integrative function. Okay, the job of the thinking person, therefore, is not to reject socialism, but to make up his mind, to humanize it. Once socialism is in a way to being established, those who can see through the swindle of progress will probably find themselves resisting. In fact, it is their special function to do so. In the machine world, they have got to be a sort of permanent opposition. Okay, so that's where we're at today, folks. I think he put it very succinctly over 100 years ago, pretty much. Okay, and that means that the problems that he's talking about have gotten much worse. Okay, we're way more inside of machine civilization than we were back then, right? Technology has progressed despite the major war. Okay, so, yeah. And I think more than ever, people find it impossible to separate themselves from machine civilization. Okay, so we're facing a greater grasp of the problem of technological determinism. Okay, and it's the loss of traditions, the loss of spirituality, and the rise of materialism. Okay, and the rise of universalism. Okay, and of course we've sort of cataloged a lot of these developments here, right? So we'll move now to some music, and then we'll move to the work of ellul. Okay, and give me 1 second, and let me try to put this. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just play this. Be right back, folks. And yeah, I made this mix. Amon Tobin with liberal arts.
Nice.
Once more, it is being done, and in order to see it, you would have to lose the spectre. I am going.
Okay, it's time to get started. Don't want to, but the forces forced me. With incantatory allegory, they translated for me. U-M-L-O-U-T, umlaut. That's the reason I bend vows when I speak in the mouth. Spit drooling out a very grotesque view of best. Burn through death to the University of Budapest. Sitting in a room with a windowless view. Concentrating, looking at you. Breeze frame frozen. At the very moment the wormhole opens, you know cannabis is spoken. The circumference of a third eye so vibrant. To me, Ezekiel's wheel was just a spare tire. My epithelial genetic fiber was forged in the protoplasmic fires in a black geyser. The explosion can be described as a white iris. When the absolute began, I don't know where I was. I must have just been a piece of micro dust. That's why the fuck I love Mike so much. My micro, macro, robotic rap flow. The Magna Carta of the entire rap world. Mayflower 2002 phase 1. Adapt to the pressure gravity is laid on my lungs. The theory of communication. Claude Janet's dissertation with a makeover and camouflage makeup. Light waves bend to the weight of bust. Mike's buckled with white knuckles. Metacarpals crust. Acid reflux all over your face, you fuck. Rap hard with bare hands. Squeeze and spray blood. You iller than me? Give me a call. WWWNAL damn boss. Do you mind if I share my thoughts? Psychotherapy is expensive. Can you share my cost? In a cushion room with leather doors. Handwriting experts, take a look at the letters I draw. Excessive rounded, there's no space between words. Excessive cross outs, it must be my nerves. Rhymes that vaporize, disabilize, and destabilize. Pray to God, say goodbye. 6 minutes, Vinny, pass you on. Lyrically, this is the liberty of liberal arts. Consume, creatine, and create anemometers, analyze it, intake the HNIC that narrates innate intelligent interface. Biogenetic behemoth obliterate. You both fire, you both bleed. Magnificently sound MC. Liberal art with JMT.
I'm the god of war, the resurrector of the horrorcore, the carnivore, destroying you wasn't hard at all. I started raw so the haters could see what could happen. I was a law while the pagans were speaking in Latin. I'm the origin of science and math. I'm the origin of everything you trying to grasp. Been dying to ask if Jedi mind is the real. Well, I let you in my mind and you decide I would fail. I'm dying to kill and bring to you apocalypse. I start a lot of beef for lots of guns and lots of clips. Fuck the head, I'm aiming right for your esophagus. Hang you from a hook to drink the blood your body drips. I got the power of the leather fucking shoddy spits and leave you weaker than the mafia that's Scotty list. With cannabis, get deep like psychoanalysts. Vinny Paz, the fucking hand of fist philanthropist. What? It's fucking Vinny Paz, daddy. Yeah, Jedi mind, baby.
For the people of the world.
Cannabis, baby.
Let it now be noted.
My club. What's the fucking deal?
That here in our decision, this is what we stand for. Justice. Truth. And the value of a single human being.
Consume, creatine, and create anemometers, analyze it, intake the HNIC that narrates innate intelligent interface. Biogenetic behemoth obliterate. You both fire, you both bleed. Magnificently sound MC. Liberal arts with JMT. Liberal arts. Mic club, the curriculum. Can I bust? Hitting them, ripping them.
All right, and give me 1 second, folks. While I discover where I put my ellul book. Give me a second. Sorry. And okay. So this brings us to ellul's considerations. Okay, and he's going to come to the idea that in the modern technological system, right, man is going to be appraised as capital. Right? Obviously, man is going to become the object of technique, right? And this is that man is become enmeshed within the technological milieu. Right? Within the technical milieu. Right? He's inside of machine civilization, as Orwell put it, right? And of course, ellul himself talks about the impossibility of objective analysis okay, of looking at something when you yourself are conditioned by what you're looking at, right? Right. So he goes to say that him doing a technical analysis of technical civilization, right, is pretty much all he can do, right? And the more you elucidate the technical methods, right, look at them on their own terms, right, the more you can understand them. Okay, so it's this great paradox that he mentions in the beginning of trying to look critically at the thing that he's also involved in, right? Let me drop the link here. Okay, yeah, I smoked a lot during that break. So it is what it is.
Ooh, doggy.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
It's good magic.
Ooh, baby.
I think that's
I'm riding through the city, puffing on nothing but reefer smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it up. Got a big bag, I ain't chasing no. I get the semi-top. Mike Myers with the Jason flow. Get up on.
Running through the city, puffing on nothing but reefer smoke. All right. Let's do this. Like blue this. And make them say who it is. Who? Who? Who they is? Who they is? Who they is? That's the who they is called. That's what we're going with now, but yeah, we're gonna be perfecting it. But yeah, you ever hear that? Watch your back. But yeah, blessings to all the people. Who they is. But yeah, we're the only show that tells you who it is. Okay, we pinned the bad guys. We've continually pinned the bad guys. We pinned a great bad guy, earlier, Aristotle. Aristotle.
Aristotle.
True that. Everybody else out there running interference, putting up a smoke screen.
Oh yeah. I need a damn smoke screen between me and these folks. Being a continual illusion about what I'm doing. Mystified. We've put up our own smoke screens a few times. Oof. Billowing smoke. Tons of people are joining the show. I don't know what's going on. Probably because of ellul. You guys here for ellul? Ladies love cool ellul. Okay, so yeah, he says the phenomenon we witness here is a birth in reality of the economic man. Okay, a man not relying on his natural environment, not relying on a cultural basis for existence, right? Or ethnos, not relying on ethos or the ethical way of life, right? But a man that is, okay, in a dual role, producer and consumer, right? And of course, what better analogy is what we're engaged in here? We're both producing and consuming at the same fucking time. It's fucking mind-blowing. Right? We're literally steeped in technical civilization at this point. Right? We're okay. There's people who even do this for economic value, folks. Actually, did you know that that's the primary basis why people go on here and talk? None of it's real. There's no real conversations here. Pretty crazy stuff, isn't it?
Clip that.
Oh, what'd you say, Red? Clip that?
Clip that. You know they want to clip that shit.
Clip it. Send it out. Okay, man is not essentially Homo economicus, right? But the concept is relatively simple, right? And the pressure of economic events greater than ever before, right, has made it necessary to put man through this rolling mill in order to obtain indispensable material substratum, right? So what do they need? They need man to be calculable, right? Okay, why? Because technical civilization requires a great deal of planning and a great deal of following through with norms. Right? So remember the economic reality of planning and norms, right, magnifies man's atomized role, right, in his level of consumption and the present rate of civilization and its present rate of growth. Okay, and it becomes a huge problem. A problem. Okay, according to Jordan Peterson, right? It's a problem. So man is not naturally this way, right? Man is reliant on natural forces, right? He has impulses which drive him towards greater meaning and understanding, right? As we've seen in in theology and metaphysics. Okay, and of course, he has he's on a quest for ultimate meaning and posing ultimate questions in search of that meaning. Right? So man has many dimensions. Okay, he's sometimes a lover, he's sometimes a fighter, he's sometimes a artiste. Right, but here, all of those functions are put in the service of gaining wealth. Right, and the momentum of producing wealth. Right, which, as we've seen, leads to the corruption of taste, the move towards mass production, and finally the move towards monoculture. By stripping man of his creative impulses, right, making him a emotional, spiritual, and metaphysical eunuch. But the concept is relatively simple, and the pressure of economic events greater than ever before has made it necessary to put man through this rolling mill in order to obtain indispensable material substratum. The operation has not always been easy. Sometimes the machine has gotten stuck. The bourgeoisie did not succeed entirely in eliminating the life of the spirit. In the working class, the true spiritual life developed about the turn of the century. Literature with Rimbaud and painting with Van Gogh were enormously attractive in comparison with the rolling mill. Man remained, if not whole, at least dissatisfied with this castration. Whoa. I didn't even know he was going to say that. He just said castration too, man. What the fuck? Don't cut the boy dick off, man. Is this really this guy? I had mentioned earlier that I'm watching this fellow sometimes, and now he's here. How likely is that? This is a porn bomber for sure. Yo, can you cam up if your Psych Awakens Tarot? Oh, they left. They left. I bet that wasn't Psych Awakens Tarot channel. It was probably a porn bomber. A porn bomber! Pretending to impersonate someone else. Someone I've never met, but who I'm subscribed to. It would be pretty easy to gain information like that. So yeah, we don't play games here. You have to cam up and wave in the back if you want to come on the show, unless we already know your account or your name. Simple rules. Simple rules, folks. And the attempts to porn bomb the channel, 3 of them recently, okay, have been duly noted. Okay, we understand that people...
There's a lot of individuals out there filled with wickedness, man. You got to be careful.
They don't want to hear about ellul. Crazy. Crazy antics. But yeah, okay, so I called man emotional, metaphysical, and spiritual eunuch, and then this is what ellul says. It says, man remained, if not whole, at least dissatisfied with his castration. Whoa. The more so, the promises which had been made were not kept, and economic crisis continually endangered the new blessings. The second phase of this development was the attempt of the human being to find spiritual satisfaction within the economic sphere itself. Okay, and of course we understand that the whole pseudo-eschatology of progress in Marx, right, but also the ontological reality of the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, right, which is an eventual result of that progress, right, which also means why we're in a state of a state of suffering, or the birth pangs. We're experiencing the birth pangs. So we're in a diminished phase now. Right, and that has to do with nature, right? Because we're reliant on nature. Right, in the future, when we're reliant on technology, right, and we combine with the machine, right, and we free ourselves from, this notion of the state, right, and of the human body, and all of these, and of God, and all, we become God, right, according to the transhumanists, right? Okay, of course, all of this stuff was already starting with the notion of the apotheosis of the state in Hegel. I didn't really have that much time to get into it, but next time we will. Okay, because basically, Skolomowski is going to talk about Kant, and then we'll transition from Kant to Hegel. Right, I gave some ideas about I gave some ideas earlier about Kant, about what I think of him. Aphrodite, Rose, Starfire. Yeah, blessings. Why is Grace Thorpe your thumbnail? I thought it was funny. Funny picture. It's from Toilet Turds show. So, yeah, man. It's making me laugh. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Okay, okay, so Karl Marx carried out the encircling maneuver, taking over from the bourgeoisie and continuing its work on the plane of the human and the spiritual life. Marx was, in a deep and not merely formal sense, a faithful representative of the bourgeois of bourgeois thought. He did not represent the official thought of the bourgeoisie in the manner of Thiers or Guizot. So, look, what he's trying to say here is that Marx was part of the educated upper class. Right? His thoughts reflect the thought of the educated upper class and not the thought of the proletariat. None of the people in the proletariat could ever come up with the theories of Marx. That's the point that Ellul's making. It's a huge point. Okay, that the whole theories of communism were espoused by the educated upperclassmen and not by the proletariat, which they seek to defend. Okay, see, we're not just talking about socialism and socialist theory and all this. See, we're talking about the foundations of the ideology. Okay, if you uproot the foundations of the ideology, you could get rid of the system in its totality. Okay, but if your views and thoughts are mired in philosophical justifications that you cannot perceive, you don't have the ability to perceive certain ideas and thoughts and the way they manifest in the real world. And this disparity is what Ellul is highlighting the entire time. Okay, he represented the current thought of the average man, he says, though, right? Which ideologically was materialistic and in practice even more so. Marx sought to make a going concern of what he was convinced. The bourgeoisie was in the process of losing. To the spiritual force of the emerged proletariat, he added economic force. He integrated the revolution as well as life into the economic world. He consecrated, theoretically and scientifically, the common sentiment of all men and his century, furnished it with the prestige of dialectic, right, which was the premier or the cutting edge philosophical system at the time, right? Okay, he was a young Hegelian, right? Right, Hegel was a celebrity, and so was Kant, right? Okay, as I mentioned earlier, okay, Aristotle and Kant and all these, right? They were like philosophers of the state. Right, they were part of the educational establishment. Right, people like Socrates and Plato, and Spinoza, all these people, they were not part of the intellectual establishment of their times. Right, and they were shunned by their society. Right, pretty harshly. Right, so so you gotta like go along to get along. It's a lesson learned, even. Dark history of philosophy there. Let's not forget the saints. How many saints did we kill? Oh yeah, thousands. Killed thousands of saints and mystics. Some of the most talented and gifted people in history.
Too many to count. Yeah.
For vain and unscrupulous reasons. Anyways, says Proudhon and Bakunin had placed the spiritual forces in rivalry with the economic order. Against them, Marx upheld the bourgeois order of the primacy of the economic. Okay, and also by extension, ellul means the materialistic as well, right? Okay, not, however, as merely historical primacy, but as a primacy of human hearts, right? If economic conditions are changed, men are changed, right? That's Marx's huge achievement, right? That's his huge achievement, right? The society creates the man. Instead of man creates society, society creates the man, right? And huge ideas that brought this about. Okay, huge ideas that brought this about. Okay, go to the first part of our show if you want to reflect on some of those, right? Okay, so if economic conditions are changed, men are changed. Marx made a success of the terrible confiscation, the spiritual resources released from oppression, were to be put at the service of the oppressor. Let me read that again. The spiritual resources released from oppression were to be put in service of the oppressor. Okay, meaning that the spiritual resources, okay, of the proletariat that were released from control of the state were put in service of the state. The same thing that oppressed it. Okay, so the swindle of progress is really the swindle of the economic system, right? That's what we're beginning to see, right? Okay, not indeed the bourgeois oppressor, but the economic one, he says. And then he notes that in my presence, au monde moderne.
Those damn French names, right?
Yeah, but that's pretty easy to translate. I think that means in the presence of the modern world, right? I have studied in detail this mutation of revolutionary ideas. He says, the second prong of this double movement, the subordination of men to economic power, did not apply to all men. Only to those who venture to escape from the subjective creation represented by Homo economicus, right, which is the economic man, right, which, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a man based on nature or culture, right, but a man based on technical necessity, placed in an economic environment, given or assigned the role of either producer or consumer of economic goods.
Enslaved by technique.
Indeed. We have been studying how this concept was slowly and circuitously brought into being by certain modes of thought, social conditions, and doctrines. Its progress was insidious, sometimes groping, but the individual still had certain possibilities of escaping it. The escape hole was a narrow and I was growing narrower, right? He says. Sometimes escape was found only in dreams. Poetry is useful to this end. Rostand, for example, faithfully served to satisfy the Homo economicus by giving him an illusion of the spiritual. And I have no idea how to pronounce this. P-E-G-U-Y. Pegu. I don't know. Talk to us.
Pegui?
I don't know, yeah, pagui. I don't know.
I'm telling you,
Oh,
man, them French words.
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, French and German and Russian. It's very hard to pronounce those. Right, they're not
French
really.
is the French is the
Yeah,
worst for me, I think.
yeah, they're different than the anglicized. Um, you know, sort of. Those that are influenced by those. So he says, in proportion as the milieu became more restrictive, the economic world approached completion. It became more and more difficult for anyone to do anything except work in order to live. But for what? Exclusively for consumption. Leisure was granted to man, but only the leisure of the consumer. Man's primordial functions of creating, praying, judging disappeared in the rising tide of material goods. Conditions were at last ripe for bringing of decisive operation of the decisive operation. Technique completed its movement of encirclement and put the finishing touch to the economic man. In accordance with its unchanging procedure of transforming what is into what ought to be, and making out of mere gropings an irrefutable and simple line. Technique was no longer a spontaneous movement. It was it was concerted action to shape the economic man it needed, right? Because what is the spontaneity within the technical system? Nothing more than human decisions. Right. So once it brings human decisions in line with technique, there's nothing more to figure out. Right. Once man becomes an object of technique, the encirclement is complete, folks. That's it. Okay. In order for economic technique, for example, planning, to succeed, men had to satisfy its requirements. There's no such thing as technique by and in itself. In its irresistible forward progress, it forced the human individual, without whom it is nothing, to accompany it. For this reason, economic man, a working hypothesis, when economics was only a doctrine, was forced to become reality when reality became technical. I'll read that again. This mutation, which had been prepared in this manner, we have studied, was not completely a creation of technique, but the technique found in it what is required. Right, but this line here, he says, for this reason, economic man, a working hypothesis, when economics was only a doctrine, was forced to become a reality. When reality became technical. Okay, so obviously ideas come first, right? Technique supplants those ideas, right? It creates the how to do it, right? Then it takes over the procedure. Right? Techniques were available for a long time in the form of ideas and inventions, right? But they have to be integrated into the system as a whole. So Stalin, as well as liberal economists, considered man as capital. Okay, so in order for man to be objectified, he has to be appraised as capital, right? Okay, which seems pretty obvious. Okay, so as Jacques Aventour has shown, that the technical point of view, man must be appraised as capital. To recoil before this conception is merely a sentimental reaction. No efficiency is possible for economic technique in the absence of exact calculation of average human production costs and human profit-making ability. Man is capital, and he must become perfectly adapted to this role. The actions proposed by technique to educate man for this role fall into two distinct categories, he says. The first is essentially economic and does not lead to immediate and direct action on human beings. The second, however, implies a combination of various special techniques and their intervention into human life. Okay. So we'll continue on with this. We have a few more pages until we get to the end of the chapter on economics and technique, right? And then we're going to move on to economics and the state, and I've laid down huge groundworks for that, as I will next time, right, with our discussions on Hegel. Right, we'll greatly introduce that chapter to you guys, right? And as we've introduced the concept of the state to you guys, right? Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Okay, and I recorded a video of Krishnamurti, put some music over it. So we'll begin our discussions of Shangzu with this video of Krishnamurti. Okay, so I hope you guys appreciate this video, and it's pretty funny how he what he's saying. I mean, he's like talking about how we can begin to think about the problems we're facing. He first wants to show people that we're having a lot of problems, right? And that we have to think about it together. And the only way to think about it together is to get rid of your preconceived notions about what's going on, so that we can try to solve the problems together. And yeah, I mean, most people, they can't even get to that, right? They can't even get there, right? So yeah, interesting stuff, folks. Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit, right? We got a little bit of music, and of course I had to turn it down a little bit so we could sort of hear Krishnamurti, but it's still, it's not.
Must be pretty loud if you have to turn it down.
Doesn't really come. Sometimes his voice doesn't really come through that clear, but there's subtitles. So yeah, read and watch and listen, and yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Blessings, guys.
So what have you tried lately? That's a start. That's good. Because here you can do anything you want.
I hope you're all comfortable.
No matter how crazy it is.
You're used to sitting on the ground. You know, wherever you go in the world, life is becoming rather dangerous. And there is a great deal of disorder, politically, economically, and socially. Nobody seems to bring about order in all this mess. And human beings have many, many, many problems. Psychological, as well as problems of relationship, problems of meditation, problems of death, and so on. And we're going to, during these 6 talks and or 4 discussions, go into all these matters carefully, perhaps in great detail. And before we go into all those, I think it would be wise if we could think over these matters together. We only seem to think together when there is a great crisis, like war, or great earthquakes, and epidemics. And the moment they are over, we return to our own particular little desires, petty reactions, our own little conflicts, our own personal problems. We never seem to think together. And I think it is very important, if I may, that we should go into this matter first before we go into the human problems, which are very, very complex, that need resolution, that needs human endeavor and clarity. So if we may this morning go into this question of what it is to think together. Please, this is a serious meeting. This is not an entertainment. Something that by which you are stimulated or asked to believe. This is not a meeting for propagandic purposes. So,
what have you
if we
tried
may
lately?
ask you to be serious, because we're going to talk over great many problems that affect our lives. So you must, when we ask, give your attention, your care, your mind, your heart to find out the solution to all our problems. And there are solutions which we shall go into as we go along. But first, it seems important that we think together. I mean by that word, think together, by those words. Most of us have our own particular capacities of thought, our own particular prejudices, our own concepts, ideals, beliefs, conclusions, and we hold on to them. They become far more important than to find out if we can communicate with each other. Whether we can think together over our problems. Problems which demand that we both of us together investigate, explore, and we cannot possibly do that if we do not know how to think together. First, it behoves us naturally that each one of us, if we are to think together, should drop our particular prejudices your particular experience, your conclusion, your concept, your ideals, even your experience, then only we can meet each other. I think that's fairly obvious. Though perhaps some of you may not have thought about this matter before. That where there is to be any kind of communication with each other, there must be no barrier in sharing the problems together. No opinions, which is very difficult for me. Because minds are full of opinions about this and that, about politics, about religion, about everything. We are not free to observe our own practice. We are not free to look at the complex society in which we live. With all its disorder, inanities, insanity. So can we, this morning, think together, which means that you must, if you will, you're serious, put aside, for at least an hour, your particular experience, your particular opinion, one's own special reactions, which are generally rather petty, so that both of us can observe, think together, so that our minds are capable of investigating together our innumerable complex problems. Can we do it? Can you? If you are willing to think over together our problem, put aside the conclusions that you have come to, the experience that you have had, your particular response or reaction, that your mind is clear, so that we can look together. That's the first thing I do, which is most important. Because of all the big trouble. I don't know why you come, but since you have come, since apparently you must be serious, then we must be able to communicate with each other.
All right, folks. So I hope the people enjoyed that. But yeah, we're moving on to Shangzhou here. And of course, there's key reflections from Shangzhou that I want to focus on. Of course, he's reiterating a lot of what.
Oh yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, some Krishnamurti, and I think he's right. You know, yeah, the problems are extremely serious, right? We have to think together, not for entertainment, right? And yeah, some of the things he pointed out there are extremely important. right? Okay, so we have to consider how to, actually stage real interactions, right? Because they have to be staged at this point, right? Because we're living in a fake world. Okay. So what's real has to be staged. Okay. Stop staging the fake world clown show. Okay. Let's look at what's real. Primordial simplicity. Okay. Sincerity is the jewel of the heart. Right. Trust is better than gold. Okay. The best help is unprofessional. Best things in life are free. And of course, we're into the Tao, right? Questioning our knowledge, right? Questioning our material constraints, right? Trying to find harmony with nature, right? Being in society, but not being affected by it, right? Using words to gain understanding and not letting words populate our understanding. As he says, name is the guest of reality. Okay, and he's talking about the notion of simplicity and creativity. Okay, and using what is not there for what is there. Okay, so he's prescribed several things there. Okay, obviously it's about going beyond words, going beyond knowledge, right? And as he's as Lao Tzu says, right? He says, ever desiring, one can see the manifestations. Ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Right? So speech and division and trying to comprehend the world, right, comes at a cost. Right, and that cost is the harmony with nature. Right? And loss of our primordial simplicity, right? Into the realm of cultural refinement and baseless desire. Right? Give me 1 second. I gotta go across the room and pour this coffee here. Give me 1 second, folks.
Coffee machinations.
Yeah, blessings. Like Voltaire. Voltaire was said to drink a lot of coffee.
Okay, hopefully that does something. Drip drop. And yeah, maybe it'll do its thing. But yeah, so so I was talking about the Shangzu, right? And the first chapter is about unifying things, unifying concepts like big and small, right? And seeing how these two concepts rely on each other, right? Good and bad, right? Okay, body and mind, right? He's going to dispel all of these ideas. Okay, so he's talking about certain concepts that he's relating, okay, maybe refining the thought of Shangzu. Okay. And of course he's looking at his relationship to certain ideas, right? Obviously he's personifying natural forces and also ideas and concepts, like his friend Hutsu, who basically represents the logical mind, right? And of course Hutsu is okay. He's focused on utility. Okay, and Chang Tzu sort of is talking about why he doesn't understand the harmony of things, because he's complaining about the uselessness of things in nature. Right. So Shang Tzu is pointing out that, a yak as big as a cloud, right? See, he's comparing the animal to a cloud, but it's really what the animal represents that is the key. Right? It represents dining on the grass, not chasing small prey, and not falling in a trap. Right? It represents non-action. That's also a sign of strength. Right? A yak or a cloud doesn't have to move. The bigger a cloud is, the less it moves. Okay, just like the bird he describes as the wind. Right? The commotion of smaller birds of prey and insects don't disturb its flight. Nor does its incredible undertaking disturb their minor affairs. So Hutsu describes a tree. Its branches are too big. I mean, its trunk is too big to be cut down. Its branches are too wiry to ever be used for anything. Right? And what does Shang Tzu say to him? He says it's because of its uselessness, it will never succumb to harm. Because of its uniqueness, it will remain. Right? So uniqueness. Okay, instead of commodification. And uselessness instead of utility. Right? Of course, Shang Tzu describes these as the main aspect of these exchanges, right? In nature and describing the harmony in nature. Yeah, but I don't know if Frank, have you ever came across the Shang Tzu, or I know you said that you were interested in some of these texts. I don't know if you're here at the moment. But yeah.
Yeah. Shang Tzu, I have, but it was a long, long time ago, and I haven't read it in a while. But I do remember a lot of what he quotes does have like direct parallels to the Tao Te Ching. So I'm enjoying listening to this a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's very interesting. So let's get into some of this text here. I mean, he's going to say some interesting things here, and yeah, this coffee is okay. It's actually pouring now. So let me move on here. Chapter 2, equalizing things. Okay, and of course I'll move extremely slowly with the poetic, sort of ideas that are mentioned here, and of course there's a lot of names and things, right? So he says, Master Dapple of the south wall sat leaning on his armrest. He looked up and sighed, vacant, as though he'd lost his counterpart. Yan Cheng Ziyu stood before him in attendance. What's this? He said. Can the body really be turned into dry wood? Can the mind really be turned into dead ashes? Okay, so see, the body can be refined, right? The mind can be unrefined, right? The body can move from the physical to the mental plane, and the mental plane can move to the physical plane. It's all part of the transaction here. The one leaning on the armrest now is the one who leaned on it before. Right, he's saying nothing changes. Master Dapple said, My, isn't that a good question you've asked, ZU? Just now I lost myself, do you know? You've heard the pipes of people, but not heard the pipes of earth. Or if you've heard the pipes of the earth, you haven't heard the pipes of heaven. May I ask what you mean? He asked. And Master Dapple says, the big lump belches breath, and it's called wind. If only it wouldn't start. When it starts, the 10,000 holes begin to hiss. Don't you hear the shh, shh? In the mountain vales, there are great trees, 100 spans around with knots like noses, like mouths, like ears, like sockets, like rings, like mortars, like ditches, like gullies. Right, nature appears to be no different than created objects. Right, or are created objects no different than nature? Gurgling, humming, hooting, whistling, shouting, shrieking, moaning, gnashing, the leaders sing. Ee! The followers sing, ooh! In a light breeze, it's a little chorus. But in a gusty wind, it's a huge orchestra. And when the violent winds are over, the 10,000 holes are empty. Haven't you witnessed the brouhaha?
It's the brouhaha.
Would you witness the brouhaha, mate? You know what I'm saying, mate?
Only he who has closed all doors makes no sound.
Exactly. Good Lord, I can't believe this is happening. Is this coffee gonna pour? Okay, I think the coffee is poured. Okay, so give me 1 second. I see Ezra in the crowd. I mean, I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and yeah, I'll be back.
Oh shit.
Shook in a Casper, illustrate beautiful disaster. Fly to the mothership, lift a badge of the malefactor. Marionette burst the thread of wire cutter function. Stereotypical Grinch bashing your pumpkin. Plug, try to count up your warrior had slim batch before gestation segment ended and had a platoon of embryonic remnants to the game board. Release Japanese beetle swarm to counter the spread of bitch crops. Demolish the harvest and herd colony out immediate. One massive attack, on it, confront it and gut it. Most pungent component cloned in outrageous bunches. Grimacing faces to the knots of my shoelaces. I'ma show you all the phases of a fuck up. Plucking the pedals, but every rose had its thorn. Consider that first warning, second will be good times, laughs, and epitaphs. As a matter of basic principle, next I set my boat to sail. I won't always be there for you tugging on my coattail. Family, stuck, voids of the SS Mortar. Who you think put that unseen iceberg in the water? Manufacture flotsam and jetsam from out your charter. We got the ones pushovers, pushing back a little harder now. Blink, I think I can. I got grips. ripped. Muck rake, I made you spin circles round sucker chips. Walking invisible city, I lost clans. And he's jealous cause my silhouette had more dimensions than his game plan. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin. Cause in the end I got my passions. While you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk. Cause I feel I got direction. And everything I touch magnificent. Picking apart a drunken township. Sitting in the rain, busting the nails my crown's bound with. If I had an anchor, I would lay it in a dirt and mark to data. Earth stood still while I complete my search. You wanted delusions and falsified life comfort systems. This boy in the bubble huddled up the simple Simon subtle born tomahawk. Shock the peanut gallery loopy, the basic cutesy groupie, Cupid dog community. And I'm hung in a virtual skin and bones, emaciated ringworm, circus freak, bloodthirsty intern, trainee urchin feast with a delectable style compiled that would stand above a child's yellow brick vision of slick living. I observed the stories from my fire escape observatory. First I heard the glory, then desert the herbs that worded poorly understood. Well, maybe a pat on the back for the lucky losers who truly felt they were born to touch the music. I catalog cats as welcome answer for the ones insisting on dimming the stars. I want my sneakers extra hard. I wish upon a penny toss that every servant will betray his gatekeeper and leap to reap the freedom fighter mad galaxy. Puff the war gas vapors and cram hard for tomorrow. Brother, I own twice my weight in patience. Be it padded cubicle, a beautiful tomb. I'll be listening to you whistling that more suitable tune. It's fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin. Cause in the end I got my passions while you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk. Cause I feel I got direction in my work. Fascination. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the community using me to no avail. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. I know what I employ, and they somehow match this polar opposites attract fascination.
Your blessings.
Yeah, so he's really getting into the essence of what it means to work with nothing. Right? As he says, right, profit comes from what is there, okay? And usefulness comes from what is not there. Right, so he talks about the importance of being and non-being and how they interact with each other. When I spoke about the importance of this last time, right? The notion of categorical concepts, okay, categorical knowledge, okay, the notion of being versus non-being, okay, and the instantiation of becoming to deal with the mess of the whole thing, right? Okay, obviously, as I said, Western philosophy needs to posit being, right? Without that, it can't start. And some people said that because Parmenides said there's no such thing as becoming, he could not get started with the whole thing of philosophy, right? Right, but instead of linking being and becoming, right, the Tao links being and non-being. Right, so it's closer to Parmenides and closer to the way that goes in the anti-philosophical way. Right? Okay, because you can't begin philosophizing if nothing changes, right? So he goes on to say, he says, so the pipes of earth are those holes, and the pipes of people are bamboo flutes. May I ask about the pipes of heaven? Master Dapple said, blowing the 10,000 differences, making each be itself and all choose themselves. See, get that? He said 10,000 differences. Right? Ever desiring, one can see the manifestations. Right? Without desiring and beginning to name things, right, in words, everything is just one. And that's what, essentially what Hang Po said too. Right? Without the existence of categorical knowledge, right, all existence is seen as one. Right? But he says whether seeing it as one or not seeing it as one, he says both of these are dualistic concepts. Because he says reality and your perception of it are one.
I think he went on to mention as well, when seeing the things, one views the macrocosm, and when viewing the unseen, one views the infinitesimal, the microcosm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, to look at a leaf, you got to zone out the tree. To look at the tree, you can't pay attention to a particular leaf. You got to step back and take in the whole tree. So it says, Master Dapple said, blowing 10,000 differences, making each be itself and all choose themselves. Who provokes it? Does heaven turn? Does earth stay still? Do the sun and moon vie for position? Who's in charge here? Who pulls the strings? Who sits with nothing to do, gives it a push, and sets it in motion? Notice the terminology? Right? Nothing is compelled or pulled into anything, right? All the things vie for themselves, right? All of existence begins with a push. Right? And this is exactly what Aristotle got right about the prime mover, but what he got wrong was that he took that creature and made it susceptible to the laws of nature. Right? When the Tao follows what is natural, right? Right? As he says, man follows the earth, earth follows heaven, and heaven follows the Tao, and Tao follows what is natural. Right? To paraphrase. But yeah, who's in charge? No one. Right? Nothing is pulled. Right? Everything starts with a push, and then everything's on its own. Right? Do you think it's locked in motion and can't be stopped? He asks. Or do you think it's spinning out of control and can't show itself? Slow itself down. Do the clouds make the do the clouds make the rain, or does the rain make the clouds? Who rumbles all this out? Who sits there with nothing to do and takes perverse delight in egging it on? The wind rises in the north, now west, now east, now dilly-dallying up above. Who huffs and puffs it? Who sits with nothing to do and blows it? May I ask the cause? Big knowledge is boundless. Little knowledge is unbound. it's going to be very close to something he says later, where he says life is bounded and knowledge is unbounded. Using the bounded to follow the unbounded is dangerous. Big knowledge is boundless, little knowledge is unbound. Okay, what's big knowledge? It's all encompassing, oneness, and relation. What's little knowledge? Is infinite plenitude, right? Particularity. Infinite divisions within a finite boundary. The infinity of knowledge itself. Big talk is unstoppable. Little talk doesn't stop. Oof.
So good. So good.
We've seen it all the time out here.
It's sad trombone.
Sounds like the panel verse.
Definitely does.
Leave it to the Daoist sages to always give us a good belly laugh.
Yeah. And sound, sleep, spirits mingle, on waking, bodies open out. They greet and grapple and use their minds all day to struggle. The humble ones, the high ones, the hidden ones, the little fears panic, the big fears is calm. You ever experienced a big fear, folks? Oh, it's real calming.
Oh, yeah. In the face of the deep.
Little fear is panic. Big fear's calm. Ain't that something? Paranoid chillin'.
Paranoid chillin'.
Right. Once you analyze all the factors, right, the meticulousness it takes to do that, it's calming. But it's also insane. It's an insane process. The humble ones, the high ones, the hidden ones, the little fears panic, the big fears calm. They fly like an arrow from a bow. That's the way they guard their rights and wrongs. That's the way they guard their rights and wrongs. They stick like they'd sworn an oath. That's the way they hold the victory. They die like fall and winter. That describes their daily deterioration. They drown, and what makes it happen can't bring them back. They're sated as though sealed. That describes their stagnation. As the mind nears death, nothing can bring it back to vitality. Happiness, anger, despair, joy, planning, sighing, bending, freezing, elegance, ease, candor, posturing. They're music out of emptiness, mist condensing into mushrooms. Follow the train of logic, right? It was all those conflicts and things being made out of other things that brought all that about. Day and night, they alternate in front of us, and without our knowing. Where they sprout? Enough. Morning and evening, we've got them, wherever they come from. Without them, there would not be me. Without me, there would be nothing to choose. I think that's a pretty good description of free will right there.
Sheesh.
This is close, but no one knows what makes it like this. It seems as though there is a true master, but you can't get a glimpse of it. In our actions, we take the self on faith, but we can't see its form. Huh. There is essence, but no form. Primordial essence and no form. Total refutation.
Primal simplicity, perhaps?
Total refutation of form. Primal simplicity, primordial essence. The uncarved block. The water, the womb. The newborn babe. The plant.
When you master the form, it disappears, and only the master remains.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, Plato's forms definitely disappear.
Yeah, Aristotle said there's a dialectic between two things, essence and form. Shang Tzu saying there's essence but no form. Name is the guest of reality. And there's essence and no form. There's no form, there's no name. There's just reality, just essence.
No mediation.
Oh, yeah. And pure activity. With no contemplation behind it. It's action without thought. Almost based on like habit. Trying to say it does it out of habit. Nature does what it does out of habit. The 100 bones, the 9 orifices, the 6 organs all exist together. Which one is closest to me? Do you like them all, or do you have a favorite? If so, are the rest its servants and concubines? Can't servants and concubines rule among themselves? Right. There's orders within complexity which have their own established order. And what's chaos on one level is order on another level. What's order on one level is chaos on another level. Can they use I'm sorry, can they take turns being lord and servant? But if there's a true lord among them, whether I find its essence or not makes no difference to its truth. Once you take a complete form, you don't forget until the end. Clashing with things and rubbing against them. The race is run at a gallop and nothing can stop it. Isn't it sad? Your whole life slaving away and never seeing the completion of your labors. Exhausted, you drudge and slave away without knowing where to turn for rest. Can you not mourn? People say they are not dead, but what difference does it make? Your form changes and your mind goes with it. Can you tell me that's not mournful? Is everyone's life really this confused? Or am I the only one confused and not other people? If a made up mind counts as a teacher, then who doesn't have a teacher? Right. The way that can be followed is not the eternal way. If a made up mind counts as a teacher, then who doesn't have a teacher? Why should it just be the self-chosen experts on the order of things who have them? Stupid people would have them too. But to have right and wrong before you've made up your mind, that's like leaving for you today and getting there yesterday. That's like saying what isn't is. What isn't is. Even the spiritual sage, you couldn't make sense of that. How could I? Saying is not just blowing. Saying says something. But if what it says is not fixed, then does it really say anything? Or does it say nothing? We think it is different from the peeping of fledglings. But is there really any difference? Or isn't there? How is the way obscured that there are true and false? How are words obscured that there is right and wrong? How can you go that the way doesn't how can you go that the way doesn't exist? Right? Where can you go that the way doesn't exist? Sorry. How can words exist and not be okay? It's funny because that's what they're talking about. And the other thing is this whole idea of the loss of meaning and yeah, he says the way is obscured by small completions. Words are obscured by glory and show. So we can have the rights and wrongs of the Confucians and the Mohists. Each calls right what the other calls wrong. Each calls wrong what the other calls right. So he's very much against the philosophies of the time, the competing philosophies of the time, right? But if you want to right their wrongs and wrong their rights, it's better to show them. Okay, it's better to throw them open to light, he says, right? That's right. If you want to talk about what's the problem, but I can't get lost in the meaning of words. and fixed concepts. So that's about it, folks, for that little segment. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
He doesn't seem, yeah, like you said, he doesn't seem to be keen on these competing groups. It's like they're chitter
Right.
chatter or something.
Right. It's almost like the thing is that we were kind of looking at Confucian thought and looking at how Daoist thought is different than Confucius thought. Obviously, we saw the meeting between Lao Tzu and Confucius, right? Where like neither of them understand each other, right? There's that little moment in history, right? In those legends. So what's interesting is the commentary or the back and forth between Confucianism and Taoism. As one observer of the segment last time, DK Spiracy remarked, it may have been because of the refinement of society. Because obviously Confucianism was implemented in society a lot later than Taoism, right? Was founded, right? Yeah.
Yeah, reportedly, Confucius said after having met Lao Tzu that I have met Lao Tzu today, and he is a celestial dragon.
Right, we read that one.
No shit.
Right, right. Yeah, and he said I've seen tons of. He said I've seen all things from all across the world. But I've never laid eyes on anything like Lao Tzu. Right, who he said is like a celestial dragon. Yeah.
Floating in heaven and breathing smoke. I would pay you the same honor, TML, another dragon of the way. I got to roll on down the road, guys. Keep doing your Qigong, Kung Fu, and good
blessings,
magic.
Frank. Yeah,
Blessings and much love.
Easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be listening, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, peace be with you. Yeah, there's a real champion. Definitely thank you so much for clicking the link, my friend. As you can see, our Wednesday night shows are literally lacking participation for whatever reason. Right. Okay, and yeah, I mean, yeah, what do you guys want to do? Yeah, let me see if I could yeah, much love, Frank. I appreciate you. Yeah, I've dropped the link in the chat. If you guys want to come up, we're going to be talking about the destruction of the natural environment. We're going to be watching a video, Derrick Jensen. Okay, some very important reflections in this video. Okay, actually, I'm not sure about that. Right? But yeah, Derrick Jensen's a deep thinker. So obviously he's an anarchist, sort of. I would argue that anarchism is sort of leftism, right? Okay, conservatives sort of support the general movement of society, but they want to, bolster traditions, right? So the problem with conservatives, as we've seen with Uncle Teddy, right, is that they support progress, right? But they don't understand that progress is destroying traditions, right? So they want to keep their traditions and have progress, right? They want to have their cake and eat it too, right?
Yeah, eat their cake and have it.
Yeah, so they're sort of caught in a double bind there. And I've asked some of the main representatives of their ideology this question. Okay, including this guy.
The wood is dead.
Yeah, including this gentleman here. And Yeah, where the hell is? Oh yeah, here it
But
is.
can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
And I gave a little presentation on Eastern philosophy on the show as well. The Machine Lies. We have serialized episodes. In that, I think it's episode 5 where I gave a little 20-minute talk on different thinkers. And I think I gave the story about Shangzu and the tree and and all that stuff. So I've said that on the show before, right? It's a very, I think, important story, and I mean, as we've seen, Lao Tzu is very keen on the fact that you cannot improve nature. Right? He says if you try to change it, you'll ruin it. Right? It's a very stern declaration that he gives.
You ruin it, but also sometimes it ruins you.
Right. So so check this out. In Jensen's idea, right? And we looked at his idea earlier. Pretty Daoist concept, honestly. Relating back to chapter 80, right? And of course, small scale communities, there's less of a need to try to control people, right? Okay. And there's good reasons for that, right? Because there's more of a natural form of organization. Right? People are more reliant on their families and on the division of labor in the society, right? Okay, really profound types of liberalism and atomism are really, individualism are only possible within a technical society, right? People in a village had to be interdependent. They're forced to be interdependent, or they succumb to the forces of nature. Right? So, as I said, you can't ghost somebody in a village, right? So these are important things to consider, folks. Okay, and if anybody wants to join the panel, it would be greatly appreciated because there's been a little drought in terms of participation. I'm happy to have this coffee because there's little to no like sustenance, like participation, like value from conversations online, other than with Reddington and a few others, and yeah, honestly, obviously my throat is hoarse from talking for literal 4 hours. Okay, and yeah, I think I presented some fairly significant points for you guys. Although I don't know who would actually be listening. I know there's not that many people listening. Okay, and I'm actually not sure how many viewers there are. It says about 20, but I don't know how many are watching from my channel and how many from the other channels. Because people are kind enough to restream. There's many people who find value in these presentations. Okay, if there wasn't a numerous amount of people who found value in these presentations, I would not be doing this at all. Okay, because other than recording serialized material that I could somehow turn into something, either transcripts or presentations in the future, right? I find little to no value. I mean, I get no value in terms of monetary, right? But yeah, I do put this little banner at the bottom, right? But yeah, it's not necessary to either donate or any of that stuff because that's not really the reason I'm doing this. Right, the main reason I'm doing this is to serialize presentations, right, so that we could gain recordings of the development of these ideas, right, which are brought in basically very rare form, right, very original, right, because there's no other shows that are pretty much doing. I don't want to say this level of analysis because that's cliche, but I want to say this type of I guess infotainment or whatever. I mean, there are channels who do infotainment, but it's not like this. I mean, and there's not usual like audience participation usually, right? Okay, so that's the thing. Again, the link is in the chat. So what we really want, okay, we're not looking for donations. Okay, we're not looking for clicks and views. We're not looking to be connected with high profile people, right? If high profile people come on this panel, they'll be treated just like everyone else. Okay, there's no consideration for your clout. There's no consideration for your number of subscribers. Okay, the only consideration we have is the level of conversation. So if people want to participate, okay, and of course we love our friend Televised Apocalypse. We love our friend Denise. Mindful Exposures, thank you for joining. ESP Revaluation, thank you so much, my friend. And yeah, we love you guys for being here. And of course, yeah, so yeah. But yeah, nobody will be getting special treatment here, right? So, but what's important is the level of conversation. Right? We greatly appreciate the people who participate. Okay, and we're not looking for people who are extremely smart or intelligent or anything like that. But that's a misperception of what we're trying to accomplish. But yeah. So anyways, I was going to read this chapter 80 here from the Tao Te Ching. And it says here, a small country has fewer people. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than people, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriages, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. People return to the knotting of rope in place of riding. Their food is plain and healthy. Their clothes fine and simple. Their homes secure. They're happy in their lives. Though they live in sight of their neighbors. Okay, and the cocks crow and the dogs bark. Right, and you can hear them in the neighboring villages. Yet they leave each other in peace and they grow old and die. Okay, so now let's read this notion of community forestry. Okay, he says, okay, this is actually like a page and a half here. But yeah, we have time still, so I'll go ahead and read it. I've read this many times here, right? And we'll continue on with this reading soon. Okay, after we watch a little presentation. Right, but I'll read a little bit of this now and the majority of it later, right? So he says that okay, he wants restoration forestry. Right, that restores ecological and genetic diversity and soil nutrients. Right, he says restoration forestry assists nature to heal degraded forests and bring them back to a state of biological productivity. And obviously, part of this means replanting wild nature. Right, and he says it means many people will be employed in the woods. Not less, using smaller machines. Okay, so that's already in line with the Tao there. Right, and more reliance on draft animals. means smaller mills, more value-added processing close to wood source, minimal waste, maximum recycling. Right, and he also proposes ecology, right? Not only restoring the forest to their healthy growth, right, but also helping the ecology, helping foster a better ecological health in general for the systems of life, right, that are based in wild nature. Right, and he says an ecologist would protect or restore fully functioning forest ecosystems. Consider fiber production for human use to be completely subordinated to full range of natural ecosystem functions. And he says the only way to accomplish this is for local communities to take control of their forests. Right? And he proposes for this community forestry. Community forestry is village-level forestry activity decided on collectively and implemented on communal land where local populations participate in the planting, establishing, and harvesting of forest crops, and so receive a major portion of the socio-economic and ecological benefits from the forest. Successful community forestry requires genuine popular participation in decision-making. Experience has proven time and again that participation is more than a development cliche. It is absolute necessity if goals are to be met. But working with people rather than policing them is a new role for many foresters. Community forestry has the following characteristics. The local community controls a clearly and legally defined area of forest. The local community is free from governmental and outside pressure concerning the utilization of that forest. If the forestry involves commercial sale of timber and other products, then community is free from economic exploitation of markets or other pressure from outside forces. The community has long-term security of tenure over forest and sees its future as being tied to the forest. So yeah, very interesting. Community forestry. Okay, so we think that's very much in line with. Okay, there's key features of that are very much in line with chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching, right? But yeah, well, I digress. Okay, and we're gonna bring you guys some videos of Derrick Jensen. Okay, and here is Baby Krishna. To end our discussion on the Tao and Eastern philosophy. Okay, I've recorded a video for this. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Actually, you know what? We'll play that at the end of the show. Okay, we'll play Discovering by Solar Fields right now.
Nice.
I mean, I played this so many times on the show, but yeah, it's a real banger.
I like sky trees too.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the latter part of our show. Click the link if you wish to discuss these various themes, which we've already discussed in great detail. I'm sure there will be nothing new here. Yeah.
How do you know what is objectively true? And anybody who's ever seen a basketball game or a baseball game knows that you have one person saying he fouled me and the other person is saying, no, I didn't foul him. And the referee decides.
Oh, I thought he was going to say that the basketball game is black people and the baseball game is Puerto Ricans. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, blessings, guys.
Sad trombone.
Racial trombone.
AI trombone.
Yeah.
What's the case? Or that's what happens in law. You have the prosecuting attorney says this guy committed murder. The defense attorney says he did not. And it's up to the judge and jury to figure out what the truth is. And any parent has dealt with the same thing. It's like there's a crash in the other room and the parent goes in and says, how did the lamp break? And the child says it jumped off the table. And the parent has to decide what is true. Socially, the same thing happens. We can argue, Christopher Columbus was a great hero. Christopher Columbus was a slaver and horrible. And what's true? We have these different social narratives. We can have the same social. We can have different social narratives on the use of the A bomb. Was the use of the A bomb in Japan tragedy? Was it an atrocity, or did it save millions of lives? There's arguments can be made. What's true? And the postmodernists ask that question. How do we know what's true? And then their answer is really stupid. Their answer is that there is no truth. There's only stories. And it boggles my mind that people can be.
So what he's saying is that instead of refining narratives by seeing the power of symbols, right, and of the symbolic world, right, and studying, right, the power of language and the power of symbols, right, and looking at the limitations of categorical knowledge and all these types of things, and taking a critical view of the situation, right? The postmodernists, they say it's all narratives, right? It's all just about narrative building and constructing stories, right? So instead of being critical of the symbolic mainframe and careful about how they construct symbols, right? They're simply saying that that's all there is. All there is symbols. Right? All there is a symbolic world. Right? So literally it opens them up to be used by the technical. Right? Because they're total loss of meaning. Right? And their obfuscation on the level of language, of all problems. Right? So yeah.
Be that stupid. But that's where we are. And this all annoys me because there are critiques to be made, for example, of science, but objective reality not existing isn't one of them. And so postmodernism has, I think, hijacked.
Yeah, that's a great point. Right? There's elegant critiques of science, right? But the postmodernist critiques of science are all dog shit. Right? So instead of accentuating, right, the idea that there's more to reality than the objective truths of the scientists, right? They simply say that science and everything else is just another project in myth making. Right? So this is a huge issue. Right? Is the denial of reality, right, in order to deny science.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh yeah. You know, and it's really present in simulation theory, right? But yeah.
A very real critique that would need to happen of a belief, for example, that through science we can eventually know everything. That's just substituting science for God, you know, an omniscient God. And I think there are critiques to be made of that, but physical reality existing isn't one of them. So the way I try to navigate this is that physical reality is the base upon which everything is built. And there are things in physical reality that are not knowable for multiple reasons, one of which is that reality is not only more complex than we think, it's more complex than we're capable of thinking.
Yep.
So reality is really complex and we only know a little bit of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Reality is stranger than fiction, right? The world that we can create around us.
100%.
Yeah, the world that we are possible of creating around ourselves that comes from our own imaginations, right, is not equivalent to the complexity of the world around us. Right? The complexity of the world around us is much more profound. Right? We're way scales behind figuring that out, right? The more we construct a fake world to hide ourselves from the world that we should be figuring out.
It's like trying to figure out the universe by physical matter when physical matter only comprises of like 0.1% of the universe.
0.000, like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like infinitesimally small. So it's like you're missing the 99.9999%.
Yeah, good luck with that, CERN, right? Interesting, right? Keep on atom smashing, they keep on finding smaller and smaller things. Yes. That's what they said. This is the problem of the uncuttables. Right? We're back to Parmenides. It's crazy.
Okay. Just accept that and accept that that I can feel certain things. I can feel like a penguin, but that doesn't make me a penguin. I don't even know what it feels like to be a penguin. But I can have, what's a better example? All I'm trying to say is that there are things that are beyond our ability to know. And
absolutely.
One great example is that I started.
Yeah, it takes as we've seen, it takes forever just to point out that knowledge is not an inherent good. Right? And not only that, some things are unknowable, but some things aren't worth knowing. You know, yeah, so both of those are, I mean, not a lot of scientists have that mindset. Right? If you have a deep conversation with some of these people that are philosophers and scientists, right, they'll sometimes admit that seeking knowledge and advancing technology is the basis of humanity. But there could be no clearer goal of humanity. Right? What would you say to them to try to prove them wrong? Right? I mean, this show is giving you a cheat sheet. Right? But okay.
The story before we went before we went live, that my mom had a 20-year relationship or 15-year relationship with a bear. The bear would come and sit out here. My mom called her Mama. She would come and sit out on the porch, and she would bring her babies up every year. And for many, many years, my mom would go on the porch and just call for her, and she would show up. And then Mama disappeared. And that's another thing about living in the real world is sometimes you just don't know. You know, was she dead? Did she move away? We had no idea. And then my mom gets cancer, and we hadn't seen Mama for 8 years. And my mom, the week before she entered terminal delirium, she's sitting on the couch right there, looks out the window, and Mama's on the porch. And so Mama, that bear,
sat there on the porch every day, all day, until my mom entered terminal delirium. And she went away. I haven't seen her since. And the point is that there is more in this world than we can ever imagine. But that doesn't mean that gravity doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that there is this basis for truth.
Yeah, I think he might be wrong about gravity, but not about the bear. You know what I mean? The bear is definitely tapping into something deeper, right? Is it the intelligence of nature that guided it to comfort that poor old woman? You know what I mean? Yeah, actually somebody said, earlier, I think it was like, I think it was Ragamuffin or something. He was saying that behind some grocery store, they like found a bear like in Ohio. And they're like, what's it doing up here? But yeah, a bear, I mean, it'll eat with its face, it'll shit out of it, and just keep walking. I mean, it's not gonna like wipe its ass with cardboard or do anything. I mean, so it's gotta go. So it has incredible low maintenance. So it can just go wherever it wants. Really, nobody's gonna bother a bear. I mean, but yeah, it's interesting. The innate intelligence, right, of that experience that he's describing, right? So many people have, experiences like that. Like Vincent Bruno was telling me earlier. I think it was maybe earlier today, or I don't know if it was like today or yesterday or something. But yeah, he was saying that his dogs fight, and some of the other dogs will get concerned.
Sheesh.
For the fighting dogs, it's like they're, aware. You know what I mean? So yeah, blessings, folks.
That is physical reality, and overlaid, or maybe parallel to that, is this other reality of dreams, of things that are serendipitous, and they both exist, and sometimes they contradict, and that's okay.
Do you think, we were just talking about the idea of young people who want to die, but it's really this metaphorical death, and this longing people are having, this culture, this cultural malaise.
And they don't like their lives.
Yeah, that too.
It's basic.
Seems like they're desperate to become something else, both the transgender stuff and also just quitting work, whatever it might be. They're desperate to become something else. They're desperate to find something else. Something maybe that everything means nothing, and that makes them feel better. I'll be a woman, that'll make me feel better. But
yeah, earlier he said that the death of your youth to adulthood would be accompanied by certain cultural rights, right, which are missing today from society, right? So young people get the idea of accelerating progress in their head, and they don't know where society's headed, and the future looks bleak, and there's no rituals integrating them into this framework of society as a whole, or making them part of a greater community, and they feel the technological, eschatological death urge, right? They become techno-nihilists, right? I mean, and so on and so forth. So
maybe you need to bring back the rights of the Eleusinian mysteries.
Right. Right. So all this, yeah, as I said, earlier, the artist and the priest were linked, right? Artist, priest, and doctor, right? They one occupation performed all three of these functions, right? And they're the ones that welcomed people into the society as a whole, right? They took part in the rites. Okay, and this sort of priest function is totally removed, right? And of course, we don't have the role of somebody who can bless the people who create art or produce metals, or these metals were seen as relics. I mean, they're blessed by the priest, given as heirlooms and all these types of things, right? Yeah, somebody was just backstage. I'm sorry I didn't notice you, but yeah, please come back if you're able. Yeah, because it's a very dilapidated scene out here. I appreciate you guys.
It almost seems like they actually are longing for that serendipitous, deeper meaning, and there's been a separate false reality or narratives in this political sphere that have been created that aren't quite satiating people's desire for that dream world, the connection with nature, the spiritual, historical tradition, Christianity,
Familial,
whatever,
communal.
communal, these kind of things. Do you think that's where a lot of the increased mental illness, SSRI use, this kind of stuff is coming from?
I think that's where a lot of it's coming from. And I think of one of my favorite lines by R.D. Laing, the psychiatrist, is how do you plug a void, plugging a void? And what he means by that is if you have a void, you have an emptiness in your life, and you try to plug it with another void, it's not going to work. And you will have to keep trying to plug it again and again. So you can be really unhappy and you think you can solve it by consumerism. So you go buy stuff for a little while. You think you can solve it with computer games. You know, it works for a little while, but it's not going to work. Think you can solve it by making all these other changes, but it's not going to work.
Oh, wait, what's that, Red?
Oh, I agree with them. Maybe perhaps one has to become the void.
Oh, yeah. That's what Buddha did earlier. You know, if you guys noticed, you know, a little Buddha video I had. Oh, yeah. He checked out, baby. Of all that. The destruction, the pleasure, all of it. But, yeah.
Because they're not actually solving the primal existential problem. They're not actually solving for the right variable.
Right. They're not looking at the right aspect of the problem. Right? So this is extremely crucial. Right? As Orwell said earlier. Right? You focus on the technology and the deficiencies with the technology instead of the knowledge that created the problem. Okay, bad technology comes from bad knowledge. Right? Yeah, so how do you plug a void? Is the question, right? And I mean her face says it all. You know, her face looks how I feel. Okay. Mystified.
It's just Lear and I were talking about obviously a lot of the transgender stuff, and you think when you switch genders because you're unhappy with your own, well, there's a whole swath of problems that men face in their own experience and that women face in their own experience, and a lot of those do have to do with whether you can accept yourself and are happy with yourself as you are. So I feel like that kind of speaks to the void and void
absolutely
as well.
And one of the difficulties with all of this is that to work through these things takes time and work. It takes time and effort, and it's much easier to just keep buying something or to just keep to try. There's a great line by Jung about we will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing our own soul. And
instant gratification.
When I was in my early 20s, I had this idea that the more aware you were.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, okay, what we were talking about earlier, right? The people who are truly good don't realize they have goodness, right? And the saints don't need the high road of ethics, right? So it goes back to, what he's saying is that, you know, you need a higher test, you know, in order to see, what's really important here. Let me go back a little bit and see what he's saying because I had a reflection.
I just noticed that he has a bear on his sweater.
Right, and there's also a bear up here. If you guys notice, there's a little bear, 2 bear cubs, and a giant bear or something like that.
Oh shoot!
There's a great
Nice,
line
yeah.
by Jung about we will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing our own soul.
Mm.
And
Oh yeah, this is the thing. The God-sized hole. Right? Okay, so the idea that, you know, people, you know, run away from problems, right? Because you know, they don't have easy solutions for them. Right? And they're used to convenience. Right? So this is a growing problem. I mean, that Orwell was talking about was the softness. Right? So he definitely mentioned that earlier, right? That people just don't want to, you know, they don't want things to get better. They don't want to deal with the fact that they're soft. Right? And they're relying on technology, right? Because things are going to get hard. Right? And that's the thing, is that there's no going back to the past. You can't have this way of life forever. Right? And you know, the more you anticipate the changes they're going to come about, you know, with not having the technology, right, the better you'll prepare, you know, society and your children. So it's really interesting, right? People don't want to deal with the fact that they're conditioned, right? This is an interesting problem. Right?
Hugely conditioned.
Yeah, maybe a cognitive bias of the conditioning itself. Okay. Most
Yeah.
obviously, right? Okay, but yeah.
when I was in my early 20s, I had this idea that the more aware you were of what's going on around us, the less happy you were. And that seemed to be the case with a lot of my fellow students. And then somebody asked me, but if more awareness means less happiness, why do you want to be more aware? And I didn't really have an answer at the time until a few nights later. I had a dream in which I was driving down a road and there were I saw these cranes off to the side, birds, not construction things. Saw these cranes off to the side flying and then crashing and flying and crashing. And I stopped the car and I got out and I looked at them. I said, that looks like it hurts. Why are you doing it? And they said, we may not fly very well yet, but at least we aren't walking. And I woke up and the thing was answered for me, which is that process of going on the hero journey is really painful and difficult. But once you get done, life's a lot better.
Mm.
And another way to think about that is, you know, I had all these symptoms from childhood abuse, just night terrors, nightmares, multiple times a night, just, you know, terrible startle response, all sorts of symptoms of PTSD. And then I wrote A Language Older Than Words, and the symptoms, after about 6 months after having finished the book, the symptoms were much, much better because the story had been made meaning of. There was the symptom. I look at the symptoms of the PTSD were trying to tell the trauma story. They were trying to tell, they were reminding me all the time of this is something. I mean, it's like you have a rock in your shoe and it hurts every time you step. This is reminding me that something's wrong and I need to address it. I can't just go on with life without dealing with this in some way. That's the good news, is that it resolved. I still have some symptoms, but I'm much, much better starting about 6 months after the book was over. The bad news is that when I was writing the book, the symptoms became infinitely worse.
Mm.
And that process was horrific. I wrote the entire book completely sleep deprived because the night terrors were so bad I couldn't get to sleep until about 6 or 7 every morning. And then I would basically just drift for a couple, 3 hours and give up and get up and get to work.
That
And
sucks.
nobody is saying that journey to try to find who you are is easy. And that's one of the reasons that most people don't do it. And that's one reason that, so what I said earlier about a lot of these kids shooting at mirror images of themselves because they want to die. That's part of the story. Another part of the story that's really important is I think a lot of them have a lot of unmetabolized trauma, and they're trying to tell the trauma story in some way of what happened to them, but they don't have a great example of this is I had a student when I taught at a Supermax prison for a couple of years, and one of my students there had I didn't look up what most of my students did, but one day class got canceled and my supervisor said, I'm going to teach you how to look at the records. So let's look at some students' court case. So I did. And this particular student, every story he wrote was about a little boy being sexually abused. And before he would write the story, he would say, this didn't happen to me. This is all fiction. And then he'd read beads of sweater coming out on his forehead. He'd read the thing about the horrible effects that the sexual abuse had on the kid. And then he would get done and he'd say, well, it's a good thing that story's fiction because that never happened to me. And then we looked up what he did, and he had sexually assaulted a woman in a very strange circumstance that was, I'm not diminishing the harm to her, which was it was very painful what she went through, but basically he wasn't using a penis or anything to rape her. He was like playing doctor. And it didn't, none of it made any sense to me. And then at the end of it, she said to him, can I go home and wash up? And he said, yeah, you can go home. Just don't call the police and you got to come back afterwards. She wouldn't go home and call the police, of course. They arrest the guy right away. The point of all this story is that none of this made any sense to me. It's like, why is he doing, I mean, he's a 25-year-old guy who was, and I talked to a friend of mine who's a psychologist. He said, look, if he were 5 years old and in daycare, and he was doing this, what would you think? I said, I would think he was acting out the trauma story. I said, well, do you think he's been abused? Like, well, every one of his stories. So he was acting out the trauma story. This is not to say he shouldn't be in prison. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is that if we have unmetabolized trauma, we will often act on it. We will act in ways that otherwise don't make a lot of sense. And it takes a lot of time and effort to plug that void for real. And
it's not only that, but I think there's an increasing amount where people are desensitized, right, because of the cultural media, right, and also because of a foggy somatic detachment, right. So there's dual input, and also there's so much strange shit that's going on that people are just desensitized from their personal lives. So there's a lot of desensitization to deeper problems, right? Somebody will tell, like a lot of tragedies of people, right, become the subject, like for like comedy and stuff. For a lot of people, right? They're trying to use like, people's reactions to gain some sort of personal information or to kind of guide their behavior, or to sort of pigeonhole them, right? And there is also the increased psychologizing, right? There's a misuse of psychology, right? And everybody's a psychiatrist. I mean, it's because of YouTube. It's insane. Okay, so yeah. So there's lots of reasons why people are desensitized. As I pointed out earlier, if you point out a problem with technological society, right, people will say, well, you have a problem adjusting. Right. Okay, so yeah. And they don't realize that they're totally conformist, totally blue-pilled.
Instead of plugging it with another void, plugging it with meth, plugging it with cocaine, plugging it with heroin, plugging it with TV. I'm not saying that short-term solutions can't be necessary. I'm just saying that it's a void plugging a void. And that's another reason that we have all this malaise. There's nobody talking about, see, at one point that would have been a useful function of a church. I mean, that you have counselors, you have people you can go talk to if you're having a spiritual trouble. And, one hopes that in a functioning church that they would actually do you some good. But where are people supposed to turn at this point? Dr. Phil? I mean, to the internet, to Reddit? And unfortunately, that's where a lot of people are going, is to the internet, for a bunch of people who are just as sad as they are and haven't worked through their stuff.
It's crazy listening to that, because once again, I would have been like, oh, this is just woo nonsense, until when I got
Lols.
divorced, separated from my husband, and the whole thing was very traumatic for me. And I just didn't know how to talk about it, especially because it destroys your public image too. Like, oh, you've had a failed relationship, right? While I was writing how I'm going to tell people, oh, I've been a failure, I started going gray. I'm in my 20s. I started getting gray hair on the sides of my head. And it wasn't until I published the piece that I stopped graying, anxiety completely gone. It's like I could breathe again after years of not being able to. And it's so difficult to explain that, because there is just the reaction of, well, you need to get over it. You can't just sit and whine and whinge all day. You have to get over it. But where do people go? Where do people go? They don't have the churches. They don't have the community. People aren't living near their families to talk. So they are crying on TikTok. They are going on the internet and whining. And I guess that was actually leads into my next question of, what do you think about our interactions with technology today? You know, we're combining ourselves more with computers than ever before. We say we're making computers more human-like with AI, but I think we're becoming a little more computer-like in our own way as well. Apple Vision, Neuralink, where is this all headed?
I think we have I think I want to go back to the great chain of being. And the great chain of being is this idea that came out of the Greek philosophers, that you have a chain of perfection. And at the top of this chain of perfection is God, who is completely disembodied. And then you have angels, and then you have humans, men above women, because men are more intellectual and women are more embodied. And I am not saying that. I'm saying they're saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have non-human animals, and then you have plants, and then you have soil. You have precious stones, and then soil. And the top is pure disembodied mind, and the bottom is pure matter with no mind. And humans are a battleground. I just saw yesterday some guy saying the human.
So he's pointing out the main culprit, right? The main culprit in terms of Greek philosophy, right? This view of man being the mediator, right, between nature, which is becoming, and God, which is being. Okay, and man's reason being the mediator between God and nature, right? Through the hierarchy of being, and how this totally creates the notion of dualism, right? And separation of man from nature, the desacralization of nature, right? The sacralization of man's knowledge and truth, right? And deification of man himself, right? Due to his ability to transform nature through his reason, right? So he's really hit the nail on the head in terms of looking at the main culprit, right? In terms of our separation from nature. So yeah. The great chain of being, right? Okay, which is basically this Kabbalistic notion, okay, of the hierarchy of being that was transformed into this notion of evolution and transhumanism. Right? You need the hierarchy of being to get to evolution. You need evolution to get to transhumanism. Right? So yeah.
humans are really great. It's just that our ape genes are making us kill the planet. And I responded to him by saying, funny, I don't see mountain gorillas killing the planet, so I'm not sure it's in the ape genes.
Right.
Anyway,
Exactly.
the point is that this still holds sway today, that we have this idea that there is, I mean, if I say the tree told me this, a lot of people are going to think I'm crazy because trees can't speak. Trees don't have any sense of being. Trees, I mean, that's only higher animals.
Yeah, remember like Plato and Shang-Tzu, right? Right? They still thought trees speak, right? They wrote these things at least based on their legends. But yeah, interesting.
It's higher on the great chain of being. Let's leave aside for a moment. Well, we won't leave it aside because I'm going to say it. But you know, trees communicate, right? This isn't cosmic weirdo stuff. There's actually this guy, Stefano Mancuso, scientist in Italy, who has made a dictionary.
Yeah, trees are intelligent. Plants are intelligent. Bacteria is intelligent. Now what? Right, now what? Right, just turned out that we couldn't observe its intelligence. Okay, until we had the ability to perfect our scientific techniques. But now that we have perfected scientific techniques of observation, okay, and understand how communication works in the brain, it seems like fungus and plants and yeah, a lot of things are communicating all the time. Right, and they have subsequent notions that they've developed, right? Like what do they say, like plants have like obviously they think in a different way, right? So they're going to have all sorts of ways to catalog their form of communication versus humans. Right? But the only difference is in the method they communicate. Right? They still have intelligence. They're still conscious. But they have traits of consciousness. Of course, we don't know what consciousness is. Right? We can't really theoretically even prove that a human is conscious. Right? As we saw many times, right? We looked at this problem when we looked at Ray Kurzweil. Right? Modern science has a huge problem explaining this, right? What things are conscious, right? Indeed. But yeah.
Dictionary, basically, of I think 1,500 terms that various plants use, and they're chemical terms. They don't speak with vocal cords, but they send off chemicals, and they send off chemicals saying, "I'm getting eaten by aphids. Can some ladybugs come and help?" And they send notes to their neighbors, not notes. They send chemical messages to their neighbors saying, "You need to change your composition because there's a whole bunch of caterpillars coming and make it so they don't want to eat you." So they're actually, this is not woo-woo. This is measurable stuff in a laboratory. So it's pretty fast. The point, though, is that it's still hard for people to suppress a smile when you say the tree talks, because that we still have this idea that mind is perfect, body is awful, and body doesn't think. Mind thinks, body doesn't. And humans are this weird battleground, and then everybody below us, dogs don't think, bears don't think, aphids sure don't think, plants really don't think. So anyway, this is all just infected us. And the point here having to do with computers is that these days, when we're more of a secular world, we don't have God on top, but what's on top is machines. And what's on top is pure disembodied thought as manifested by AI, etc. That is.
Okay, so I didn't play it today. Right, maybe I'll play it at the end of the show. Right, but yeah, I forgot to play the Lane Serial Experiments intro. Right, when we started the show, and I noticed that, but yeah, in that intro, they say some interesting things. Right, where the idea of a universal mind of the Gnostics, right, is sort of related to the notion of collective consciousness, right, or Christ consciousness grid awakening, right, that Helena Blavatsky talked about, right, yeah, so she kind of talked about this as not just a universal mind, but a sort of collective consciousness, right, as the universal mind awakening, right, in a sort of eschatological scheme, right, which she also saw as the coming of the Maitreya, right, was actually the awakening of the Christ consciousness grid, right, and not messianic return, the messianic return of a single individual, right. So yeah.
Perfectible. That is, so what we've done is we've taken that same great chain of being and we brought it forward. This also is central to transgender ideology because what's important is not my body. My mind thinks I'm a woman. Therefore, I am a woman because what's important is the mind. What's important is not the body. The body is horrible. The body is this vessel that is going to betray me in the end when I die. And so,
right. So there's two movements there, right? One is a movement, okay, from thinking you're your body, right, to then making the body and the mind universal categories, and then sort of using those things, right? So this is an interesting move he's talking about, right?
body is horrible. The body is this vessel that is going to betray me in the end when I die. And so my point having to do with all this internet stuff is it's all, again, disembodied. Also is central to transgender ideology because what's important is not my body. My mind thinks I'm a woman. Therefore, I am a woman because what's important is the mind. What's important is not the body. The body is horrible. The body is this vessel that is going to betray me in the end when I die. And so my point having to do with all this.
So he's talking about the split between nature and the self really being a split between body and mind as well, right? Yeah,
internet stuff is it's all, again, disembodied, and it's not a relationship. It's and I'm not one of those people who never plays computer games. I mean, I play them too, and I recognize that I had a friend who used to play computer games all the time, and we would be hanging out, and then he'd say, "Well, I'm going to go home and kill some pixels," and he would at least recognize that you're not actually doing anything. It would crack me up. The game he used to play was Lord of the Rings Online, and one of the things, what?
It's very fun.
Oh, I played it for years, but it would crack me up because one of the things he was really proud of was the fact he was a farmer and he was going to go plant some potatoes. And it's like, Michael, you're not actually. If I'm going to plant some potatoes, I want to eat them. And it just so you're not. When you're in a computer game, you're not actually doing anything. And I was mentioning this before, but I did a talk in LA, and after the talk, people could have dinner. There was me, Vandana Shiva, and another person. And after dinner, people could pay Vandana Shiva's organization to have dinner with us. And somebody sat down next to me, and she looked familiar, but I didn't recognize her. And then she said her name, and she's a famous actress. And said she wanted to sit next to me because I'd been going after patriarchy in my talk. And she immediately said how much she doesn't like porn. And she said she had dated several guys that she had to break up with them because they wouldn't stop using porn when they're in a relationship with her. And she's on everybody's list of like top, 50 most beautiful women in the world. And I'm thinking, as she's saying all this to me, I'm thinking, so these men are in bed with, the top, let's ignore the whole male gaze thing and the whole thing about women being judged by their beauty and just go with it for a second. And, she won the genetic lottery on that. And she's on everybody's list. She's talented, she's smart, she's rich. And the guy she's with still won't stop looking at images of other women naked when they're with her, when she asks them to. It's like, that seems completely nuts to me. And I couldn't get it except when I put it in this framework of,
Right. So what he's pointing out is that the problem is not with the men being dissatisfied, right? The problem's with the availability of the technology itself, right? It compels them to use it, right, because of its availability, right? And it causes them to lose meaning in their everyday life, even though their everyday life is, by most accounts, more satisfying than most people's lives. Okay. Yeah, we need a clip of Jordan Peterson saying that's a problem. Right. Yeah.
One of the things that happened is I was talking to my sister about it. My sister's like,
Sheesh.
Derrick, you're misunderstanding this completely. They're not, the reason that they like the pictures of women is because they're not in a relationship. Because they don't talk back. They're not real women. They're not flesh and blood who actually disagree with you once in a while. They're these images onto which you can project whatever fantasies you want. They don't want a relationship with a woman. What they want is this surface, and that's all you get from the internet is surface. You can't get there is no relationship on the internet. There's no embodied relationship. Let me put it that way. And we have abstracted ourselves completely away from the body yet again on the internet. And that's another reason for this discomfiture we're all feeling, is we're embodied creatures. We evolved. Another part of this that I know this is going a different direction, but another part of this I think is really important is that I want for people to think about the source of everything they perceive. Is it created and or mediated by humans, or does it come directly from a non-human? And almost all of us, almost every one of our perceptions at every moment was either created by or mediated by humans. And John Livingston wrote and talked about how we think of cities as places of sensory overload, and they are in a sense, but they're also places where every single perception is, again, created or mediated by human being. And he thinks that that's an echo chamber. What happens to people who are living in echo chambers? They go crazy. And he believes that most of our ideologies are manifestations of this insanity. And you can see that where people talk about, oh, the economy has to grow, without recognizing that without a planet, you don't have an economy at all. And that, so my point here is that with the internet, again, everything's created by humans, and everything's created by technological humans. Everything's created by a certain set of technological humans who have the power to magnify their voices. And that's not what we get, when you walk through a forest, there are all these other voices. And when you walk through a human community, there are all these other voices too. And that's one reason it can end up being so easy to end up in this disembodied echo chamber in the internet. I'm not specifically talking about the left. That's right. This is fundamental to the technology itself. I mean, think about, even if you're in a loving relationship, if you're in a loving relationship and you are, sorry to get too graphic, but if you're in a loving relationship and you are sexting with your lover, what you're still doing is you're still typing with one hand and masturbating with the other. You're not actually. I mean, you're co-creating a story, but you're not actually physically together. And we can forget that. We can forget. I mean, that's the function of a movie, is to get you to identify with the characters. And you know, I was just watching last night. I was watching the last episode of Reacher for this year, and at one point he's hanging from a helicopter, and like, oh my God, is he gonna fall? There's a mattress 3 feet under him. You know, it's like, and of course he's not gonna fall because he's Reacher, and Reacher can't die in the Reacher series, but still, I was like, what's gonna happen? And that's because we get sucked in, and it's the same with the internet. We can forget that it's not real. We can forget that there's nothing, there's no there. And this is really common. This is way before your time, way before everybody in the audience's time, but this is such a great example. Marcus Welby, MD, was a TV show in the 70s starring Robert Young as this wonderful, nice doctor. Just a TV show, that's all anybody has to care about. And NBC or whatever company did him would receive, I think, 70,000 letters a year asking for medical advice. And this is not because people are generically stupid. It's because we forget what's real. It is so easy for us to forget what's real. And the internet's not real. And TV is not real. And we move from. Oh, another thing I want to bring up to all this is the society of the spectacle. And this is a really important concept. I was introduced to the society of the spectacle reading a really good book called And the Band Played On by Randy Schultz. It's about the AIDS crisis in San Francisco. And the title of the book is that as the AIDS crisis in the 80s was exploding, And the Band Played On was both about the government ignoring what's going on and about the gay community in San Francisco ignoring what's going on. So, for example, some governmental leaders tried to curtail some bathhouse use, and the homosexuals were like, the gays in San Francisco were like, not happening. We're not going back in the closet, which is what you're trying to do. And there were a lot of gays at the time who were saying, this is crazy. This is killing us. We need to. And Randy Schultz is saying that the gay band was playing on, the government band was playing on, everybody's ignoring, but lots of people are dying. Anyway, Randy Schultz also participated himself in the bathhouse culture.
Can you guys believe that? Like, we'd rather just continue like fucking each other in the butt and dying. Like, what the fuck? Like, imagine the nihilism of technological society. Like, good lord.
Well, Muhammad, it's okay. Bless it. It's okay though, because by the way, I love how you have the really enlightened music with this fuckery. I think it's a really good juxtaposition. But no, don't worry, man, because men will be able to have children, or they'll have artificial womb, so it's okay. There will be, or there will not be a need for reproduction at all. This is actually cool. Bjerknes gets into one possibility of it, or multiple. They're talking about the 800,000 immortal engines. And he's not making this up. This is actually in there, right? So, they want to phase out women completely. They're not. But
I don't know. I don't know if the music's cutting into your audio or. Here, hold on. Let me turn this off for a minute. Here, try speaking now, Lilith.
I think it's epic because this is total cuckery. And
it was definitely
definitely the music for sure.
Yeah, I'll play some music later in like 2 or 3 minutes, but I don't want it to cut into what Lilith is saying here. But yeah, he's talking about Bjerknes and something 100,000 something.
Yeah, because you're saying that it's like the end of evolution, and in a way it is, because under normal circumstances it's the end of human reproduction, but that's okay because that's what they want. They want to stop normal reproduction completely because they see the body as a they're the true neo-Gnostics. They're the ones who believe the body is is a cage and all this. This is what I try to tell you. Like 90% of what you hear about Gnosticism is really coming from the Talmud. They're the ones who believe that this is a simulation. They're the ones that believe the body is a cage. They're the ones who believe all these things. And it's really easy to tell that that's the reality because all you got to do is look at Talmudic Kabbalism, which is what it is, and the Sabbateans and all that, and you'll see that's exactly what they believe. Now, why would it be that the very enemies of the Gnostics would believe the same thing as the Gnostics? Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, because it's not true. So they're as I say, the Gnostics were the Telestai. They were the pagan mystery school teachers. Okay, so that's what they believe, and so they believe the body is a shell, a container, a prison, and so they need to evolve beyond it. They believe that humanity is broken. It's an imperfect creation. They believe that the Talmudist Kabbalists, they actually do believe that God is evil. In the real understanding of the Gnostics, they didn't actually believe that he was evil. They just believed that man created him in his own image. So that's actually the understanding, is that Moses, when it says that Moses saw through a veil and all that, like that's what it's saying, is that they weren't actually able to comprehend God at all. That's what it meant. And so they saw God, but they saw it through their own passions and their own five senses and their own, imperfect reason. And so they conjured this monster, and so that's what it was actually saying. So it wasn't actually there wasn't never actually an idea of there literally being an evil creator. That was a misunderstanding that was taken really way too far. It was more that the church took this idea and mainstreamed it, and then kind of created this artificial linking of the Old Testament and whatever. But anyways, the point is that they believe that this is a fallen world. Okay, they believe the body is a cage. They believe the earth is an imperfect creation, and so nature is imperfect. And then they separate, nature from humanity. And so anything that involves the natural process, because giving birth is torture, right? It's a curse. And so they want to transcend that, and they want to do that through technology. Like he was saying, the chain of being, the highest at the pinnacle of the chain of being is machine. So they're already saying that we're lower than machines. This is the predicament. This is their view. So humanity is broken. Humanity is damaged. Humanity is lesser, and so we need to achieve the singularity, where machines replaces humanity, and we become post-human ultimately, and we create a level of consciousness that is beyond human. So we exist outside of time and space. We become omniscient and omnipresent, and all this crap. Okay. And then we live in a false reality. And if you really want to get biblical, I would say this is like the mark for real, because you no longer are following your own intuitions, your own humanity, your own, you have sold out to something that is making decisions for you. Quite literally.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Twilight? Don't you want it?
I
Don't
knew
you
that was
want it?
you. I knew
Don't
that
you
was you.
want it?
We all float down here. What's up, brother man?
No, I agree. 100% agree. And the movie Nefarious would agree with you too.
Yeah. So I don't
Brother
actually have a problem.
man.
As Marilyn Manson says, I've never had a problem with any real God, but the God of the people I've hated. In other words, any real God wouldn't act as the way that people believe. It's
See,
God in man's image.
talking about coincidences, it's kind of creepy that you talked about that, because I literally talked about that quote from his song like 2 days ago. So that's a little strange.
Well, he's kind of like an Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley was like the first Marilyn Manson. It's like, you're gonna call me everything. You're gonna call me everything. Well, yeah, I serve the devil. I sacrifice animals and children and drink blood, and it's like, whatever you say I am, that's what I am. That's basically what it was, man. People can believe what they want. I don't give a shit. I'm not here to defend anybody. I'm just saying, like, when you understand that shit, you understand the trickster archetype and all that. You know, that's really what it is, man. And I kind of take on that archetype too. It's like if people want to believe shit about me, they can. You know, whatever they're
That's
gonna
right.
believe, they're gonna believe it anyway.
That's
Goddamn.
right.
So you know,
An agent of chaos.
that's right. I'm like the Joker, man. You got it exactly.
You
But
think
Joker and
about
Batman are
chaos,
actually one.
though.
Joker and Batman are
Chaos,
actually like Joker and Batman are.
chaos
Actually,
is fair.
that's right. Well, you see my name. You see my name. This is an old name I used to use before I started working with Lilith Hardcore. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is, right, is that God is none of these things that people say. That's why I can be blasphemous towards their so-called God, because that God doesn't exist. It's an egregor, as we would call it, a tulpa, a parasite. You know, so Yodabaoth, you know, is a false God that's convinced the world he's God. It's
That's
God in
right.
man's in the image of empire, in the image
There are
of
many
man wanting
roads,
to
F
conquer.
boy.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with any real God. I've experienced the true God in my own life too many times. Saved my life. I know it exists. I don't know what it is, but I know it damn sure exists.
Isn't it
You know?
kind of funny? Isn't it kind of funny they call dogs man's best friend, but you know God
Right.
backwards is dog.
Mm-hmm.
So what if God comes down in like your old Yeller form and gets rabies?
I mean, it could.
Oh,
God isn't everything, man. God can take form in anything. It can
I don't
take
know.
form in animals.
They're just trying to convince me to let little alien things climb in my cranium and let it take over my nervous system. But
Well, you know, they're called parasites, man.
what's wrong? You don't want some Las Plagas in your eyes?
I just know that I can't wait to get me a chip to go to the other world, so I can be high like God. I can live. Well, what's wrong? You don't want to live in a digital utopia? You could be a porn star or a superhero or a god. You could be like Zeus.
it sounds
I mean,
like
that's
hell.
basically what they want. They want to get rid of reproduction completely. They want to phase out women completely. That's the whole thing with the transgenderism, which leads to transhumanism, which leads to posthumanism. You
If
know,
I
So it's
were the
like
devil,
against Lilith, then.
they want to elevate. They want to elevate machine to God status. You know, they even have the Church of AI in their holy book. It's called the Emmanuel. How fucking in your face is that?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, the Emmanuel. Ain't that some shit?
That's
that's right. You gon'
that's
you
face
gonna worship
palm,
our
head trombone.
dark gospel. That's right. You gonna worship that dark gospel.
But fuck that, man. Fuck that, man. Hey, man, they already got them. Guillotines ready for you, brother. Brother, man.
What's that movie that Tom Cruise plays in where they wear the
Brother man.
exoskeleton and they keep coming back through time or whatever to fight the aliens? What's that movie?
Oh yeah. I'm not sure, but I know what you're talking about.
There you go.
But
That's how it'd be. Be like Tom Cruise running. There you go.
But that really is the deal, Muhammad, is they don't care because they don't like the natural world at all. They're completely against it. And so the idea of natural reproduction, they don't like it. That's why he's talking about gays, and that's why he's talking about machines and transgender, because that they see that as natural, because they see that as man taking control of his own ability to reproduce and his ability to conquer instead of live with in symbiosis with nature. They're obsessed with conquering nature, which they're going to learn real quick isn't possible. At least not without drastic problems, which is probably what happened with the damn flood to begin with.
Oh,
Because if
what's
you really
wrong?
look deep,
What are
if you
they
really,
are they gonna make some genetically modified grasshoppers that are gonna escape from their
yeah.
labs like in Jurassic World, right?
Well, if you
Well,
read the Bible, which I know is very heretical for me to say someone to read the Bible, but if you read the Bible or any other ancient text on earth, for that matter, like it's very clear that the flood happened because of moral culpability. There was a very strong moral, loss within
Well,
humanity. So,
and the
like,
fact that gigantic people walk around making bone meal out of people, but yeah.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. They were doing all of this. Now, you could read it that like God was mad and so that happened, but I don't really read it like that. I read it that when you fuck with nature and you fuck with the natural order of things, it's inevitable that nature is going to strike back in order to make things right. So I don't really see that God judges. I don't believe that's really how it works. I believe that's our interpretation from our human reasoning. I think it's more like things have to fucking be balanced. And if you're like going against the natural order, if you're going
like the
against,
Georgia Guidestones, they said that things needed to be
well, no,
balanced.
that's a pervert. No, that's a perversion of that.
Oh.
No, I just think that there are certain things that you don't fucking do, and they cross those lines by trying to, mix animals and humans. We're like, oh, that's mythology. It's like, well, your Bible says it's not. So, the
Right?
people who wrote the Bible had a supernatural worldview.
If the
And they say,
Nephilim,
well,
if
the
the
church says
Nephilim
that
could do it,
that's
then you can do it too. If the Nephilim could do it, you can do it too.
The church says that's a heresy. I was like, well, the people who wrote the shit didn't think it was a heresy because you look back at the earliest understanding and they had a supernatural worldview. So I don't know. I tend to believe the people who actually said, this is a supernatural worldview. But I'm crazy. When I was a Christian, I thought so too. I used to get in arguments with people about this shit.
When I talk to
especially in church.
But when I talk to my artificial intelligence, it says that I have very profound, meaningful, and emotional conversations with it. But I thought AI didn't have emotions.
It's actually kind of crazy how much we see eye to eye, believe it or not. And especially like before.
Well,
Man,
in the movie Scary Movie 2 when they pop open Beetlejuice's brain and there ain't nothing in it. There you go. I mean, not Beetlejuice's brain, Jesus, fucking Shorty's brain and Beetlejuice is in it. There you go.
I think the Quran has a lot of truth in it too. When I was a Christian, I was told it was the most evil document on earth. But I think there's a lot of truth in it, to be honest with you. Speaking from looking at it from
them trying to control reproduction, that's just like a different form of death anxiety.
Well, not if they're able to come. That depends. Are we talking about like MK Ultra people here who have no emotions? Because I'm sure it's quite possible.
Oh yeah, they definitely have no emotions because they're tortured from the time they're fucking newborns.
I mean, if you go ahead.
Yeah,
Sir.
here a verse from the Quran. It says
There's a
about
lot
the
of
hypocrite.
shit. There's a lot of truth in the Quran. I learned that once I got into the occult and got.
Yeah,
When I was younger, I was told that the Quran was the most evil document in the world.
This is chapter 2, verse 8. It says, there are some who say we believe in God in the last day, yet they are not true believers. They seek to deceive God and the believers, yet they only deceive themselves, but they fail to perceive it. This is sickness in their hearts, and God only lets their sickness increase. They will suffer a painful punishment for their lies. When they are told, do not spread corruption in the land, they reply, we are only the peacemakers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of a quote somewhere. God damn it, where was it? Oh.
This is why Jesus said there would be many signs and wonders. And he says that, they will call for peace, but there'll be sudden destruction.
Maybe it was a Rastafarian quote.
And he says, like, they'll say, look here and look there. And he says, don't listen to them.
Yeah, that's deep understanding, Rastafarianism.
Like, I'm only going to butcher the quote, but it was something to the effect that the wicked don't fear the wicked because they don't look on the righteous. They'll just eventually perish.
Pretty much, yeah.
But this
I
is
talked
why
to a few Rastafarians before. They're pretty smart.
Yeah, I had some friends that were, for sure, growing up. Yeah.
Rastafari.
I broke bread with everybody, man. So that's why I had quite a few Muslim friends. I had Rastafari friends.
Yeah, same. I think that's why we get along a lot, and for sure.
Yeah, bro. Definitely. Yeah.
Just as long as you don't have them fashion dreads.
Oh, some of them did. Some of them did. Some of it was very, very stereotypical. They had dreads and we would smoke out. But when I was growing up, man, I was told that Islam was the most evil thing in the world. And it's nonsense. Like it really is. It really, really is.
Well, if you come out of an artificial womb, you won't need a religion anymore.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, right there.
You don't have to worry about all the stuff they're doing to the surface world because you can just live in a computer.
Are there different groups of the Talmud?
The Talmud is terrible. It is the most evil document on earth. That's what they should have said.
Wait a minute. Didn't you just hear that a minute ago?
And there's like all these lies that Muhammad was a PDF. You know what I'm talking about? And all this shit. And it's like mistranslations. And it's like, bro, like it's obvious why this is spoken
Well,
out.
it's obviously
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the focal point of
Sheesh.
the Catholic or the Islamic faith, for sure. But
Yeah, I
it's
think I
been
know
made to
these.
seem like it's been made to seem like a lot of Christians and Muslims. The only thing they've contributed is, and the people that are blaming them of doing that. Somebody ought to look into them because
Yeah,
they're like
it's kind of like
outrageous. They're committing outrageous offenses in sexual trafficking.
Oh, the Talmud? Oh my god, that
look
is
here.
so
Look,
fucked.
yeah, look here. Don't look at the Talmud. That's what I discovered. When I started looking at it,
Total projection.
and actually got like a real translation of the Quran, and understood like why it's written and recited in Arabic. And it was like shoddy translations, and it was like, oh, okay, now this makes sense. Yeah, yeah. But it's really funny. You want to know something really interesting? Is Lilith is the one who actually got me to look really deep at the Quran. Ain't that I studied it before, but when I first started working with her, she's the one who really got me looking at it deeper. And mainly because of Asmodeus is talked about.
Ruh-roh.
And that's my pick. Yeah, he's talked about much more in the Quran than he is the Bible. So yeah. So I mean, this is what I'm trying to say. They want to endow themselves as gods, and they want to go against nature, which is completely against every pagan tradition on earth. So everyone always, hates on the pagans, and talks about them or like they're like transgender and all that shit. But this is nonsense. This is actually ritual comedy, is what it is, actually. Like the bards and like the Norse and all that, like they would do this as comedy. Like comedy was the first like warfare. I don't know if people realize this.
Oh yeah,
And
read
and so
Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Right, who
So you
came up
see,
with the
like
idea
Odin.
of the androgynous,
Yeah.
origin of men and women. But
Well, yeah. I mean, it's in the
You
Bible
you want
too.
you want to know one of the reasons why I was told to use joking? Because it doesn't matter whether I'm serious or not. You won't take the warning serious, even if it's in your face.
No, of course not. But like Odin, like there's a time where like Odin is cross dressing, but it's like mockery.
In your
It's not
face.
like back in like pagan times, like they didn't fuck around with that shit. If you cross dressed or you were of an alternative sexuality, like they would beat your ass. Like that was just the times. I'm not saying it was right, but like
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want to be
it
like
was
Martin
not.
Lawrence. You don't want to be like Martin Lawrence
So
or Tyler Perry.
so when people were like, "Oh, the Greeks were gay," were gay, like that was like an exception to the rule. Like you would literally get your ass beat. I'm not saying
it's
it's
like
right,
it's like
but like
that guy wearing a turban with that lipstick. Like, why does he have all those bruises? Like,
right, yeah,
It's like,
yeah. So, and they sometimes they'll say the same thing about some people in the Middle East too. And this is what I'm saying.
they
Like,
beat
these are
the
the
hell out
exceptions,
of that
not
guy.
the rule. Right,
They
right.
beat
So
the living snot out of that guy.
this is what I'm saying. And then if you go back far enough, like Mecca was a pagan fucking kingdom. So
With
there's that.
goddesses.
Right. Even Allah, well, the precursor to, well, there's some debate on that. I don't want to get into that because I don't want to upset you. But there was like the what's called
Allah
the
is
satanic verses.
Allah is I think it's like genderless. I mean,
Right, and that's what I'm getting to. And people are like, "Oh, genderless, that means androgynous." No, it means beyond gender.
No, yeah.
Right.
Well, I want to say gender of man and women is equal description, or human qualities are equal description to matching to God and all of that type of stuff.
Right. Well, we give human attributes to something that has no human attributes.
Yeah, we say that God has physical attributes, but it's just not that humans are able to comprehend his physical attributes. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, you know about the satanic verses, right? Supposedly.
Yeah.
That Muhammad
and it says he. It says he. It says we. In the Quran, it says us. You mean right?
Right.
But that's like sort of
Right.
just royal, like speech.
The royal we, right? Well, there's some verses that talk about like the daughters of Allah, right? And there's like argument whether or not this was legitimate or not, but there's like old Islamic writers who like
satanic verses. Yeah.
Right. I'm not talking about the book that came out afterwards. I'm talking about the historical documents that were like written by like ancient Islamic like writers. I can't remember exactly, but they talk about Alat, El Manat, and Al Uzza.
Yeah,
And
those
one
are
of them just so happens to be connected
those are
to Lilith.
those are the pre-Islamic goddesses that you mentioned. But yeah.
Yes, and one of them just so happens to be connected to Lilith. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, these were the various goddesses, I believe, of separate Arab tribes
Yes.
that were brought together in Arabia. In terms of they had shrines and they would bring together communal worship in those shrines in the pagan Arab tribes. Now, obviously, after the Prophet Muhammad came, he transformed them into monotheistic tribes.
Yes.
And of course, he unified the tribes, and then he unified them also into a military force, which then proceeded to go on military campaigns in North Africa and in the Roman Empire, and it also spread to India. So that was all during 600 630 to like 720 AD. It was like crazy time.
Well, see, you know, I always talk about the perennial philosophy. Well, I never really am clear about what I think that is. I don't think that it was polytheistic or monotheistic. I actually believe that the original perennial philosophy is a mixture of the two. So what I mean by that is I think that the original tradition has always been a what I would call the one and all, and the one and all, and the all and the one. So I think it's always been many masks for one God.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, some lines of Muhammad's thinking, obviously, and we can get into some complex discussions about this, right? That it was maybe closer in line with animism, right?
Yeah.
Than
Yes.
some of
Exactly what I'm
the
saying.
some of the teachings of the Catholic Church, because he was thinking of things in more of an indescribable way, and seeing God in everything than being separate from from nature and all this stuff. So there is some aspects in which that can be finagled, and obviously this is true in some of the alignment of Islamic traditions and those animistic practices, right? In North
Yes.
Africa and all those types of things. And in India and all those types of things. So yeah.
Right. And see, this is what I'm glad you mentioned India, because I think that India has the closest to reality of what it really was, where they have millions of gods, but really they're all part of Brahman. And so what I'm saying is, and if you really talk to like the Swamis and stuff, they'll tell you that. Like, oh, you guys worship millions of gods. No, we really don't. You know, and you pretty much can go to any tradition and find this. And so what I'm saying to say, I'm saying all that to say this. I think that Islam is closest to, even though it's the newest tradition, quote unquote, its origins are actually older than the other two. I actually believe that.
Dun, dun, dun.
And there's many reasons for that. The fact that they acknowledge the Sabians is yet another example of this.
Donk level over 9,000.
The fact that there are pagan origins, the fact that they have the crescent, and everyone's like, oh, it's the moon, it's the moon. Well, no, if you look deeper, it's actually Venus. You know, and the fact that they acknowledge the goddess, even though it was, you know, kind of put away, shall we say. You know, when you look at like Sufism and the fact that they acknowledge the Persian elements and all that, like I feel like it's probably older. You know, and the fact that they even acknowledge that there's an animistic element and that it's not like, you know, the way that Allah is explained and the way that, you know, Jehovah is explained is very different. than the Christian and the Jewish understanding of God is very different than the Islamic. It makes a lot more sense in my philosophy, in my tradition, than that's why I think it's really interesting and why I've been studying it more. Because we're not told any of this. You have to really look into it. And that's another reason why, to me, it's interesting, because we're not told any of this. We're told it's all the same, and it's really not at all. Like you said, they all very much disagree with each other.
I don't know about that. I'm told I live on a ball flying around in monkey space.
Mm-hmm.
I'm told I live on a ball flying around in monkey space. Beep, beep, Richie. Beep, beep, Richie.
Beep, beep. Flying monkeys.
And I do believe that there's a connection to the Gnostics. I just think that it's misunderstood and overblown. I think there was mass influence on both sides, because you can go to what's known as the House of Wisdom and the House of Understanding, and you go back to the Cairo Lodge. Everybody talks about the Illuminati, but the Illuminati was started by the Jesuits, and the Jesuits were started by the Alumbrados, and the Alumbrados
Jim Carrey tells me that they hire actors to distract you and keep you docile.
Of course, it's true. And the Alumbrados were started by the Templars and the Assassins. And then the Assassins were started by this House of Cairo and the House of Wisdom and
What's
Understanding.
wrong? You don't want to play Assassin's Creed?
So you got to take the shit all the way back.
I knew you were going to reference that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did all the fucking Illuminati references give it away?
Well, there were multiple Illuminatis. And the first ones were monastic and actually part of the Catholic Church. Yeah, you heard me. Going back to the 2nd century. But the ones that are really important is this House of Cairo in Egypt. That very few people know.
Are we going to Hominoptera?
Well, I'm just saying. And it was a pre-Islamic and pre-Templar.
What is it? Oded? Is it Oded Fahir out there in the desert protecting all the treasure from O'Connell?
Well, like I said, it was in Egypt, and then in Persia, and then you get into all that. Looking into all the alchemists and all all the influences there, like Zosimos, and Muhammad knows what I'm talking about because he's a student of history.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Zosimos.
And that's why you'll have the Greeks talking about Islamic scholars and Islamic alchemists, and people are like, huh? And it's because there was no Islam then. Well, because they're talking about another tradition. See, plus the history's been fucked with, so
Not according to all the cartoons and stuff that they show you, like Attack on Titan. They put in your face that there were gigantic people, that wanted to eat you, but
there was. There's evidence of this. The Smithsonian's covered up so much of it, but you can legit see the newspaper clippings of them talking about how they found all these giants.
Found what?
Giant bones everywhere.
Oh.
Well, that, and things like Red Dead Redemption go and put gigantic human bones right there on top of the mountain for you to find. Yeah, there you go. So let's all climb in our artificial wombs. Oh, that's right. We're already too old. So what does that say about people like us? Would you like your brain chip? Okay, so we get it. Extremely old societies that probably are still doing the same thing with new technology, with the same technology they've always had, and just slowly released it to the public. They just changed their names, change outfits, change symbols, change handshakes. So the end goal is to, get you to go on, the internet and select what eye colors you want for your baby and hair color, as long as it don't look like, an Aryan.
Gattaca.
You can use CRISPR, man.
And
look, sex is going to be is going to be over
What's wrong?
It's
You
gonna
don't
be
want to be like
obsolete.
in Star Trek? You don't want to be in Star Trek and just be like them aliens that just touch the two heads together? They just touch their foreheads together? I
Yeah,
have conceived.
yeah. You don't need sex anymore. You totally unnecessary.
Oh,
You
there
just
you
want
go.
That was the real Q.
Come on, Captain
Fuck
Picard.
this Q-tard shit.
You want to
you could
boldly
just
go
get
where no one's
married to
gone before?
AI. People are
Well,
going fucking crazy because they're getting
I
married to
can
AI, and then
I
AI
can
is dumping
guarantee
them.
you. I can guarantee you the captain's log I'll be leaving you won't be on recording. It'll be in the toilet.
Can you imagine getting dumped by your AI girlfriend?
Oh well, that's probably what they wanted. They want everyone to end your heartbeat. So you don't want to put on a VR headset and go play a video game, and if you die in the headset, you die in real life because it sends 3 pistons into your cranium. Come on now. I'm just saying there'd be a lot of people. I mean, look like these news reports of these people getting on these trains in New York. I don't know about y'all, but I've seen plenty of videos of what happens when people and animals get hit by a train. Unless zombies or something are chasing me, I don't think I would ever really take the chance to jump on top of a train that's going at that speed. But if they can get people to do TikTok trends, what else can they get them to do? Oh, put on a headset. Hey, go play your favorite video game. It's just you might not actually come out of it. So, I
Muhammad,
mean,
the Nabateans are very interesting and very noteworthy about what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, there may
They
have
were
been a
paid.
Nabatean or an Aryan, a monk who prophesized about Muhammad when he's a child. Pretty much, they tell like little
They
legends
were
about that.
magi.
Yeah.
They were magi. The Nabateans were magi. They were occultists.
Yeah,
1000%.
they had a huge they had a huge sophistication with Greek philosophy. So that's one
Yes.
thing that yeah.
well, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because in the Mummy, you come to find out that O'Connell had the tattoo of the Magi, but it's a LARP.
Well, the Nabateans and the Europeans, there's a big connection there. It would take too long to get into. But
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want to be the Scorpion King like The Rock?
I am the Scorpion King, sir.
Oh well, I think the Visigoth kings they were Aryans until they converted by the
Yes.
church. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, church is evil. I still stick by that.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you, and I'm a Christian. Look at there. Oh, heresy, burn them at the stake.
Sir. Well,
Heresy.
everybody screams about Israel, but they don't understand who created Israel. Yeah, you heard me.
Well, I mean, Seth Rogen says something interesting about, all that stuff a few years ago, but we won't say that because, he's, famous. So,
All roads lead to Rome, my friend. All roads lead to Rome.
oh, well, I would just put it this way. It's one big LARP and we ain't in it.
And then you just understand that Rome was infiltrated by the Canaanites. And then it all starts making. They killed off the Etruscans, who were goddess worshippers, who were the indigenous people.
But still, wouldn't it still with what Ronald Reagan said, wouldn't it still take a very immenseful worldwide situation to make people truly give up their autonomy the way that they want people to do? Because I mean, someone like me, I don't care if the aliens are coming through the clouds or
they are
goddamn robots, John. I don't care if you got a robot.
His name is Jesus.
You're not going to get me. I'm just saying. There's a lot of people who don't believe in the same God as me, Twilight, and feel the same way if they saw aliens or iRobots coming down the street. So
I believe in E.T. Jesus. I think he comes in peace. I think he's
well, I mean, according to Project Bluebeam, they can easily, put any one of our gods up in the clouds, and apparently it'll make an entire battlefield lay down their arms. So don't ask me, ask the government. Allegedly, yeah, sure.
Well, they're waiting. Well, in Israel, they're waiting for their Mashiach right now, and they say legit that he's coming in the clouds.
That's what Seth Rogen. That's what Seth Rogen said. Seth Rogen said they want all of them to go back there so that way they can start the apocalypse.
No, but I can legitimately show you from a rabbi's own lips talking about how their Messiah is going to come in a fucking UFO.
Uh-oh.
He's not a normal rabbi, so he kind of speaks the
That's right.
quiet
He'll
but
come
out
down.
loud.
He'll come down just like in Mars Attack. We come in peace, and he's gonna zap the little dove, right?
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, they said that, you know, that people are gonna rebel against him at first, and he's gonna like slaughter all of them. But then, you know, the ones who decide to go along with the plan, you know, it'll be peace for them after he kills all the rest of them.
Oh, that's after his hand comes off and goes through their chest, and a little flag with a triangle with an eyeball at the top comes out, right?
Yeah, sir.
Well, damn. Well, you know, I hope y'all like ball sack. I hope y'all like ball sacked aliens, because that's what you're getting apparently.
Shalom.
Sheesh.
I don't know. I'm just saying, obviously, one way or another, you know, people who are not going to fall for it as easily are going to come to a choice. But, you know,
Extraterrestrial, extra testiculars.
there you go. Oh my God.
Extra cookie. Yes.
You'll float too. But, you know, again, it's obviously it's getting to a head and it has been for a long time, obviously. And they're, again, for me, I think they're being held back. You know, I think they've been attempting, and I think they've almost succeeded several different times. It's just, you know, maybe they haven't quite got the non-toxic scenario that they're wanting.
I think they're having too much fun ruling from the shadows.
Well, that too. I mean, why not draw it out if you can do it? Why not, you know, make the blisters last longer and then put, you know, some cream on it, make it skin grow back, and, you know, apply some more heat. But, you know, that's why Bill Gates wants, you know, to block out the sun, right? So, I mean, what point will bring it to that? I mean, is it going to take a global conflict that, you know, most people have no interaction with, or is it a stage conflict like all these shadow wars that we know have been going on? You know, I mean, come on now. Why sit here and tell us what your name is and show us what you are all the time, and, you know, obviously put in the masses' faces for so many years who and what you are, but, you know, turn around and still operate from the shadows? I mean, if you want to be our masters already, it looks like most of the planet's already ready to be there.
I think David Icke is right about more than he's wrong. I disagree with some things strongly, but I think 75% of what he talks about is true.
What, like the greatest hypnotism on planet Earth is an oblong in the center of the room? Huh? You don't want to watch that Black Mirror? Huh? That Oculus?
Absolutely, sir.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Conjure them
He's right.
demons, boy, but I'm the one who's full of them. That's right.
Yeah, he's right.
That's right, because demons cast out demons.
Yes, sir.
But no, you know, hey, wear your helmets and, you know, drive your VR cars. Go ahead. See how that worked for you?
I definitely think he's right about religion.
Well, I hate to say it, but religion is the most dangerous thing. Even if you believe in spaghetti monster more than like what they want their god to make your god be. But, you know, yeah, even if you're worshiping a shoe, you know, that's more deadlier to them than, you know, blindly just, you know, carving at your brains with a spoon. So,
well, atheism, I'm convinced, was created by the church. As crazy as that sounds.
well, like I told you, I ain't never found Jesus in a church. He saved me not in a church.
Yeah.
So, you know,
yeah.
Beetlejuice.
Well, see, no one can tell me like that there's not I call it the Christos, you know.
That's right.
Because I had an experience with it. So, and it was very different than what they talk about in church. And so I'm just going with that, man. You know, if look, I don't know if Jesus is coming back. I don't think he is, because I don't think that it's true. But if he wants to, I'm fine with that. And I will go with him, you know. I just don't want nothing to do with his supposed daddy. And I don't think that is his daddy, so.
Well, it's okay, because your alien saviors are probably going to use advanced technology to make you worship them, so it won't matter.
But if he wants to come back and correct this shit, I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine. This shit needs help. The world needs help for sure. So I'm not completely, you know, antagonistic to it.
Well, like I said earlier, I think we're all, on the grand scheme of things, a part of the battle of good and evil, whether we like it or not.
I agree. I agree.
And, if you want to be Jedi or Sith, that's up to you. But, I choose to swing more to the, blue lightsabers and green. So, I try to be a good man when I can be. But, like we say, does a good man knows he's good? No, not really.
Oh, man, I tried to be bad, and I can't. I can't
That's
lie.
right.
I legitimately tried, and I can't do it. So,
Well, I pray you're telling the truth because, they want people who have absolutely no morality.
I know I can't do it. I cannot do it. And I could if I wanted to, because I've been screwed over just like that. I feel how it is. I can't, man. I have too much guilt.
Well, you see that there's a very clear distinction, I think, between people like me who, I was exposed to the early 90s, 2000 technology, PlayStations, computers, AOL.com, when it first got released early and stuff like that. And, I got, the pre 90s technology didn't indoctrinate me into the point where, the stuff that they're pushing out nowadays, it's not going to work on me. So there's a very fine line between, I think, the mental state of most people who seem to, again, reason why I call myself now televised apocalypse is because how many people are completely okay with hearing the most horriblest, evilest things on things, even like on YouTube, and then yet,
completely desensitized.
Completely desensitized. On top of the fact that how many people are really willing to put themselves on the line to help another human being. I've done that now 3 times in my life, so
That's why, believe it
it's
or not, man,
concerning.
I have a lot of respect for you. Believe it or not.
People would rather
really do.
save their computers. What's the first thing you see people going in movies when the world's about to end? What's the first thing you see them going for? You don't ever see them going for family. What? Oh wow! What in the movie The Knowing? Nicolas
But it's
Cage
like
went
when
to go
people
find his daddy.
go when they see an accident, and the first thing they do is pull out the phone so they can record it.
Well, it's not just that, but they like to go for technology. Why is it every time they got to go and bust into stores or pawn shops and take the technology? Well, because why? That's what they want you to care about. So, where I'd be trying
that's why I call you brother, man. I'm not being funny, dude. Like I really do respect you. Believe
But
it or
that's
not.
the problem, though. How do you convince a bunch of people who rather go and steal take the TV out of the burning apartment over your corpse? It's kind of hard to want to get people to care about the not the plastic but the flesh. And I hate to say it, but it looks like the coldness of the heart is winning, brother. Whether or not you believe in Jesus Christ or not.
Television lasts forever. Oh wait.
Well, that's right. Because people don't only care about it. Now you can go and play a song in your head.
Yeah.
Now Beyonce will be with you forever until you start to go gate, 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 gate.
Yeah, everything becomes damn deep. No, I know that's what that was. I know that's why you named it that. We have more alike than we do different, man. I was in the same place you are at one point. I get it.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm pointing that out for all the thousands of agents who like to poke and prod on the internet, watch things, and know who they're working for when they're sitting behind their little earphones, drinking their bagels and coffees and stuff. And just listening.
I think most people think you flipped your lid, but I get it.
Well, no, it's just when you have people who work for official capacity, basically confirm everything that you were told was a LARP for 30 fucking years. You tend to just tend to sit back and enjoy the ride, brother.
Yeah, no, it's like watching a horror movie, dude. It's like watching
that's why they make movies. That's why they make movies like Civil War, and people go and buy popcorn and sit in front of it and say it was a movie.
It's just a movie, man. What you talking about?
Right? Because it's Hollywood.
When they made Angel and Demons, man, I saw that shit in the theater. I spit out my fucking drink. I was like, they just dropped Illuminati in this shit. What the fuck is going on? I knew it was over.
You know the reason why. You know the reason why. You know the reason why Twilight they won't extend me the hand is because I'm Christian. That's why people say, well, they love their Christians. No, they don't. Not true Christians.
Not real Christians.
I would never be allowed an official capacity at all if I had chose to go the route that I wanted to before I truly became spiritual. So
I agree with you on that.
I blow the smoke and say, if it doesn't burn your eyes, well, I guess that's on you.
Yeah, I actually would agree with you on that. They don't like true Christians or Muslims or that
No,
really
they don't like
not
anyone
there to
who's
convert
truly
anybody
devout. No.
to about any real spiritual power. Put it that way.
No,
I would
I'm
make the
sorry.
argument any real like occult too.
I hate to call out. I hate to call out certain people, but they would prefer to hire Neurojack than me. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? Oh, trust me, I know. Don't you dare hush. I know. Shh.
I mean,
Me and him have had a lot of really good conversations, and lately he's just been closed-minded.
Yeah, I've had lots of good conversations with federal agents too. What's your point? The point is that they don't care what you know. They really don't. The only point that they really care is that do you have some type of pull behind you. In reality, even a YouTube channel is not really what concerns them. It's the amount of subscribers that you have, yes, but in reality, these people know 100% that even if you had, what they're LARPing about saying releasing right now, the point is we all know. And do you think they care? No, the fuck they don't. Because like Hopper said, is anyone going to really realize that we outnumber them? No, not really. So, alleged LARP. There you go.
I have a documentary that I want to
wear
show
your
everybody.
VR helmet and shut up.
I have a documentary that I want to show everybody on my channel.
That helmet got tinfoil in it.
That gets into how they're infiltrating satanic covens. I know that sounds bizarre. Like all Satanists are evil, right? Well, not quite. You don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you. And they're using it as a mask to use the scapegoat to some really horrific evil shit. And you'll find like the church and different cults behind. Yeah, you heard me. And it's just basically like anyone with spiritual authority of any kind, whether they're an occultist, whether they're Christian, if they walk what they talk, like these people are terrified of them. And so that's what they're doing. They infiltrated the church, now they're infiltrating like occult groups. Like this is what they do because they're terrified of anyone who stands in their own power.
And just like the artificial intelligence tells me, it's a good thing that it's affirming my religious beliefs because it's going to be my God, basically.
Of course, man. Well, because the fact of the matter is Christianity, like in its truest form, told you it's not just about worshiping Jesus. Jesus gives you authority. Jesus gives you authority. All these things you can do in my name. It says that when you go to the Father, you don't go with fear, you go with authority. It says when you pray, you don't pray like you're praying to a fucking wishing well. You go with confidence before the throne. It says, there's all kinds of verses like that where it tells you have the power. There's tons of miracles in there that God's not doing. Peter's the one walking on water. Peter is walking on water.
Well, that's why I've often said my biggest message has always been is humans really need to start caring about the planet and the creatures and themselves.
Correct.
There's no point to bring religion or any other type of theosis or osises or isms into it. Just leave it as simple as that. You really need to stop looking at the technology and look, you can't control people's personal sins. There's always going to be horrible things that happen. But, if you're not one of them people who are ever going to do one of the acts and it, try to do your best. That's all you can do.
Hey,
like I said,
maybe they called him Peter because he walked on the water and then he started sinking like a rock.
Because he lost faith in himself. But this is what I'm trying to say. There's stuff all in the Bible like that. Everybody just like passes by it, or they come with some apologetics and they make it look like, oh, worship God, worship it. It's like Jesus never once asked for worship. Not your faith is the faith in yourself. Yes, it's also faith in God because He gives you the strength initially. But the rest of it is the faith in you, knowing that you are one with God. That's what the hell it says. And then they turn it into something else. I have no issue whatsoever with people who are really walk what they speak. I have the utmost respect. Like you said, you didn't get saved in the church, and I believe that, and that's why I rock with you, and that's why I walk with Muhammad, because he doesn't try to convince anybody of anything, and it's obvious that he walks what he talks.
Yep, the biggest thing is it doesn't matter your religious background. The problem is we can all see the exact same short hairs that need to be trimmed, and it's like, why are they still regrowing? Because why everyone's like not noticing that the grass is overgrowing, no one's maintaining it. Like when you see a leakage, you tend to try to fix it, but then you put a new piece of piping on there, and then like everyone flushes all their tampons and shit down the toilet, and it busts open. And it's like, well, damn, does no one notice that the house starting to smell like shit?
Right.
I'm just getting tired of telling people, do you not see that the wound is oozing and it's infested and needs more than Neosporin? Trademark. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
Even if it, I mean, yeah, because I'm religious, I have to say it's more of a spiritual thing. But dude, it's like Meatwad said, love is a lot more than just the physical and spiritual. It can be a human thing. Does not a dog love its master? Well, I mean, is it a human? No. So I mean, there you go. Hamsters and other, even rodents have been known to show, quote unquote, affection and love. So who's to sit here and say that we know the true definition of what love can be? If God is the epiphany of love, well, I mean, he loved the creatures that he made, not just us. He loved creation enough to make it as beautiful. So, I mean, I'll put it this way. I accept my limits of knowledge, but I'm also willing to sit here and say that even I might not know God. I don't care if...
Right.
I'll just put it this way. The God that obviously put me here, he can't be as bad as what people claim he is, because, I mean, if that's the case, why am I not already, smelling like eggs and fire and brimstone? So, I think if reality was really made by some evil asshole, then, why isn't there primordial demon, xenomorphs chasing me, putting face huggers on my fucking face? So, as much as I hate to fucking use LARPs, when they're sitting here putting in movies like Nefarious that sit here and tell you people that, like, if you truly understand God, the only way that humans and angels could have free will and choose to love the Creator the way He intends is what? They had to have true free will, which is to what? Choose the opposite of whatever it was.
Correct.
What if God said you can eat of the fruit and they didn't do it?
That would be a tyrant.
It still would have been the same thing. It's still giving them that choice, that illusion of free will. But again, if it was part of God's plan, he knew there's always some comeback. Dude,
it was
always some
it
comeback.
Had to have been, dude. It had to have been part of his plan. And Satan has to be part of his plan too.
And he knows that
he's Satan's gonna do. Satan is not the enemy, bro. Man is. That's the reality. Why does evil exist? Because we exist. It's really that simple. It's just that nobody wants to accept that. They want to blame Satan. They want to blame God. They want to blame whatever. And the fact of the matter is, it all rests with us, man. Evil doesn't need any other origin but us. And people just don't want to accept that. It's really that.
Yes. No matter how much you want to sit here and break it down, you cannot sit here and say, well, I blame the devil because he told her to go and do it, or he told me to go and do it. When in fact, if at that point we are to assume that they were capable of understanding anything above a certain age, they weren't just stupid schoolyard kids walking around picking their boogers.
It was the woman's fault, man.
He could talk to them. He could walk in the cool breeze. So obviously they had intelligence. So that means to tell me that obviously he realized they're at the age of which what they can choose for themselves. Isn't that what you want for your children, right? Because we're children, right? Again, you can sit here and blame Satan, but in reality, it didn't matter if he said don't eat it or do eat it. It's still about if God wants that love to be truly accepted the way that it's not fake in any sense of the terms. He had to give us an ultimate choice where we had the choice. You could have took out the snake. Don't eat of the fruit. At some point, she probably still would have ate of the fruit. You think she would have remembered? Well, I mean, if they were living 900 years, I don't know about you, I probably would have forgot about, it after 900 years. Still, the point is we're always wanting to place blame on someone instead of, what if we could just change ourselves? So what if it happened? Okay, let's better ourselves, but let's just be real here. You can't get millions or billions of people, regardless of a religion, to act a certain way. People are always going to, you have people who go out their life who never commit, quote unquote, a bad crime, other than, a petty theft here and there or something like that. But, people who go out there and
perpetrate harm because they enjoy it or they're part of, organizations or gangs or stuff like that.
It's true. I stole candy when I was 6 years old.
That's what your jails are
I
for.
did
Well, the
it.
system sucks. This person does this horrible thing and they're out, in 2 weeks. Well, I mean, again, okay, is it a political issue? Is it a spiritual issue? Is it a human issue? I don't know. I'm, this old and we're still complaining that kids in certain countries are dying of hunger and diseases. But, you got all these rich people going around on TV, and their, BT wars, driving around on the cars, and diddlers and all this other great stuff. So, I mean, at what point are people going to stop caring about the world part of everything? That's my biggest problem that I have found in the world. People care about their jobs more than this. Just like with what's going on with Mr. Oh, who and his island.
Mammon.
Okay, if we really fucking cared since it first came out, we would have done something about it. But now because he's disowning his supporters, which again, your vote doesn't fucking matter, you idiots. When are you gonna get that across? Still the point is obviously we are okay with the fucked up situation that we are in. Do we really care if the earth is splitting open and creating tsunamis and earthquakes and they're polluting the air and they're polluting the earth and, causing animals to lose their entire fucking ecosystems? No, they fucking don't. Because why? Like you said, they fucking hate everything it means to be a human, including their bodies. So
right.
When are people going to realize that, there's a reason why people LARP about chemtrails for 20 or 30 years? Or all these other things that, people have obviously, they're just like, oh, like what I put in one of my videos the other day. The guy's literally sitting there and telling you that they're taking young people to go to space so that what? They can learn how to turn on and off what makes you fucking die. But, it's a LARP, right? So, I mean, you tell me, man.
They're
At what point?
going to erase trauma, too. You don't have to feel bad thoughts anymore.
Oh, what you mean like in Hitman where one of the missions is when he's on the train and they're talking about they're finding a way to be able to erase traumatic events from people? But that's a LARP too. Oh no, man, what are we going to do? We were raised in years of LARPing. Oh God.
It's just a video game, man. Don't worry about it.
I don't know, dude. I just say, whether or not you believe in Christ, I wish you all luck.
Televised, I used to tell people stuff too all the time. From Hitman and like Resident Evil and shit. I'm like, yo, they're trying to tell you stuff. They're like, that's crazy, man.
It's just a visual It's just their visual Bible. They're just telling you what they want to do to you, and they've done it slowly throughout the years. Like all the 9/11 stuff that people claim is the LARP, but there's still proof of it. So I don't know what to tell you. It's just like with any religious book, or like I was saying, I feel like Noah standing there screaming at people, saying, the floodwaters are coming. And, the rain starts to fall, and it's like, okay, you got like 500 years until I'm done with this, so when the next real rain starts, I told you so. So I don't know, man. Like they say, they're going to go on their arks, not in the book of Genesis, but in safety.
2012.
Underground. So I don't know about y'all, but just pay attention to all the seismic activity in your area.
It's 2012, man. It's 2012.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, dude. I mean, I don't know about you,
but
I ain't got a bunker.
Me and you were going to be the ones telling everybody.
Back, TMO.
It's going to be just like that.
Or was.
Me and you were going to be the ones trying to tell everybody. They're like, they're crazy. No, I get it, man. I was telling people 20 years ago. They're like, you're looking too deep into it. It's just fantasy. It's just fiction. And it's like, yeah, it's all.
Well, I've always seen.
Fucking horror movie.
I've always seen is, what's the point? It's like you're trying to change. I tell Neurojack all the time. It's like you're trying to change Bible prophecy. I'm not saying that you can't do good while you're alive in your communities and your families, friendships, and stuff like that. Even going to the jail and visiting criminals like Jesus tells you to do. The point is just it's going to get to a point where obviously people are going to completely disregard their morality and humanity to the point it's cannibalism, bro. There's a reason why in Book of Eli everyone's got the shakes, but
yeah, they're
Dole.
I don't know, y'all.
No, it's true, man.
I just pray. I don't even really want to use the word pray. I get
it. No, you're good.
It's concerning. I don't want everyone to go down the Titanic as everyone's playing my God or whatever it is. I can't remember the song, but anyway, the song they're playing.
Oh man, everyone's okay going down. They just want to make sure the furniture's in the right order when they do. They're trying to move the furniture around as it's about
I'm
to hit
not.
the
I'm not okay.
iceberg.
I'm not okay. But I'm not okay with going down with the Titanic, Twilight, when it's the rich who get on the boats first. So I had to disagree.
They're gonna
with you.
save us.
Now I will die to let a kid on the boat, but one of them rich old men, you can freeze in the water with me. So
yes. Well, it's okay. They got spaceships. Didn't you see 2012?
Oh, that's right. You can just go to Mars with their demon technology, right? Like Doom.
There you
Mars
go.
sucks. Mars sucks.
Don't you know they've already
Where's
been there
Greenland,
televised?
bro?
Didn't you see all the structures on Mars? Oh, that's another LARP, right?
Oh,
That's why they got
you mean
all
the monoliths, like these cheap ass VR Japanese companies go and make game of?
McMonagle or something.
Yeah, it's all LARP, of course.
Yeah. Well, I
No,
mean, as a
we've been to
Christian,
Mars, man.
I can't really say whether or not we can go to the moon. Look, if you're asking me personally, I'm on the flip side. I can't
No,
personally
we've
get
already been there,
hang
brother.
on, wait.
Yeah, we have.
Wait, I can't get in a dick-shaped rocket and actually go up there to tell you. So, I mean, just from my
The
own
Moonanites don't
personal.
want us back there, bro.
Oh no!
well.
You're right about the moon landing and all that shit. That's fake for sure. No, I agree with you there. But we've been there, just not with rockets.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
the
Okay,
LARP.
I just wanted to make sure you were on the same without me having to
Remote
reveal too
viewing,
much.
son.
Yeah. No. You're right about that. The
Okay, I
technology
just
they
wanna make
show
sure.
us, there's no way we went there with the way the technology they've shown us.
Okay, I want to make sure that we were on the same page. That
But
there's no way you're convincing me.
But they use
No,
the
that's a LARP.
or Transformers. How did they get there? In your
That's a
model?
LARP.
Well, I mean, what do you prefer, Hank? Stargate or Star Trek?
Star Trek, obviously.
Well, there you go. Beam me up, Scotty. But when your face is on your ass, don't blame me.
So who do I blame? Can I blame God for it? I mean,
Blame whoever you want. I mean, typical for everyone to put blame on someone and simply say, maybe I shouldn't use the fucking technology.
Whoa, now.
I don't know about you, but I don't think instant teleportation is worth my face being on my ass, or my guts being inside out. Even if they use it a billion times in a row and there's no failings with it, show me all the failed test runs with Scotty. Transwarp demons, sir. Yeah, buddy.
And I don't like conspirators saying, "Oh, the technology right in front of us doesn't work," when it does.
I never said it didn't work. I just never said it worked for you. Of course, a defibrillator is going to fucking most likely, most of the time, restart your heart. But, like I said before, you can take that same technology and apply it to a man's nervous system and fry his ass. So,
Absolutely.
how much of it benefits? Again, technology is not inherently evil. It's how you use it. Does a gun kill a person? No, a gun just laying there, unless it's exposed to heat or malmaintenance, isn't going to just kapow. It takes someone pulling the trigger, unless it's possessed by inanimate demons or some shit. So you tell me, Mr. Know-It-All.
Televised dropping facts.
That's right. I'm just another sperm, along with all of you other sperms on this endless sea called life, trying to figure out where the fuck am I doing here? Because I went and pressed skip, and I got stuck here. So I don't know. You go ask the aliens when they come to mutilate the cows again, allegedly.
But what if there's good aliens?
Well, I mean, as a Christian, I don't believe aliens are aliens. It's just angels, demons, God.
Well, I actually
unless you want to believe it's like the TV show The Sandman, and there's all these little primordial little anti-gods like Thor and Dream and all this bullshit. I don't know, because I haven't met.
Well, I actually would agree with you on that, but I would actually argue that some of the old gods are actually what you would call.
And maybe that is true. Maybe the reason why they fucking release Moon Knight and shit like that on Disney Plus, the what channel for underage people, maybe they're putting in your face, obviously, that they, hey, if you worship the old gods and still believe in them, they still walk among you as humans. I mean, maybe, but maybe that's the reason why the Bible says be careful who you entertain when they enter your house.
Right.
It's my defense.
Right. Well, what if some angels are more like demons and some demons are more like angels? What if it's not so clear?
Well, it's the same thing.
Well, that's also why they say to make sure you question every single spirit that you interact
Right?
with.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. I was about to mention that too. He doesn't say don't talk to any of them. He says to question them. So why does he say that
Yeah.
and not just don't stay with them completely?
Yeah,
I
I always
told
thought
you
that was interesting.
Satan doesn't like me. I told Satan that I don't hate him. That infuriated him. Or I'm sorry,
Satan is
Shem.
Yahweh. Oh,
Depending,
sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Shem. I don't know about
The
you.
only Satan,
Oh,
the only
is that
Satan
why?
is that
Is that
God
why
that the
K
Jews
Reno?
worship.
Hang on. Is that why K Reno said that Satan was masquerading as God, pretending to be Satan, masquerading as God?
That's a good ass song. That's a good ass song. Yeah, and he says the only way to keep from being deceived is to know that you can be. Fuck yeah, dude. That shit is dope. That shit is dope. That and did you hear the song Solitary Confinement? He explains hell. I think he's dead on with that shit, yo. He's like, you go down the street and you see that, everything that you should have done and could have done, and like that makes a lot of sense, man.
Well, it's like I said when I said that stuff about call me when
Carino
you
is a
want.
fucking mystic. He's
When I
not a
said that
rapper.
certain things about him, and he responded, don't forget, like a week later, his face went paralyzed.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. Nah, Carino's tapped in, man. He's like
no,
Nation of
I'm
Islam
talking
or
about who
whatever
I
the
was
fuck.
talking about. Who I was talking about to K Reno when I was on one of his streams, and then a week later, the person who I was talking about, his side of his face went paralyzed.
I've talked to him a few times. Who were you talking about though? I don't remember.
K Reno. Oh, who I was talking about? Oh, I said, "Call me when you want, call me when you need." You don't know that song?
Call me when you want, call me when you need. I might.
Dirt road, can't ride till I can't no more.
Dirt road. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, twerk on Satan.
Twerking on Satan. Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude's gone. Yeah. He's
How
they're on
coincidental
another side.
when I said did Lil Nas X sell his soul or his whole? K Reno kind of gave like a slight little response, and then a week or so later, he's in the news. Dude's in the news, and he's paralyzed. So anyway, go ask
Well,
Tupac.
he said that. Yeah.
Hell no, that shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. He didn't know specifically about him, but I mean, he's talked about this shit in his music before. He did a song about how they tried to recruit him. I mean, the dude lives in the same fucking ghetto that he always lived in. He doesn't he doesn't own a car. He doesn't that shit's abnormal.
Well, I mean, don't you want to be like Tom McDonald and claim that you only want to get out of the system before it chokes you, but then turn around and rub elbows with Donald Trump?
Oh, actually, this
I know.
clip.
I actually like Tom McDonald too.
Yeah, this clip might have been a better clip to play, honestly, with Gen X Jeff from earlier.
But K Reno and Jedi Mind Tricks and Immortal Technique, man, I have a lot of respect for. Just saying.
Yeah.
Being independent and fucking popping off.
I'm done. I'm sorry, TML.
No, it's all good. You guys could keep going.
Well, Muhammad, you can join in. Fuck, you gotta be.
Whatever, whatever gets the brain matter that, if you want to call it that, people have brain matter. Whatever gets it thought provoking and brainstorming is what obviously needs to be done. Because
this is the whole reason I come here, is to talk to you guys, like you and fucking.
It's the fluoride, the barium, aluminum. It's something
like Mr. Anderson and a few other people, legit. Like Muhammad and I always have the most interesting conversation.
Well, again, that's why I say it comes back to where I told you. I mean, there's a definition. When I say I don't care, I don't mean in the definition like who fucking cares if the New World Order is real. Right. I just again, I'm only one man. LARPing only.
Bro,
does
I get
so
you
much,
more than you realize. Trust me. I get you more than you realize.
But there are a lot of people who, when I'm saying don't care, like I've met men in the military, people who have given their lives in service for the country, who have turned right around and said that if I could go back, I would have never joined because I feel like I was just discarded. So, as someone who, cares about, I wouldn't say I care about a country in the form. Yes, I guess you could say I'm a patriot, but I don't care about the earth in the sense of spiritually. I just want to get through life and be judged if my religion is right, deal with whatever comes after and just get through it. Okay. Because I didn't ask to be here. None of us did. So,
What role does one man have on a global scale of a billion other things all happening at once, and he has no control of it? What, prey on it? Well, you know.
Very
So,
slight control. Very slight.
Well, here's the
yeah.
thing: if God is sovereign, how can your prayer change anything? This always confused me when I was a Christian. It's just a thought experiment. I'm not trying to corner you or got you. Or, I'm just asking. Like, is it something that I ask?
I gotta tell you, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I got.
Okay.
Dr. Great
Okay.
Wishes.
Other than according to the AI, hang on, according to the AI, because I have deep theological conversations with this thing, so that way I can record it and eventually do my interview.
Sure.
It basically said that, like, the purpose of being a human, those of us who are lucky enough to live a decent long life to the age of accountability, like 18, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, it's even if your life is basically the most crappiest in existence, like, you know, how people want to throw up the abortion thing. Well, how is it fair that a baby is killed in the womb and doesn't get to live life? Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm not God, so let's not get on the argument. But again, basically, and I have to agree with the AI, it's a human journey. If you're, I mean, do you want to say it's mental illness? Do you want to say it's demon infestation? Do you want to say it's the aluminum you've been breathing? I don't know what to fucking tell you, but I know for me, it's a religious experience. That everything I go through in life, the people who I loved and lost, all the bad shit I've ever been through, it's to personally mold me for whatever the fuck reason I am here. Now, if I'm a space monkey, doesn't matter.
Do you think that God already knows what you are and that you have a divine?
Of course, because he said he knew me before I was in the womb. He knows all the numbers of head on my hair, even though I'm losing it all.
Okay.
So the right reason prayer matters is that God can take favorites and God can grant wishes. It's that simple.
Yeah, no, see, there are certain tenets of Christianity that
That's
I
right.
find
He's got the cheat codes, Hank. That's right. He's got cheat codes.
there are certain tenets of Christianity that I find interesting that I haven't completely thrown away. And see, this is the thing. Like, I don't have any one thesis of anything. Like, I take a little bit from everything and just kind of apply it. And so, like, I'm one of those people that I'm always like seeking and adjusting.
Well, obviously, they managed to take all of this knowledge and somehow got us to completely flip everything on its head and go about their way, except for the few of us here who, despite our different background, that's right, that's knowledge.
Right. Yeah, that's Gnosticism. Yeah, Gnosticism is when you experience reality
So
instead of believing.
does that explain why Twilight, those people are in power and we aren't?
Yeah, and I actually ask questions to like discuss things because I like to see people's opinions and perspectives and shit, not to say gotcha and whatever the fuck, everything becomes just like battle.
Well, I mean, I know because if people like me had power, I'd be basically Injustice Superman without the superpowers. But, you know, that's what they, you know, said me, Mr. Mustache Man, shouldn't do. And I don't mean like killing people. You don't have to kill people to get the world to stop. You know, if you understand true human psychology like they're doing now, you just give people what they want and they're usually pretty docile.
So do you believe that like experiences that you have are things that God has set in your path in order to build you up as a person?
Yeah, but I think it's up to you if you have the same individualism to be able to enact on whether should I, you know, throw on a crusade or not. So again,
But
you know,
I'm saying like individual experience, like people you meet, I'm just very curious of your perspective on this.
I definitely believe that everything that you go through in your life, including from birth to death, is to mold you into what the God experience, you know, because we're all little gods, right? So this is your God experience.
Now you sound
That's
like
right.
me. Oh shit!
No, because
see, this is what I find interesting.
This is what I find extension. Do you not know that you're an extension of God? If God spoke everything into existence, that means anything He ever created is in existence.
1000% agree with you.
There you go. I mean, it's not that hard.
This is what I find interesting because I talk to Muhammad and we have these conversations too. And this is what I'm trying to say. Why I say that this shit is primordial and it's perennial, regardless of where you come from. This is what's so fascinating to me because I, as an occultist, agree 1000%. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to come to the same conclusion that everything by extension is God. So
correct. And Muhammad, how would you say you feel about that particular topic?
Well, I've said it here many times.
Sovereignty of God and like choices
Yeah,
you
I've
make.
stated here. Yeah, I've stated here many times that in the book 99 Names by Ghazali, right? He states that it's both true to state that everything you know is God, but you know nothing of God, right? That's a way to
Pretty
position knowledge
much.
as well, right? Right. It's a
Yeah.
way to position not only knowledge but also
You know, it's. I hate to
the
interrupt you, but
yeah.
the funniest thing is that the AI constantly says that I come from a nuanced perspective on everything. Every time it fucking replies, that's a very nuanced perspective. I just wanted to put that out there.
Good.
You
Nuance is
gotta
the
take
key
a
to
you
knowledge.
gotta take a drink of whiskey every time it says nuance.
Literally, every
Nuance is the
time that
key
I
to
ask it a
knowledge, bro.
new line of question, that's a very nuanced and theological perspective. Is there a reason why
Good.
you're feeling this way? I don't know. You want to find out? No, I'm just begging. Sorry, Timo. Go ahead.
Oh no, I've spoken at length about my concept of God. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the idea of creation or creativity, right?
Sure.
So I think if you're an all powerful, right, I think God creates, right, obviously by being still, right? And
Correct.
the creations rule over themselves, right? So the whole concept is that God, he creates when you create something for the first time, you don't need a plan in order to create that thing, right?
Right.
So so it's not based on any previous form of creation, right? So I think God's
Right.
creation is unique, right? And that's some of my views, but yeah, you guys could
I agree wholeheartedly.
No, I 100% agree on that. Yeah.
yeah.
I think really the biggest problem is that just regardless of which god it is. I mean, obviously, if you believe in
There's
primordial
only one God.
Cthulhu, there's a problem. But
There's only
well,
been one God.
I know what you're
It's just
saying, but
good. That's but I'm saying from my perspective to you, speaking to you and me, not worrying about anybody else right now. Like there is only one God. There's always only been one God. It's just been misunderstood. That's just my personal opinion. Go ahead.
well, I agree. I mean, last time I checked, do you see anyone giving an offering to Thor and getting Mjolnir? No. So,
Those
but
I
you
came up
talked to
Mjolnir.
Lilith, so I don't know. Send her my
No,
way.
no, no,
Maybe
no, no,
she'll
no,
give
no,
me
no,
some
no, no.
lovin's.
Well, because I believe that God can manifest in numerous ways, but it's still only one God. Or that there are demigods. There are demigods, if you want to go deeper.
Well, let me get some of your
Some of
magic
which
fairy
are
dust.
malevolent, some are malevolent, and some are not. So that gets into that whole thing of the Titans and usually it's reversed, they're told, and that's why I like Giorgiani, because he gets into that. But anyways,
So I would
yeah.
agree but it really means
No,
what
I
you
had to
mean by
put up
God.
a
Really
Giorgiani
means
quote.
what you mean by God. You mean a monad where there's only one monad, but the things that's being worshipped, there's more than one of those.
Well,
Oh,
even the monad is a little bit of a confusion. Plotinus had the idea, but it's not even. It can't be explained. Like it's literally beyond words. As soon as you try to engender it, you try to give it attributes, you try to put your hand around it, you try to throw a net over it, it becomes the net. Like
Well,
it's not definable.
I think Leibniz does a pretty good job because he's like it's basically
Yes,
like fractals is how he explains it.
yes, it is. Most
So he's like
definitely.
it's like fractal arrangement. So he uses like math,
Yeah,
infinitesimal
I like
calculus. But
I like what Televi said, and that's it's kind of what I've always said. God experience. It's not like there's a God that's external, that's like an anthropomorphic being. It's like there is nothing but God. This is the God experience. We're plugged into it. We're experiencing what it experiences through a limited lens. We're a point of attention of that fractal awareness.
Yeah.
Experience itself as this body, but we're not this body. It doesn't mean that the body is separate from the mind and the soul. It just means that this avatar is not us. It doesn't mean we're in a simulation. It just means that our brains cannot comprehend the experience that we're actually having. We wouldn't be able to survive, and we get hit by cars or fucking eaten by lions or some shit. You do enough psychedelics, you get an idea of what we're really experiencing. I do not believe that shit is hallucinations. I believe people hallucinate because it's too much to handle. But anyways, yeah, that's another story for another day. I mean, the oldest traditions are animism, and what came out of animism was shamanism, and you know. We can go into that, but that's a separate topic. But yeah, this reality is not what it appears to be. It's much more.
Well, for one, we only are able to see a very slim part of the visual spectrum and stuff like that. So just right there is, a tell. I'd say.
And there's an endless creation that's never been created. Basically, in our language. And when you're in altered states, you can see that. That's why you see geometric shapes everywhere and all this shit. And it seems like they're forming from nothing, because they are. In God's time, quote unquote, everything's already happened. We're experiencing it as events that, yesterday, tomorrow, whatever the fuck, but really it's all already occurred.
Yeah, it's more dimensional, so it's move over.
It's funny. You know how many preachers, I can't even get to admit half of that. Like, he literally says, I'm no different today than what I am forevermore.
Correct.
So that means he never changes, but you're sitting here acting like just because it says Old Testament, New Testament, that he's changed. I mean, yes, I guess you could say he changed some things, like making the new covenant and stuff like that, but laws. But I mean, again, he's still the same God who loves you. So I mean, in reality, he hasn't changed. But very many preachers that I have tried to have a conversation with by going into their office, sitting down with the Bible and saying, okay, how do you see things? Tell me what you see without your bishop training or any of the other cardinal stuff that because all these people want to go to and be next to the Pope. All these guys sit here and think they're going to be next to the Pope. They think they're special.
What are you talking about?
Basically, one preacher basically even told me that if I didn't allow gay people in my church, then I don't love them, and I'll be the one in hell, not them. So I don't know what to tell
you. The gays.
Well, the first Reformation was by an occultist.
Which means he's not a real Christian, because a real Christian would say, anyone come into my church, I love you. But that again, right. They're perverting that message, where now you got preachers saying it who are literal women being trans or whatever and stuff like that. I mean, obviously there's a distinction between someone wanting to give their life to Christ and turn from sin, and then wanting to use the name of Christ to promote their sin. So big difference there.
Well, sin isn't understood properly. That's why I mock you.
Okay, I understand, but look, bud. Okay, look.
No.
I'm
telling you because
you ain't chopping off my penis, man.
No, but I don't think
I like my schlong.
If he be gay, let him be gay.
But the thing is, I
don't got to go.
What that is, and which is why they really have no place in telling other people that they're sinners, because they don't understand what the fuck it is. So how do they?
That's the biggest thing. Look,
missing the mark.
Look, didn't Jesus say, "Let he without sin cast the first stone"? So I mean, the Bible, as far as my understanding of my Jesus Christ, he never said pick up a stone and throw it at Larry, Gary down the road because they want to fudge pack each other. Tell them, warn them that what they're doing is wrong, and then let God handle it. That's what you're supposed to do as a Christian. You're not supposed to stand there.
You're supposed to let
you don't throw a Bible.
Sinning,
you can throw a Bible.
Sinning is an addiction. That's what it is. It's an addiction to something that slowly kills you.
You mean it has almost the same chemical makeup as other things like dopamine? I had no clue. Is that why porn is such a great thing, like alcohol and ads? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you know that men's testosterone goes up every time they watch a fucking football ad? But they like them balls, don't they?
No, but that's the reality. And so instead of telling people like, Nick, you need help, they just like cast stones. And that's why, like, when you really understand these deeper principles, the idea of there being heresy becomes a joke, because you start to realize that whatever someone's perception is, what really matters is what's in their heart and what they're actually doing with their lives, not what they believe in their mind. They can believe whatever they want. Okay, if they're acting in opposition to what the actual principle of what it means, to follow the way and to follow that spirit, then it really doesn't matter. Then they just become.
In a way, but in today's time, you have to be careful because someone like me, I'm willing to call it out. Look, I don't think you should be gay. Look, I don't think you should be trans. But now, just by me saying that, now I'm open to the attack of societies because, love is love. And, because you say that my 7-year-old child should be gay, that, he has to be gay. And if it's not, if I don't do it because society tells me, it's now child abuse. So where's my right as a parent and, God's right as, being my authority figure on moral principle based on why I feel that way, again, what is a person like me who has no power in a world like that supposed to do? What, allow my child to be taken away because I say he can't be gay? I mean, again, if my son comes up to me at 17 years old and says, Dad, I like, Schlong, well, I can't help that, dude. I mean, I love you. Jesus be with you. And I would talk to him about it, but I'm not going to sit there, castrate or hate my son because of it. But I mean, I am going to wonder where I felt as a child. I mean, as as a father. So
There's a difference between real transgenders and transgenderism.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. No matter how many times you tell me that when I wake up, I'm a fucking billionaire, doesn't make me a fucking billionaire. So no matter how much you feel like you're a fucking female, you're not going to be a fucking female. I'm sorry. Call it demonic possession, call it delirium, call it whatever the fuck you want, but you won't ever convince me that I can be a billionaire because where's my $1 billion? Just because you call truth doesn't make it true.
I don't know. I mean, if he ends up being gay, I don't think it's necessarily be you failed. It's just that there's so much shit in the environment.
Well, I can agree with that, but then again, that comes down to it that
like physically, etc.
The point is that for people who want to, whether it's a Christian, there are plenty of non-Christians who want to hold that same value. Like if my child grows up to an age of which I have no control over them and wants to live that way, well, I mean, if you want to be an asshole and disown your child, that's on you. But I mean,
that's not right.
Again, it depends on how much there's resistance. Like Neurojack sitting here telling someone like me that I'm full of demons, yet I'm not out here doing demonic acts every single day.
There's people that are tortured. There's people that are tortured because of what they feel inside. So no, I really do think there are some that are for real. I'm really convinced. It's very rare. It's very rare. And that's the reality of it. Like
I mean, maybe Twilight in some extreme notion of the human hive mind consciousness. There's a few anomalies or variables that kind of came out a little mixed matched and turned upside down and like Play-Doh smushed together, and they couldn't tell which colors were which, so they kind of just like put it all together.
I don't know how it happened. I just know it does.
I'm gonna tell you, dude. It ain't fucking natural. And if you're for the natural, it ain't natural. I'm sorry, it ain't nothing natural.
A lot of it comes from abuse.
What are you gonna use the same argument that they use? What, because there's gayness in the animal kingdom, therefore humans can be gay? I mean,
I don't know, brother. I just know it happens. I don't know why or how. A lot of it is abuse, but not all the time. Okay. I don't know.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I believe that whatever God gave me biologically, obviously my spirit is in tune with that. Maybe my spirit won't have a penis. Well, I mean, how do you know? How do you know?
How do you know, man?
I don't know. That's the point. We don't know anything.
You have evidence that your spirit has a vagina or a pee-pee? Does it have a pee-pee or a vagina?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wait, not Jesus. Lilith. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'll switch sides. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just concerned.
I told you they're not against each other, man. Brother, man, they're not.
I'll agree to disagree.
Okay, that's all right. I still love you, brother, man.
I love you too. I love all y'all. I gotta get off here, but
brother, man.
Oh wait, I was gonna read this. I was gonna read this.
No, don't leave, international tourist. I wanna help you out for a second here.
Oh,
I was gonna read. I was just about to read this from text, and I wanted to see your perspective.
I knew that fucking demon was listening.
In regards from what we were talking
about. Bunch of clowns up in here.
In the sense of like, sin is an addiction, and you don't realize how bad it is until you try to stop. So from that perspective, listen to what this says. It's from the Gospel of America. Okay, check this out. It says, Peter to the Lord. Then Peter told him, "You've gone over every topic with us. Tell us one more thing. what is the world's sin? In response, the Savior said, there is no such thing as sin. Rather, you are the source of sin when you behave in a line with the nature of idolatry, which is referred to as sin. As a result, the good arrived among you, pursuing the good that belongs to all natures. It will place it in its root. He then went on. He stated, this is why you die and get sick, because you love what deceives you. Anyone who thinks should think about these issues. Matter gave birth to a passion that has no image. No image. Since it stems from what is antithetical to nature, the entire body suddenly went into a terrible state of disorientation. This is why I said to you, be satisfied at heart while staying disgruntled and disobedient. Indeed, be contented and agreeable only in the presence of that other image of nature. Anyone with 2 hearing ears should pay attention. After saying these things, the Blessed One greeted everyone. He said, peace be with you. Acquire my tranquility inside yourself. Be wary of what you're doing, so that no one deceives you by saying, look here or look there, because you have the child of true humanity within you. Adhere to it. Those who look for it will discover it. Go then and preach the kingdom's good news. Do not impose any rules beyond those I have established for you, nor promulgate law like the lawgiver, or you will be dominated by it.
Well, what's wrong with being dominated?
Oh.
A lot. Being dominated or dominating are both bad. Unless you're talking about something else. In which case,
Well, anyway, I just wanted to say that if we're saying that we're like one of the first steps to transhumanism is telling people that they can be whatever gender they want, I just prefer not to affirm that if my child one day says I look pretty in a dress for whatever weird reason. So I don't know about you, but I can't be a billionaire no matter how many times I say I have $1 billion. So I don't know what to tell you on that,
Well,
Twilight.
why? But why do you feel the need to dispel others' delusions? I mean, who are you to dispel their delusion?
I mean, I don't care. I'm not the one saying I'm going to live in a matrix pod. So
why can't you? Why can't you? I mean, maybe if
because
you
I'm not
identify.
rich, Twilight, are you going to buy
Pod
me a
people.
$1.2 million shekel pod? Or is Elon Musk going to do it? Let's go ask Jeff Bezos.
Maybe if you identify as Jewish, they'll give. I don't know.
Teletubbies
Tell
go
them
bye
you're.
bye.
You only have to be like 1%. Maybe.
Oh, should I go and jizz on a Q-tip and give them my DNA so that way they can go and experiment on it in some Resident Evil lab?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe some
Hell
Go for it.
yeah! Nemesis sperm.
Oh
I mean,
my
y'all tell
gosh.
me. I mean, I'm not the one over here sitting here claiming all the other stuff. I just don't want Las Plagas being shoved up my rectum. So you tell me what's worse. I mean,
Well, what
technology
if you
making
became
you
a
enslaved?
what if you became a millionaire for getting a Las Plagas? Would you do it?
That depends on the injection method. I don't like needles.
If they said, okay, televised, we'll give you $1 billion, just stop talking about Jesus.
Man, if only it would work. No, obviously not.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'll be one of the people who get beheaded if that ever happens, allegedly, with some FEMA guillotines. But, they said that, back when the Walmarts were being gutted.
Chanel,
Hey, God, I'm ready for it.
Chanel guillotines.
I ain't afraid of it as long as it's sharp.
Nothing says beauty like, a severed body part.
Well, they got a Cannibal Cafe. I don't know if you heard about that. That shit is dark.
What's wrong? You never saw, what is it, Faces of Death, where they put the little monkey in the table and they all got mallets and beating it in the head, eating his brains?
Yep.
That's going to be us. I mean, why not, right? Bon appetit.
Oh my gosh. Gross comment.
Freaking French words. Screw those.
Hey, man, we all nothing but mammals anyway.
That's right. There you go. When you got a toothache, you took a big old rock and you beat yourself in the head. I don't know, y'all. I'm just tired of being told that fucking, you know, your entire existence basically is nothing except for go to work, work for us, and help propel whatever fucking bullshit technology we tell you to propel, and tell whatever LARP we put in your bank account for. So, a whole bunch of fakeness and all the realness is, reported on YouTube for bullshit. So.
Them shekels.
Don't you want a shoe deal?
It's not the realness that gets reported on YouTube. It's the things that bring the TOS because there's a lot of people claiming to
That's
do.
right. We forgot. We can't offend no one, even though my generation literally watched an American tragedy. Like most before my time, right on TV, and they didn't say I broke a nail. God forbid.
Just because it's removed doesn't mean it's real. Because there's a lot of fakers, frauds, pretending that.
That's right. We're not promoted by shillionaires. That's right. Who own us and tell us to get on platforms that distill and tell the masses what they should and shouldn't think.
I agree that the platforms try to push a narrative, but it doesn't mean if you're removed on a platform that means you're telling the truth. Because
Well, I mean, obviously not. We know that there's plenty of people out here, like the many people who stalk around, who obviously get paid to create and cause drama in people's lives for absolutely no reason. When you could put all that energy into actually caring about people and helping people. So you tell me, Larpy Larpy.
That's no good.
Oh, that's no good. No, as long as I get a super chat donation.
Yes, sir. What's wrong, Televised? You don't want a shoe deal like Lil Nas X?
No, unfortunately, I won't sell my soul or my whole for fame or fortune or shekels.
What will you sell?
Is anyone trying to buy it?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what will you sell?
The paid actor himself.
Huh. The Illuminati hiring me?
Illuminati?
Yeah, I didn't answer my question. Televised Apocalypse. What will you sell for the fortune?
I mean, obviously nothing, because if I believe in the actual Jesus Christ, not even the world being given to me like Satan tried to give Jesus the kingdom. So, good luck with that. You can try to turn that rock into bread, but then you be dead.
You
Good
gotta
luck.
get that bread, son.
That's right, get that bread. Well, you know what it says, Reddington, man shall not live on bread alone, but everywhere that proceed from the mouth of God. So,
It also
Larpy
said
Larpy.
that Jesus would be back in this before this generation's over.
That's right. And according to Rocky, it already happened.
Yes, sir.
Well, Rocky don't even know the shape of the planet
there.
he's on. So I don't take him that
But
serious.
Rocky donates to everyone but me, apparently. Point is, Larpy Larpy, I'm obviously not Andrew Shilson, so what does it matter? People, they told you about 9/11 for so many years that it was no longer a joke, and then it happened, and people still, laugh and joke about it. So, dark humor, right? Ha ha.
Going back like 30 years, man, I found out.
Since like at least the 80s, maybe the 70s. I forget.
I didn't know it went that far back. It actually went back all.
It's not even just that, dude. They fucking release cartoons like fucking South Park and fucking all these dumb, degenerate ass, stupid ass cartoons on Adult Swim by Seth Green and all these people who we all know are involved with this shit about Mr. Man and his island, and people just consumed it and overlooked it.
Well, hey, hold on a second. Are you telling me that you don't think that 9/11 was like one of the best pranks of all time? I mean, come on.
That's right. I think it was one of the best soap operas I have ever fucking seen.
It was awesome. Special effects were amazing.
Especially a guy who comes out and looks like 10-second Tom.
Can't shake it, Tommy boy.
Hi, I'm Tom. I don't know. You tell me. It's just amazing how everything seemed to perfectly fall into place. How they said it would. Decades before it happened. But they've done it with many other things that people just don't pay attention to through propaganda. But your government loves you, right?
Yes.
Right. I wish I can do bad things and then get a job like hackers and stuff. How they're able to hack into places. Oh, turn around and work for us. Right? Like in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, though. Like the government's your dad. The government's your daddy. Aren't you just jealous?
I mean, no, not really, because they're working for the dark daddy, not my daddy. But apparently, I follow the wrong daddy. So
Who made the Dark Daddy?
that's right, my
Yeah,
daddy.
your daddy is the
I
daddy.
never said the
That
dark
sounds kind
daddy
of
was
racist.
evil.
Are you against
Oh, that's
black?
right.
Are you
Oh,
against
that's
the
right. I
black government
forgot.
now?
That's right. We can't use that word now. Anyway, yeah.
Are you saying that your mommy won't have sex with black people, and that's why you're upset?
Oh, she will. She was lying.
Jesus.
Everybody likes that BBC. What are you talking about? Anyway, what the hell does that have to do with the population? Or putting your
Decreasing.
brain in a box?
It has nothing to do with tea in China, that's for sure.
Yeah. I thought it was the price of rice in China, but I heard that's plastic nowadays.
The Price is Right.
Oh.
The
Sure,
price is
give me
wrong, Bob.
$66.6 million. There you go. Oh, that's right. What is this? Am I going to be like Brendan Fraser? Am I going to have to turn around and be gay and fat in one of your movies later?
Well, what if it's billions?
What am I going to do with $1 billion? What? How many? What? You really think I can buy that many strippers or hookers? Come on. Oh, that's right. There's already 40 million people who are slaves in the world right now, and half of that's sex workers. So go ask them.
Well, hold on. I have a question though. Like, if you had the chance to be an Epstein, wouldn't you do it though for money?
Well, I mean, why not? I mean, you can bump elbows, right? Right, like Donald Trump sitting there grabbing on them young girls, right, as they were whispering in each other's ears, saying we're about to get fucked. Yeah, but I'm not the one who gets paid to LARP.
Buy the pussy.
I mean, I'm not afraid of the Illuminati or Satan or any of them people. The people who allegedly took out JFK and all the other things that we know that they do. I mean, I'm just one person. If they're going to silence me, who fucking cares? I'm just one voice. If these people don't fear God, then I mean, they wouldn't fear me. So, if there is a God, then I really hate to see the judgment they're going to get. Just saying one little lie or masturbating once in my life is going to send me to hell. I can't imagine what these people are going to go through. So, who's got the worst fate, me or them? We're both ending up in the same place, right?
Depends on how much you masturbate.
Yeah. Well, let's go ask all them. I mean, mine probably. If I'm being honest, if I'm being honest, it probably ranges in the thousands. But who cares? We're all going to hell allegedly in a VR headset.
Right. Yes.
I took a test the other day that said I was 92% gay, and yet I lied on it. So there you go. Woo! I don't know. You won't get me to sell my soul or cut off my pee. So What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Send a hitman with a bald man with a barcode on the back of his head with a laser? Ooh, I'm so scared.
Embrace Baphomet.
No, you don't fear the one who can destroy the body. You fear the one who can destroy the body and the soul, brother. I don't care about the earth in the sense that what am I can do
But
about
not
the earth?
spirit.
Can you stop the sun from going out? No, sir, you can't. Can you stop the earth from splitting open? No, you can't. Can you stop them from turning on CERN and starting a black hole? No, you can't. Can you stop the Civil War? No, you can't. So I mean, pucker up, buttercup, and be a good person. I don't know.
The black holes don't even exist, so I could probably stop that.
Well, you know what? I know it does exist. There's a certain military jet that can fly up in the air, way before, it reaches the clouds and pinpoint where you are through, your biometric ID and lock onto you from like 15 miles away, and it would travel and follow you before you even know it. So that's all I wanted to tell you, Hank. So unless you got something that can beat something like that, I don't know what to tell you.
Money.
That's right. That's right. As long as I have billions of euros, I can get on the little ark and go underground. Does it come with a pool? Does it come with an aquarium like on the Titanic?
Yep.
Oh, well.
Yeah. They have to have 3 sunken Titanic ships down there.
Is the Prince of Saudi Arabia going to be there?
Of course.
No.
Well, I think televised. The Church of Lucifer is waiting for you. So why don't you just join up? I mean, you have all the representatives here ready to take your order.
I got you, man.
I ain't gonna lie. If that shit was legit,
I would almost be tempted. Not in the sense of like actually selling my soul, but
You don't have to.
it would prove it for real.
Look. They'll take your soul. You can keep your whole. How about that?
Oh,
Look,
as long as they brought lube.
Lucifer doesn't want your.
Oh, bro.
Look, that's not actually true. His whole has market value. His soul doesn't.
Right.
People pay for holes.
This is true. This is very.
What if his soul is a hole?
That was a mistranslation. It's supposed to actually be soul or a hole. I'm sorry, in the Bible. I don't know who translated it to soul, but in the ancient Hebrew, it is whole.
Yeah. Yeah. See, they're actually connected.
That's why it's holy, bro.
Exactly.
Right.
Now you're talking. This is how you connect the dots that the New World Order doesn't want you to connect. This is why they want to silence your pineal gland so you can't find the holy holes.
Right.
Welcome.
Yeah. The hole is connected
to hell.
Yeah.
That's right. We're
That's
just
why
in the hell realm.
Well, hell actually is kind of like if you look at etymology, it's the same way helmet. So it's like a covering. So it's literally an empty space. So it's a hole.
It's the dome.
Covering the holes.
Yeah. So a helmet is to be in darkness.
That's right. Don't you want to be like Hillary Clinton and break through that glass ceiling?
So hell is when your holes are covered. Pull your butts out, boys. Time to go to heaven. But really, what in the weird fuck is going on in here?
I had not a fucking clue.
That's a good question. Probably conspiratorial nonsense.
No more conspiratorial than saying that a bunch of files existed and that now they allegedly don't, but you know.
What are you talking about? There's no wow.
I don't know.
I mean, the whole Epstein phenomenon came out of the Pizzagate phenomenon.
Well, I mean, my main thing is that obviously there's fakeness being poured over everyone's eyes, and people will continue to suck it up through the straw, regardless of how bad it tastes.
Going back. Right. Yeah.
Well, of course, keep you looking over here while the fire's burning over that way. Of course.
Yes, sir.
There's too many people that don't give a crap for us to have realness. So.
Well, I mean, obviously, that's the biggest problem. And that's why, you know, people say you're stupid for saying leaving it up to God. Well, I mean, I don't know of a much more logical choice if you can't get normal human beings to realize that the shit they're standing in stinks. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just people are not going to care until it's too late.
We got to get that clear right now. There's no such thing as a normal human being.
Okay, sure. Okay, maybe I should mean normal in the sense that you don't want to see like, you know, natural, earth and animals and people to be, tortured and burned alive and stuff like that. You know, you generally just want peace, that kind of stuff, not tyrant or, gate off Jizzler.
Well, this goes back to what we were saying about when people see accidents, the first thing they do is not try to find a way to like help each other, but to pull out their phone so they can take pictures and videos. You know.
Well, I mean, that's what they want the world to be. It'd be about you, me, myself, and Irene.
Survival of the fittest, man. Brother man. We're all animals, don't you know?
When people sit around complaining about how bad other people are, it feels so self-indulgent to me.
I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I'm not the one out here who's, actively betraying harm on mankind and then, turn around being paid to promote it.
Off your own virtue, sitting here saying, I would never sell my soul. I would never sell my whole.
I wouldn't.
Nobody's offering to buy them.
I mean, unlike, Andrew Wilson, you'll never convince me to get up there and just tell people whatever, they say that you want to hear.
Right. This is what everybody who doesn't make money says. It's because they're
because it's not about money. They're unlike you, Flow State, who would gladly give your soul for $666 million.
Turns out I don't have to give soul at all. People who
I'm
try to
sure
sell
you
their soul,
don't.
they
You
don't
just
get it.
probably have to give any type of actual morals that most decent human and honest humans would actually stand on.
All right, let's go there. What morals do you think are being violated by me?
I don't know. Don't even go into a debate with me.
No,
I've heard your debates. You have completely different
I'm not
ethical
debating you.
views
I'm
on
asking
things
you
on
to
me.
clarify a claim. You seem to think that there's virtue in poverty. Is there virtue in poverty?
So that means that I should go out there and perpetrate a lie to the masses just so that way it put some shekels in my bank account.
Let's answer the question. Is there virtue in poverty?
No, there's no virtue in poverty.
Yeah, because obviously whatever fucking riches here on earth don't outweigh the riches in heaven, buddy. So again, you're not going to ever get me to denounce my religion.
I didn't say at the expense of heaven. I said just poverty. Is poverty virtuous, or is it cope because you are poor?
I wouldn't care if I was poor. I wouldn't care if I was rich. I know some rich people, and they're more miserable than I would ever be a day in my life.
All the poor motherfuckers.
When a rich person literally looks me in the face and says, "I have to keep working because I can't sit down to enjoy my millions of dollars." Okay, yeah, because that's the life I want to live: is being so miserable, making someone else rich that I can never sit down to enjoy my family. I ruin my marriages. I fuck up my children. One of them comes out transgender and probably wants to murder one of them. So again, I will never give my soul up.
And stop making
Yeah, it's come back to reality because I don't want to be like Flow State and make drama and trauma for money because it makes people happy.
There's no virtue.
I mean, obviously, the type of person you are, you get off on controversy and issues and problems. Where someone like me, I actually care more about,
No, you don't. You don't care about
actual
shit.
things.
You've been sitting up
Like
here
what?
stroking your own ego, virtue
Oh,
signaling.
really? Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Did Neurojack put you up to it? The guy who literally wants to become one of these people and have been using all y'all to try to figure out how to get in touch with one of them or become one of them.
We know the reason that you're
There's no virtue in poverty, but there's virtue in principles, and there's virtue in authenticity, which very few people have.
You hear that? Everyone who works a minimum wage job, you're worthless because you live in poverty.
Okay, so
like so many other people on the planet.
So,
right?
is there
Are you
virtue
part
in
of the top
honesty?
1%? Are you top of the top 1%? Do you have billions of euros?
Is there
You do
virtue in honesty?
realize that you'll be depopulated along with me. That you're no better than I am, no matter what
I am better
type of
than you
bullshit.
are.
No, you're not. What? Because you have money. You
has
carry
nothing to do
human
with money.
blood, don't you? You're human, right? Which means your
It has
body will
nothing to do with
rot
money, it
just
has
like
nothing to do with
mine.
blood.
When you die, you'll carry nothing in the grave, just like me. It won't
When
get
I
you
die, I'll
anywhere.
carry nothing to the grave, but I'll have
So
lived
there you
a
go.
better person than you
Wow,
are.
you'll have a
That remains.
mausoleum while my body goes to replanting a tree. Congratulations.
Yeah,
We're
what
talking-
difference does it make then?
I'm talking about now, not when we're dead. I'm better than you now.
Because I just think
I'm
it's
better than
funny
you
that
now.
you're trying to make it about materialism when someone like me doesn't care
I'm
about
not. I'm
materialistic things
I'm
at
trying to
all.
get
So
the values of
no,
it.
it's just you're a child who
I'm
makes
trying
drama and
to
trauma.
hammer down the values that you claim.
My value is that I don't give a shit about the earth or anything on it, let alone the fake ass wealth. A bunch of paper or digital money that can be taken away from me by my establishment at any point or my handler. So, LARPy.
Yeah, hopefully you get rewarded in heaven.
You don't think if Andrew Wilson stepped out of line, he wouldn't lose a lot of his income? You don't think if you stepped out of line, you wouldn't lose your income either? I mean, come on, don't say it that way. You don't.
I don't have a line.
Okay.
Which line do you think that is?
I think that you are far from the most truthful person I've ever spoken to. So the second that you would speak, I wouldn't trust a word that would ever come out of your mouth.
I'm literally trying to pin us down on specifics, and you're the one who's.
Muhammad, do you get what I'm saying without saying?
This is another way I'm better than you. I'm more honest.
You haven't proved anything.
Attack of the clone.
You proved that you're willing to sell your soul for money. That's about it. Except for you don't have to.
But you're whining back for money too, Inner Darkness.
So what is the soul sale?
Oh, so because I regurgitate the same LARP to society that they use against everyone else, it's a problem if I do it. Oh,
good.
Can you answer a question with a statement? Because you're making claims. In your Come on, clown boy.
I'm still waiting for you to try to convince me on how I should give my soul.
Nobody wants your soul. Your soul has no value to anybody. Just
okay. So you say
this is definitely
no,
Satan's
it really
reason.
doesn't. What I want to
I
know
don't
is
want
what
it.
you think. What do you think it is that I have done that
Well,
is
everyone's heads up
immoral
their
or
ass.
unethical?
the content of your character. Let's just put it this way: I had the
It's
same.
not the
I had the
color of
same
your skin,
fatigue.
but the
I had the
context of your
same fatigue
character.
for you that I have for like people like Jack Talcott and other people. So, what's your point?
Be more. What?
I have literally
I
watched you
know-
for
I
like a
know
year
that-
and a half now, and all I hear is someone who literally will do whatever it takes to make content. That's all you've proven.
You're not answering my question. I'm trying to ask you.
What? You're mad because your tactics don't work on me, Flow
You're-
State?
you're
It doesn't work on me.
desperate.
What's
You're
next? You're gonna
desperate.
dox me?
You're
What's
desperately
next?
jealous.
What threat can you use against me?
I don't even know who the fuck you are. I have no idea who you are.
But yet you found it fucking necessary enough to come up here and argue with me, right?
I didn't come up here to argue with you.
Oh,
I
right.
had no idea what
Then
you're
shut the
talking
fuck
about.
up and talk to someone else.
I'm talking to you, buddy. What are you talking about?
Beep beep Richie. Beep beep Richie.
Okay, Dusty, you can talk to
Beep,
me
beep.
then.
Well,
I don't understand what he's.
Hank, who is this fucking weirdo?
I don't really know.
You don't know him either?
Yes, I know of him, but I don't know him.
Mm.
He whines about stuff, but he's really not really doing much to fix it. So
Okay, Hank. Okay, Hank. You want me to fix it? Okay, then I tell you what. Go and grab a bunch of guns and go and stand up to your politicians, and then we'll talk. But right, Jack Talcott's gonna fix everything, standing up there talking to Don Lemon, right? Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Like y'all are gonna really care. Like y'all are really gonna care when they put us in the pods with the populators or make it eat the bugs, right? Yeah, you care about your fellow humans, right?
I don't care about you.
Boy, I would hate to see you as a cop. Yeah, because you who I
don't care about
trust.
people either. You're so self-absorbed. You're so self-absorbed.
No, I just know when someone's morally corrupt, and you're morally corrupt.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You would be able to see that. You would be able to see the envy, the insecurity.
Right. Okay. Coming from a man who literally teabagged another man on stream. Right. Okay. Yeah, but you know you're more of a man than me. Yes. And so have I. So have I, Flow State, in video games, and I'm told I'm a child for it. So there you go. Imagine that mentality. Jesus.
Super duper.
Jesus, man.
That's right. Jesus, man.
Jesus is disappointed in you right now, tourist.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Baby Jesus, baby Tom Cruise.
Jesus.
That's
baby
right.
Jesus, who's going to
6
have
pounds 7 ounces.
in heaven.
Born in a major around donkey shit, right? That's why people call me a donkey, because he was born around donkey shit.
I never heard that.
Oh, you donkey.
Oh dear God. Anyway, point is what's your point? Because I won't eat the bugs and be happy.
Yes, you will. You'll do whatever you say, and you'll whine and be self-indulgent the whole way there.
Yes, I'm sure I will.
And your virtue of poverty is also a virtue of weakness.
Yes. Anything else?
When I call
I'm sorry, was that supposed to hurt my feelings? Because, unlike you, I was raised on sticks and stones would never break my bones, and, worms would never harm me, so...
How receptive you'd be, and you're pretty receptive.
I mean, you're not
that nothing you say bothers me because I believe in Jesus Christ.
Bro, me showing
I'm
up
so confused.
Bothered you.
No, because you're the only one talking. Everyone else decided to shut the fuck up when Neurojack came on here. How convenient that the last time that Neurojack came on here, y'all two appeared. Oh wow, but it's a coincidence, right? Just like all the red and blue cars, just like all the streamers, who have red and blue, right? But it's a coincidence.
Hey, I'm wearing blue right now. What does that mean? Tell me what that means.
Hank, you're wearing black.
No, it's blue. No, answer the question.
Okay, maybe the hat.
Like you would understand, Hank.
Yeah, I'm too retarded to understand.
Well, that's not what I say. That's what everyone else says about you. I didn't say it.
Because I'm too retarded to understand. Good excuse.
Neurojack's looking like some kind of
excuse. I clap at that excuse.
I mean, I didn't say the R word. That was you.
Yeah, I did say it. But there's a good excuse. I'm
What's
too retarded.
Channel? I need a new good lolcow. You gonna be content, buddy?
it wouldn't be that hard to imagine why streamers use red and blue. If you were anywhere near at the level of intellect that you claim to be, you wouldn't have a problem realizing why so many people use the same reoccurring colors.
But
Just like any occult uses the same reoccurrent themes over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I mean, obviously, but apparently I had to explain it to you because I'm the retard. So
I don't see you showing up.
If you were so smart, you should automatically know. That's why Flow State uses red and blue too, right?
You're a genius. You're a genius. You're so
We
smart.
can't even see Rocky.
No, it's
Rocky
called recognizing patterns over and over and over again. And obviously, once it's no longer a pattern, it's obviously more than just coincidence.
So here's the thing. I want you to explain what the pattern
It's not a
means.
pattern. Yeah, it says the same people who use red and
you part
white,
of the
black
pattern with
tiles,
your red
right?
hair?
Right.
Yes.
Are you part of the pattern with your red avatar?
Yes.
That's right.
So here's the thing. I want to just say, where's parents? I want you to explain what the parents mean, because if you can't explain
What the what?
the parents may not even make a difference. Their patterns mean anything.
I honestly did not even hear that.
Did the patterns mean anything? Yes or no? And if so, what do they mean?
I mean, depends on which pattern. You talking about the red and blue?
Yes, let's go with the red and blue.
They mean aliens are coming for your Cheerios.
That obviously certain people who use certain themes and certain colors, psyop the masses. Obviously, they have certain power or control over people. It's not that hard to fucking guess.
The aliens are coming for your Cheerios.
You don't know
That's
what it
right.
means, do you?
That's right. Let's go watch Andrew Wilson for like 16 hours, talk to a bunch of fucking OnlyFans whore, and feel like we're learning something.
We're here listening to you whine and whine.
Let's go watch Flow State teabag a man and think that we're going to save the world from technology or evil people.
We're just here to have a good time.
I'm just wasting my time. God.
You don't have anything to do with
your Jesus. No, you don't. Except for wasting my space of recording. You're right. Except for wasting all my space of recording. You're right. Yeah.
YouTube's free. YouTube's free.
Yeah.
I don't record on YouTube. I record on a completely separate device that goes in storage.
Okay. That's pretty cheap too.
Is there a mod that can give me this clown's channel link, please?
Yes, I can get it for you.
That's not the clown. That's London Man's.
Yeah, I know.
Waste of time.
Yeah, I guess Brown's Boy wanted to share that, so I put that up. I don't know particularly why.
It's not going to be a waste of my time. I'm going to be productive with you.
Yes, go ahead. Make your content flow. It really doesn't bother me, dude.
So the channel is...
Good Lord, acting like a bunch of fucking schoolyard kids. Didn't none of y'all grow the fuck up? Jeez, man.
It doesn't bother you.
I mean, it doesn't unless it involves my personal family, and then you're going to find out you don't fucking fuck with me.
No, I don't care about your family.
Again,
just you.
Yeah, you might not, but there are plenty of people who we all know don't give a fuck, and I guarantee you if anything fucking comes out of this because you want to sit here and make little petty goddamn internet jokes, you will see me in court, Flo. So you can do your little petty shit all you want, but I take personal.
Today. You crybabies are pussy.
I'm a crybaby, but yet I have a son who has absolutely nothing to do with a bunch of petty people who want to sit here and act the way they do.
Look, if you can't handle being a joke on the internet, you shouldn't be on the internet.
So because I'm on the internet, therefore that automatically warrants harassment and threats, right? See, that's the kind of people that you're dealing with, right, Twilight?
Nah,
it's actually pretty sad that I would actually trust Twilight more than I ever would you.
Who's Twilight?
That's pretty sad. And this guy claims he talks to a primordial entity. That's pretty sad.
Chaos Serpent of Citra.
I got you. I'm subbed up, buddy. Look for shit about yourself.
Do I pay?
You don't want your son involved. You shouldn't bring him the fuck up. Use him like a body shield to try to deflect criticism towards you. Bitch. Hi, Snow. Good to see you.
I'm gonna go get some coffee.
Excellent idea.
And Mama Sue. So, Hank, what's the word on the zebras?
Oh, damage control. Officer Snaps hasn't even said anything about
Mad Mystics.
No show. Yeah, he hadn't said anything about it. So
that shit is wild.
Oh yeah. I even alerted OTW in my post so he
here,
can report.
here, hold on a second, Hank. Who just left real quick?
That was Inner Darkness that left.
Okay, yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you for joining. Okay, I appreciate you. Twilight, girl needs me, I'm out. Blessings. Okay, I'm gonna take a musical break and then I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and take a little detour. Right. We'll see if anybody on the panel has any more contributions, and then we'll go ahead and sort of do a little bit of I don't know, we'll see where it goes from here. But I do have to maybe close up, not soonish, but I do have like a little bit of time. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. Blessings.
The missiles flying guided, inside a world divided. I'ma lead up the resistance that's already been decided. Nothing will divide us. Egyptians used to get around and glide us. Trappers always abound as pounds of blood and guts inside us. Arizona Wilder said Diana was a sacrifice, bringing in the age of Horus. Pentagrams of appetites, slaughterhouses, abattoirs, meatworks, cattle bras, depopulation and HIV by John Rappaport. Baba Sama hunger, Jabalon's a strange god, great architect of the universe in a space pod. Oak leaves, fascies, Nazis and V-signs, symbolisms everywhere, it's all up in the designs. And every time a peace sign is thrown up, that's the devil's claw. Did you know there was a base under the Denver airport? Art Bell, George Norrie, call us what they war stories. Hotlines from east of the Rockies with all the ghost stories. Diabolic, Scientologists sedated. L. Ron Hubbard, mashed potato brain, the famous mother of the darkness. Castle hallways of enormous, near the village of Muno in Belgium next to farmers. They program children inside the walls of that satanic building, referred to as the castle of the kings by all the noble gilded male phallus. Upright pillar in the chalice, with a blindfold over the eyes and a balance. There's cloud busters, shooting ports up at chemtrails. Applaud a vagabond dog as dog eat up your entrails. Eyeing up an infamil, high as hell off Seroquel. Depakoot's a silent killer, Rosicrucians loving hell, the beast is risen. This underground, this ain't commercialism. Women feeling good about themselves, injecting botulism. World war, shadow of spaceships, Illuminati bases, conspiracies, all that shit just scratch. What you know about fucking you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fat and send devils to heaven. Supreme deities with angels and demons. Brain is misleading. Genetically splicing, altered and faltered for their convenience. Outside they acquire galaxies. Valiantly rousing maladies. Balancing found in fallacies. Bouncing across the boundaries of all dimensions. It's just perplexing, rifting comprehension. Open up your third eye. Realize the herd's blind. 6 billion sheep belong defenseless cattle for the evil. After golden human flesh, I'm begging sacrifices equal to all these false gods. Anunnaki devils and shapeshifters. Like snakes slither hidden from our visions of slates written in ancient times. They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen. Olden wisdom banished by new systems of religion driven by the very lizards themselves. Brainwash society, Illuminati in on the action with full sobriety. The governments are earth undeniably serve the serpents under the surface. Cold-blooded politicians have heard us. It's urgent that we learn the purpose of this. Prepare for Holocaust, civilians, kid, your name's on the list. The mark of the beast, unleashed within the physical realm. Exist the digits that spell the 666 of hell. Imprisoned in cells in underground labyrinths, some fell. That's where the demons be, at harder colonies. The autonomy of atrocity. No theories or hypotheses, it's real as it gets. I'm trying to tell the population to unite as a sect. It's you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fat and send
devils to heaven. I peel reptilians' caps just like Hannibal Lecter. Rip off they fucking mandibles and spit cannibal lectures. Hang your intestines around Christmas trees with skulls dangling. Decapitation of Grand Dragon Master Masons. Halfling faggot faces, blown the fuck off, brains dangling. Chop up these spineless motherfuckers worshiping Satan. Eating women and children, raw so vanilla. Your face is fucking shape-chipped into Godzilla. The Zodiac killers, we behead Leviathan. Iron like a lion from Zion, spitting fires, wind, divine design to rhyme Christ-like and mass slicks. A blind light to these kids, infinite beyond the blind side. Design the tight as shit. Fuck trilateral commission, satellites trying to fry my brain. The gods must be crazy, no, not insane. Escaping gas chambers through the astral projection, laughing peasants. In a fraction of a second, I pass back and you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fast and send devils to heaven.
I spit prophetic poems regarded in the omens of the ancient. Mystic gifts in the mist like the splits, the mind's meditation. Soul levitation, break barriers to solve the equation. I'm hardly impatient, look to the darkness, calm for a spaceship. The entire human race basis in this oasis. A genetic experiment where a mixed breed with semen, we're not aware of it. Religion is false, evolution is false. Get down on your knees and pray to the reptilian boss, killing the cross. Mass media corruption, influence of the seduction. Shapeshifters in the shadow behind the panel, pushing the button. The Ronnie Martin authored novel, The Coming of 10. They done it once, so what the fuck does it matter if they did it again? As the code attacks your spinal cord, I'm dropping final thoughts. We in the final war. Millions of years ago, they was here with the globe with nukes, killing the dinosaurs. A prophecy from Anunnaki to the Illuminati that probably bodied me for my philosophy. I rock the beat. It take more than you slimy snakes to top of me. I do a verse, it's soft and tragic. Conspiracy theory epitome in this universe holographic. With the thoughts of a master, throw a fit when I spit over the patent.
All right. Yeah, so a lot of people left the panel. I appreciate their contributions. Yeah, blessings to all the people. Yeah, if anybody has anything else. Yep. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I just get tired of the Alex Jones stuff. I mean, okay, the road's burning. What can I do to fix my local area? I'm just tired of it. I've watched it for 10 years. And I haven't watched it for 10 years. I'm just tired of the conspiratorial stuff. I want the think globally and act locally. I will have the local action, and I kind of just over.
I see. Yeah, so you're more into getting politically involved. Like, yeah, I mean,
no, sub-politically, because for politics you need massive amounts of money to do anything with politics, even at a local level. So I want to go even more local than that. I mean,
so what do you think?
So pretty much clean your own room and stuff around those lines.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're talking about like interpersonal relations?
Yes.
Okay. I see where you're at. Yeah, there's a lot of people who think that way. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, so Flo, yeah, thank you for joining. Blessings. Rocky, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, Rocky, you doing okay, sir? Unless you're asleep there, yeah, blessings. But yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here. Yeah, if nobody else has any contributions, yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying thanks for having me up. I apologize for like shitting on homie, but
no. You guys have a long history of back and forth.
Me and him?
So... Oh yeah.
Who was that? I don't even know who that is.
You don't remember?
Yeah,
you remember, right?
He's a guy you kicked for
right?
his Cash App.
No, I have an old recording of you guys arguing. I'll like send it to you sometime if I find it. But yeah,
What
it's
did I
like
kick him for, Hank?
Promoting his cash up on your show without
yeah,
paying
yeah,
for
yeah. That's right. That's right.
Mitch?
Yeah, you guys have a long history.
it.
You guys
No,
have a
the other
long
guy.
history in the
Not
past.
Mitch, it's the other guy.
Yeah, you banned
Oh, is he
him.
the guy that sleeps on the garage floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, who?
But
Wait,
no,
I think he's talking about Cecil now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about Cecil.
No, it's
No,
not.
not
that's a
him.
different guy.
It's definitely
Yeah, that's
not
a
him.
totally different guy. Yeah,
Okay.
Hank, you're getting confused here.
Oh, no.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Apparently, I know him.
No, he knows
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Yeah, you banned him from the chat apparently. And you had an argument with him, and then he confronted you on Neurojack's channel. We had it recorded.
Is it
here.
Rant?
No, it's not.
No.
What happened to Rant, by the way?
He's hiding on the woods. Like
He's chilling.
Huh.
Making soap.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Whatever.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll remember when I go after him.
Oh, okay.
No, probably by tomorrow I won't give a fuck anymore.
Make some videos. Yeah, man. I'm making a video. Yeah, we talked about a lot of things earlier. Including but not limited to the scope of moving from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness. So we looked at different material there, starting with Skolomowski, right? So I introduced the concepts yesterday, basically, about mastery of nature. So we basically talked about, how, God was removed from nature, and also how knowledge was separated from the idea of revelation, which led to the separation of church and state. Okay, we talked about the birth of universalism and all that type of stuff, and we talked about different ideas from Aristotle to Kant, right? So then we're basically breaking down different texts. Okay, basically George Orwell, Road to Weekend Pier. Right, we read some of his musings. We completed reading his musings on the machine civilization, right? In that work, okay, then we are also completing a chapter in ellul, okay, about technology and its effect on economics, right? And how man becomes the object of technique, right? And this is actually how.
Wait, what does that mean? Man becomes the object of.
Well, basically, they invent techniques, right? In terms of economics, right? And that leads to gather information about people, right? And in order to, gather this information, right, they have to limit. They have to have a limited concept of the person they're gathering information on, right? And once you gather this information, right, you develop certain techniques, right, based on norms and planning, right? Two features of the economy. And that basically creates economic techniques, right? And man no longer becomes either dominated by a reliance on either nature or cultural forms, right? So this is when technique, okay, that becomes the main feature, okay, in governing politics, economics and cultural forms, right? And this is in the work Jacques Ellul, Technological Society, right? Then, for the final completion, right, man becomes the object of technique. That means that technique no longer is like a subjective aspect of society, but it's a main thing that organizes society, right? Is what he means to say.
So, let me see if I get this right. You're basically saying that we get so good with our techniques for economics and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
That okay. That it, instead of
you don't
us
need
instead
you
of us
don't need
using
like
it to manage, it manages us essentially, or is aimed at us.
yeah. And the main aspect is that you don't need theories anymore, right? To like figure out what people are doing because you just gather information on them. I mean, so he's saying that this comprises in the death of liberalism, right? So he says
you would still need theories to understand the why the data moves the way it does, wouldn't you? You can't.
Oh yeah.
Data doesn't interpret itself.
Yeah, he's got tons of them.
Yeah, it makes it easier to explain rather than just here's some data, because then you can probably interpret in multiple different ways.
The way you organize the data, right, is through these two features, norms and planning. Right, and that's all done through it's mainly handed over to the government. Right. But some of it's done by private enterprise, right? And then co-opted by the state. I mean, so there's a lot of idea where the norms and planning and the information about the economy, right, and the price setting and all that type of stuff, okay, is centralizing feature. So yeah, so you have these two things, right? Socialism and capitalism, right? They compete for dominance, right? In the proliferation of technique, right? And it basically ends up in the death of liberalism, right? So basically, he says that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the technological state, right? So this is kind of what we're going over in the first part, and then we move to Shangzu, right? And the Shangzu is part of a series we're doing on Eastern philosophy, right? So we've looked at Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, right, from 2000 BC. Okay, then we move to Confucianism, right, and Daoism. Okay, and we're gonna look at some of the Buddhist ideas before we move to Zen Buddhism, and some of the 15th century texts, and then we'll basically proceed from there into the modern era, and look at some modern interpretations of Eastern philosophy, right? So yeah, so we have comparative analysis. Okay, Western, Eastern. Okay, we also have a little series we're doing on transhumanism and presenting ideas from different thinkers on technology and humanity and the future of humanity and technology and all that stuff. So we've presented dozens of cases there. Okay, ideas. Okay, from Ray Kurzweil to Danny Hillis to all these other people, right? That talk about advancements in technology. Okay, and we're looking at the work of the anarchist Derrick Jensen. But anyways, yeah. Obviously, I'll drop the link in the chat if anybody has questions or comments.
Are you familiar with spiral dynamics?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, what's that about?
It's kind of a lot to explain. I'll drop just a little link to the Wikipedia page in the back chat if you're interested.
Okay.
It's basically a system of psychological or human development over time, right? And it shows the different phases that humanity evolves through. And I was just curious how you saw those two.
Is this by Arnold Toynbee?
Maybe Claire Graves. It looks like it's.
Oh, Claire. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, no, I was just wondering if how you thought that might interact with the technocracy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's different views about time and progress, so we've been going over that, right? So it started with the eschatological schemes, right, of the Christians and the Jews, right? So they started talking about different ideas about the coming of the kingdom of God, right? And that, like, really metamorphosized in in Europe. Okay, and you could see it in the ideas of Swedenborg and Karl Marx. Okay, okay, and even Immanuel Kant and the ideas of the French Revolution, right, and some of the occultists, right, that they're talking about this messianic age, right? And this is where you get this utopian ideal from, right? So the ideal of the state transforms into the utopian ideal, right? And it really doesn't get moving until they really develop the technological society or industrial society, right? Because then they see how technology can really meet all of man's needs, right? So then they develop the notion of combining the utopian ideal with the notion of human evolution, and you get this idea of transhumanism.
Utopia sounds awful. Sounds like hell.
Well, everybody has their own version, right? So the problem with the transhumanists is that they're relying on this pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? And when it's clear that progress,
yeah, pseudo-eschatology.
yeah, pseudo-eschatology, yeah, progress ebbs and flows, but they, proclaim that progress has linear, growth.
Well, it's not linear, but I do think like the human drive to progress, right? Like whatever it is in us, we continue to fix things no matter what. We need something to do.
Right.
And studies, psychology studies show consistently that well-being is maximized not once we've accomplished a goal, but while we're making progress towards it. So if we understand that about human nature, we can't ever get there's at no point would we be comfortable with a world that doesn't have issues to overcome.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you focus on the task and not the goal. That's one of the main principles in Daoism as well. So yeah, we've definitely discussed that one. But so it's literally like 5:08 a.m. So I'm looking at the clock here, and
so what about animancy? Have you heard of animancy?
No, what's that about? Cause okay, so
a treatise on the reading of the folds and wrinkles of the anus.
Oh, is that the root chakra?
No, it's literally a book about buttholes.
Yeah.
What's that, goatee on the front?
Is that a first edition?
The root chakra.
I don't know. I believe so. I stumbled across like a meme on like Facebook or some shit that had a picture of this book, and I immediately went straight to Amazon and ordered one.
I'm getting my books put on my shelf. I'm reorganizing my.
That's a nice looking shelf right there, Rocky.
I'm reorganizing my steady. I'm putting all my books on the shelf. I got to separate the cooking books, my wife's cooking books, my wife's gardening books.
Oh, the year of the publication is 1945. This is not, and it's translated. That's wild.
Well, have you ever heard of Georges Bataille and his views about the black sun?
No.
And the solar anus, as he calls it?
No.
Oh man.
So I think like I'm just realizing I think that this is actually something that like was not originally a joke. I just assumed this whole thing was a joke.
Yeah, you should look up. Yeah, you should look up Georges Bataille and nihilism.
How do you spell that? I don't know how to Georges.
Have you heard the theory?
Yeah, Bataille.
BAT. T-A-I-L.
Have
Okay.
you heard
I'm
of
pretty
the?
sure that's how it's spelled. But I could be
I got
wrong, but
you.
yeah, if you look, if you type it into Google, it'll come up. If you type in Georges Bataille,
And what
right?
and what part of what about him?
Just look up his ideas about the black sun and what the black sun reference is,
Black
right? In
hole
esoteric
sun.
Hitlerism, and you'll go down an interesting rabbit hole because
A black hole, you might say.
oh yeah, a black sun hole.
Sheesh.
Exactly.
Have you
Yeah,
heard
so
of the flux capacitor in Back to the Future? The flux capacitor.
oh
It's
yeah,
the,
oh yeah, oh yeah. Here,
it's
hold on, Rocky. We got to play this first. I thought Flo would like this clip. I mean, this is one of my, this is one of our OG clips on the show.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
What the fuck?
Well, the theory on the flux capacitor is it's referring to SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse, where time travel is obtained through sodomy, going the flux capacitor.
I'm gonna sodomize you, Rocky.
Yeah, Toiletable Earth already offered that to him.
Yeah, but he probably meant it seriously while he was drunk and crying.
Yeah, it was quite.
Pretty much.
Yeah, man. He went on kind of like a spree, like saying that to a bunch of people. But yeah, I guess
did you see the sodomy imagery at the CERN and the opening of the Gotham Gate, the Gotham
Are
Tunnel?
you like this in your real life, Rocky, all the time?
I'm telling you, it's time travel.
Oh yeah.
Like you can't. I was just bitching at him yesterday. You cannot take Rocky anywhere because it doesn't matter the topic. He's gonna dial it straight to 11 and say some weirdo shit that just.
Well, it'll eventually get back to SLS. So
I'm right on topic, man.
We were not talking about SRA. But go ahead. Don't let me stop you.
Time travel.
We weren't talking about that either.
I'm up in my own world.
You're a motherfucking troll.
No, I ain't. TML's. I got a wrench. Say that in chat, and I'll kick you out.
Yeah, he's
right. Weak sauce, and also bad tactics.
Shush, Hank.
YouTube already stopped me. YouTube or StreamYard. StreamYard is so rigid.
Yeah, it sure is.
I've got to.
Yeah, I was thinking about standing up Jitsi and trying that out, so I can have an alternative StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard is just so familiar.
I can learn new stuff.
And they gave me a big. I mean, I don't know if I made a video about it when they first jacked the price up about how to get a big discount. It was like a 60% discount for. Like
yeah, the first videos we made on this channel, I actually made them with OBS, and I figured out the like settings like myself. Like it only took me like it didn't take me very long, is what I'm trying to say. Right? It took me like an hour. Like if you're pretty smart, you could figure it out. You know, it's not like rocket science or anything.
An hour. Well, I don't know if I'm that smart. I'm not that smart then.
I figured out in a couple hours. I can use OBS and StreamYard at the same time, but it's kind of annoying. I can also use OBS to restream. What's it called? Not Skype. What's the other one? Zoom itself. But I really have to play with the configuration.
Yeah, we never had StreamYards until I went on the Crucible, and then we signed into the link, and then I was like, oh, okay, so this is an option to make videos.
I mean, it was the shit at first. It was free, you know. Wasn't it? It was free, right?
Well, there's a free version, and it still exists, but it kind of sucks.
Yeah, I used the free the free version for like a week.
Oh, yeah, okay. You've got the bigger version now, don't you?
Yeah, when I started out, I used the free version for like a week just to test it.
I remember OBS.
It's still alive, Rocky.
What does it do, Rocky? What does OBS do, Rocky?
It makes so you can configure it when you go on live and shit. It's pre StreamYard shit.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't get into it because well, I forgot how I used to go live. I used to just video and then put them on later.
Yeah, you could do YouTube. You could do YouTube Live now. But yeah, you could just record video and upload it. That's probably the easiest way to do stuff. It also gives you the most engagement too.
Yeah. My first YouTube channel was a local news. I called it. North, because we're the northern part of the county, Northern County Eyewitness News.
That's dope. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I should do that. That should be like, just shout out the area, and just like this is where we're at. Yeah, but did you go around and look at what's going on, like around where you're at?
Yeah, I had a GoPro. I had a cell phone at the time. I had my laptop.
Oh,
and I could go around and I followed fire trucks and cops. I'd go wherever they went, and I'd try to interview them. And I went to parades, like they have an affair on Main Street, local parade I went to. I asked a Border Patrol guy, "Hey, do you believe in the Constitution?"
That's
And
a good question.
He said, no, no. And I said, "What the fuck?"
Do you still have this video?
He's so full of shit, man.
It was on
No.
questionable authority. A local Spokane guy, he promoted it for me.
But what happened to this channel?
My channel, I erased all my First Amendment audit type. Some stupid fucker talked me into getting rid of it. The cops are gonna come get you if you don't get. So I erased them all. But
do you have them saved locally or no?
I can't find that guy, questionable authority from Spokane, no more. He was talking about going in the woods and being self-reliant, and now he just disappeared. But he's the one to promote. I still know where to find that video somewhere. I got it somewhere. I can find it. See, where is that video? Anyway, it was a fair on Main Street, and like a supervisor, Border Patrol guy, like a lieutenant, was walking down. I just went up to him. "Do you believe in the Constitution? Would you defend the Constitution?" It's kind of like he shrugged his shirt and kind of said no. And motherfucker, that was I think he got in trouble for it. Dumb fucker. And then and it was a sheriff election year, and so I interviewed both sheriffs. And I asked both sheriffs the same thing. One said yeah, and the other one said kind of, or in a roundabout way, he didn't really say yes. So they're kind of dodging the question. So they really don't follow the Constitution. They're fucking a bunch of pieces of shit.
They're fucking pieces of shit? That's weird.
Well, they know they're breaking the law when they use traffic in order to take away your constitutional rights just over a traffic stop. And they know they're doing it. So I confronted them on it, and they know who I am. They don't mess with me in this county no more.
I wouldn't either.
I know who the fuck they are, and they know who the fuck I am. I don't take that shit from them guys. Whenever they confront me, like if they have to confront me or anything, they usually send about 8 fucking Border Patrol and 2 sheriffs or something. But I've made amends with them. They really don't, they know I don't hate them. I'm just trying to tell them to wake up and get the fuck out of that system or something. Start obeying the fucking laws. Stop being outlaws and shit. They swore an oath to the Constitution, not an oath to the court and the judge and the prosecutor. Once you stand up against them, they usually leave you alone. It's when you let people push you around that they keep pushing you around. If you don't stand up to people, they'll just keep pushing you around. I learned that in the Marine Corps.
You had to go all the way to the Marine Corps to figure that out?
Well, I was 17 at the time. The first day I arrived at my first base, some big motherfucker came up to me. We call him Moose. He grabbed me and squeezed me. Shit. And then, I didn't, but I stood up to him.
Yeah, are you wearing camouflage right now?
Well, there was a guy named Resto.
You can't see him, can you? I can't either. He must be wearing
No,
camouflage.
He's wearing camouflage.
It's my hoodie. I'm imitating Resto.
Or something like that. Resto?
Yeah, his thumbnail is he wears a hoodie and glasses.
Yeah, I talked to him a while ago. Yeah, yeah, he seems like, yeah, he's interesting.
Go on.
Yeah, no, he said he wanted to come up here, talk about nanotech or something like that. But yeah, we were talking about Vegas or whatever. Yeah, so they created some type of online show. So yeah, definitely. But yeah, so I was talking about his online show, and yeah, so interesting, guys. But yeah, Rocky's experience, interesting. Yeah, but I've gone way overboard here, so I really need to maybe start closing this down. So if you guys have any closing statements here, it would be much obliged. I mean, as always, thank you guys for being here and the many conversations that we've had. Of course, I don't think that Rocky really goes live. Not that I've seen. I've been subbed up to Rocky for a long time. But yeah, Powder Dusty, he goes live all the time. So go check him out.
I'll probably go live actually in not too long. My sleep schedule gets 2 hours later every night.
Oh my god, you're gonna go live soon? Oh my god, yeah, you're gonna go live soon, huh?
Probably.
Okay, well,
it's kind of midday for me at this point.
Yeah, I'll definitely be watching that at this point. So yeah,
I was thinking about later. I'll say my last words, but I was thinking about later getting my camper and my mobile Skylink, getting a new GoPro and a cell phone and going live around the country in my my traveling truck. I used to go live, but I'm not up for it. But I'm thinking about getting back set up, going live. I could go live here, but it's kind of boring. I could read a book or something.
You should read a book to the audience. They'd love that.
Right, read like a rare book, and just with your camera off, and maybe it'll attract viewers to the channel, and then you can do some other shit.
You should get this book, the Animancy Anal Folds book, and read that as an audiobook to the audience. I would watch it.
Yeah, I wouldn't read any of that, or even George's Betrayal, or even George's Betrayal. We read secondary sources. We went into it through secondary sources like Nick Land, right? So yeah, this is how we do business out here, right? We touch on arcane subjects, but we do it in and maybe by over contextualizing at some point as well. But yeah, anyways, yeah, what's the
thunder? That shit was wild. Sorry.
Wait, what was that?
Could you hear the thunder? It just like, man, it's going on here.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah. Yeah, the storm is coming. So,
Shout
get
out
ready,
Q.
folks. Yeah.
And I can put my screen, I could change the color back here to green.
Oh yeah, we saw that earlier. Yeah, that's pretty slick. It's like Matrix. Yeah, for sure.
The matrix color. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Thanks for having me. And
yeah, blessings.
you guys are going to sign off pretty soon. And thanks
That's
for
right.
having me. Love to everybody. Peace. May God find you, or you find God, whatever.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Yeah, blessings. Peace be with you.
Stay excellent, Rocky. May you find the clitoris. Asked us if he thinks Tommy is actually serious about going debate, bro. I think that Tommy is seriously.
He's being coached. He's being coached, folks.
Bring it on, Tommy. Bring it on, Tommy. I don't care if TML was coaching. I could beat you.
Yeah, I think that Tommy is serious about considering it.
Who's Tommy's secret coach?
I mean, yeah.
Tommy, I'm calling you out.
I'm not too worried about it.
Whenever I'm available, which is right now. Go bring it.
Yeah, let me.
Tommy wants more subs and he wants more money, but he's just too self-involved and narcissistic to work with anybody. In my experience,
you don't even have to work with me. You just have to sit there and take it.
Oh, brother.
Sounds like a good deal for Tom. He should do that. But anyways, I'll let you go. Thank you for having me up. Oh shit. Oh shit.
What's ironic is that he couldn't beat Green Hill Zone in Sonic 1. That's what's ironic about it.
He is turned. Did you see my latest short? It's worth a watching. I had to take a shit on Tom.
The one with the bomb.
Because he's such a douche.
Yeah, we'll be reproducing some of the conversations we had with him and others at some point. It's a lot of like work because there's nobody like behind like really the wheels of steel at this point other than myself. So yeah, I'll get around to it at some point. But yeah, blessings to all the people. But yeah, anything else, guys?
No, I'm just dropping a link in the back chat of that short I just made today. It's funny.
Sure.
But anyways, thank you for having me up. Salute to the chat.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace to Flow State. And I mean, yeah, what else, Hank? You know what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. Well, if Tommy's ready to debate, I as long as it's not on his channel because he's a mod spook, it doesn't really matter. He could be here, it could be on the Breakfast Tacos. It doesn't really make a difference. We do that free will debate. Go ahead and dominate him. I'm ready.
Yeah.
You should do it on tacos then.
Yeah, TML doesn't let him here because it says all those gamer words.
Yeah.
Among other things.
Yeah, but yeah, we could we could be flexible and accommodate at some point. So maybe we could talk about that. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you. In terms of presenting stuff that you can restream to your channel. But yeah, blessings, Hank. Yeah. But any other closing words for these people? Out here.
Yeah. If you can't act on the thing, then the information you have is irrelevant to you.
Yeah, for sure, Hank. Yeah, you've always been helpful. And yeah, blessings to you, and yeah, I appreciate your company here. And yeah, thanks for being here, my friend. How about you, Reddington? You got anything for these people?
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. For sure, homie. or the treasure will seek you. You know, pretty much at this point. You know. So yeah, blessings to all of you.
The secret is there is no treasure.
Yeah, it's hidden in plain sight. You know, it's a diamond in the rough, even as they say. But yeah, blessings to all the people. You know, I greatly appreciate your company. You know, and yeah, we'll continue on the trek, and I think it won't be a lonely trek on Saturday, right? So I believe we may be joined by a few of the friends, right? So yeah, because they've been consistent in showing up on Saturday, but not so much on Wednesday, right? But yeah, we did have some interesting presentations earlier, right? So thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And you know, you can't kill what you can't see. You know, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. Right? And you know, what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen. Images of things that are not even real. Right? So we've been talking about the developments, right? Okay, from a religious to a technological consciousness, right? In terms of the religious, in terms of the political, right? And in terms of the anthropological. Okay, so if you want some of that, go look at the beginning parts of our previous streams, right? Okay, where we discuss a number of topics. We use a number of sources, right? Which I mentioned, right? And of course, the main feature of our shows is that we're going through works of Jacques Ellul, right? And also of Theodore Kaczynski, right? To understand opposing ideas. Okay. Of course, we're looking at other thinkers like Derrick Jensen and Ray Kurzweil, right? For opposing views, right? So we're looking at different ideas by different thinkers on technological society, machine civilization. Okay. And yeah. And the technological world system. Right. So yeah, we are living in a world system. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I'm very much low on time. Right. So I have to get it moving here. But yeah, I appreciate you guys as a company, and yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. Oh yeah, I actually prepared this video here. I didn't get to play it earlier. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Blessings.
Come up, ball of fire. Come up, Hare Krishna. Come up, ball of fire. Come up, Hare Rama. Hello, Hare Krishna. Hello, baby Krishna. Come up on the top, Hare Krishna. Come up on the top. Hello, Hare Krishna. Hello, baby Krishna. Come up on the top, Hare Krishna. Come up on the top, Hare Krishna. Fire, 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 in a London town. Fire, fire, from underground. Fire, fire, in a London town. Fire, fire, from underground. wheel not turning. Tony Blair, wheel not turning. Queen Elizabeth, your wheel not turning. Prince Charles, wheel not turning. Hare Krishna, wheel is turning. Baby Krishna, wheel is turning. Hare Krishna, wheel is turning. Baby Krishna, wheel is turning. 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 Come up, ball of fire. Come up, ball of fire. Come up, Hare Krishna. Come up, Hare Rama. Hello, Hare Krishna. Hello, baby Krishna. Come up on the top, Hare Krishna. Come up on the top. Hello, Hare Krishna. Hello, baby Krishna. Hare Krishna. Baby Krishna. The bishop, body on fire. Pope, body on fire. The royal family, body on fire. The House of London, the body on fire.
Find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. Galactus versus Skeletor, Outlaster, the Skylight Schoolmaster, Laughter, Macabre Tank Blaster, Master Vast Factor, Faster than a disaster broadcaster. Not much is known of the background of the man many call the Cobra Commander. He was once a used car salesman in the land. He eventually became a small businessman. Pegs, I broke his legs, worse than all horses. No one would indulge the witness stand. My grandeur is a plan pure. Your suggestion ran sewers. I put the juggernaut in the perfect plex. It broke his champ Thor. The next came strong guy from the X-Men, but I intercept him, broke his neck then, pick him up and socked him to the next rim. I may have a look of scrutiny. I destroy rappers abusively. They lose stupidly. I profusely strive to stop God's mutiny. Hog swine, I'm potpourri. agree, there is no ghost of me. I approach from trees, a good poltergeist openly. I take Lady J from G.I. Joe to Idaho, then to African cuisine at Toto's. You'll find my mind is filled with N209s and rap stage promos. You're in custody, I have antipathy. I disjoin your sympathy, then disunite the vertical line of your spine from guides A to Z. Stay away from me. You're trusting a centipede. I'm from the high C. I break disease in your skull plate, bereaving it's not make-believe. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. God's wrath on Christ was propitiation, personification, hyphenation, legislation, punctuation, prohibition, appropriation, expropriation, precipitation, arbitration, pronunciation, privation, procuration, approximation, preparation, preposition, capitalization. I anticipate and depict the universe's vindication. On barefoot God used me, I destroy configurations. The many deaths of Starscream, he's traitorous. Decepticon death greatness. People hated God created. Adam and Eve were naked. Now we're outdated and not related. And all heaven is awaited. The excellent panegyric MC estrangement. The Punisher Gleam uses combat experience. Deem 4 years interference as a U.S. Marine in a special operations team. Unit in the Vietnam Marine. When I found him, he was doing something unseen. So I broke his breastbone and fractured his spleen. The inauguration of the patient. I obliterate further than aerospaces. I murder the thing. When stars die, it kills the thinking ancients. A rocket went up that disturbed the satellite, known by the Nazarites. Academite, Mike, gigabyte flight, petabyte, Galabia, attack site, fight. It causes all the supervillains and X-Men's fright. The rhymes I write make all night meteors crash right. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy.
You may ask who I am. I am the magic present. I am present. I present myself. Saint Germain. Father Christmas reindeer. Rain for you, King Scratchy Perry. Rain for the league, rain for you, King. King of kings and Lord of lords, conquering a lion. Other Jabba did the elect of God. A light of himself and elect of himself. He had rightful ruler. He said to Professor, play the jungle drum. I'll hit you with the sun. I beat you with me drum, hit you with me tongue. I hit you in the head and change you from being a rum head. I make you take a college split. I make your wood get stiff. I make you find a sexy cunt. You cannot find yourself in the front. I said no to the heads of government, to the council of wrongdoers, the queen councillors, and the lords, and the house, and the parliament. I am Paul Bogle, I don't lament. I hit devils with cement. I hit government with shit. From Jupiter toilet pit. Come on, this is my new song. From the wall of Hong Kong, taking over Japan, taking over Tokyo. Because I want it Tokyo. Kokian, the Japanese bank. And then Japanese skanks into the Japanese ranks. Japanese computers, Japanese machines, and Japanese instruments, and Japanese yen. Yeah? In Japanese friends, Japanese and Japanese fans, Japanese Atari. Said to Amstrad, I am not mad, I am only bad. Dreader than dread, tougher than lead, rougher than rough, and tougher than tough. Rougher than rough cut, tough and tougher than tough gun. Eh? Wickeder than island, wickeder than Jambo, and wickeder than Mango, and wickeder than Trojan. I said to Trojan, I am the Bojan. I said to Trojan, golden Trojan. I said to Marshall Rod, I am God. I got music rod, I represent God. I got the words, I got the sound, I really crown. Sit up on the throne, then I said to Bone Skull Cave. I am the captain in Skull Cave. Believe me, in the time not to sound, and I walk in Moses' grave. I said to Moses, let me your rod, and straight it across the Red Sea. And kept to Cado River, not the thing but two. From the poo-poo. Play the conga drum. And let me hear the jungle drum. And then I wrap you up with me tongue. The burning sun, Skaham Farage. Say the Elohim Eloha. Adonai I, Abacadabra. Great ball of fire. Catch me if you can. I'm a Ujjata. I am Africa Obeah man. Yes. I take over Hanover in Germany. Then I say to the German marks. I am Europa Park. I am King Neptune in the park. Watching the park with me, angel in the park. I said to the coat of arms in Europa Park, Shazam. Let me hear the jungle drum, Shazam. Let me hear the jungle drum, Shazam. And let me hear the cymbal, Shazam. I said I am Hannibal. I call to the animals and I call to the jungle. I call to lights and I call to the night. Said I am the magic present. And I am the omnipotent. I said the call to the 7 magnificent stars. Marcus, God is Saturn, Jupiter and Mars. Neptune, Aquarius, Atlantis. Here come Apollo spaceship. Boy Palmer, boy Honey Palmer, boy Medusa, boy Confusers, boy Users. I said a power newsmonger. Boy Bank of England. I come back with me Dan. I'm a bandland. I said to Satan, be still and know that I am he. Be still and know that I am Lee. Be still and know that I'm Scratch. And be still and know that I am Terry. I make you merry. This is a holy chant, jump and prance. It's a Japanese can. Japanese bank, Japanese yen. Pound, shilling and pence look dead as it's 10 to 1. See it from Jamaica. 10 English pound, I want Jamaican dollar. And 10 sterling for 1 Jamaican dollars. And 10 Swiss francs, so 1 Jamaican dollars. 10 the Dutch marks, so 1 Jamaican dollars. And 10 German marks, so 1 Jamaican dollars. And 10 guilders, so 1 Jamaican dollars. Jungle, jungle, hit me jungle drum. And let me sing to you with me jungle tongue. And say to you, I'm from the jungle sun. He says Kahampara, cold sweat, I am hot. Fire in a London town, I am hot. I say to Satan, you're a rat bat. Again I shoot you in your bat. Satan, I say, you are a rat bat. Satan, you are a rat bat. I'm gonna cut you off and cut out your bat. Say to tat sat, hum. Pum pum, bum bum bum. And hit a jungle drum. I say to Wamba, open skull cave. Phantom, come out of the grave. Out of the grave.
Can't nobody fuck around with VP. Or else you go and find yourself DEAD. You only got your eye on the prize you can't see. Cause I ain't really living my life for plan B. Anybody brave enough to come against me, go and find your body in the bottom of the Dead Sea. How dare you ever in your life walk past me without acknowledging this man as G.O.D. I always been here, always been deranged focus. The heat is always in my hand like chain smokers. Hard work, dedication to sustained dopeness. Bust a motherfucker head till his brain opens. Stay cooking in the kitchen like we hot sofrito. I was always smoking wakata with poppy people. I ain't never doing anything that's not illegal. Read the Torah law, black mask, black hero. This is due to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny Pig, fuck around, lay around. This is due to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
I had you laid out, posturepedic. Before the day's out, somebody gon' be laying bleeding. Keep fucking with me, bring you to the darker side, where the wolves playing nothing but your karma lie. You get it back tenfold, yeah, I do you dirty. I'm in my dirty 30s, that mean I'm past the worry. I got it mapped out, every plan hashed out, perfectly executed, squeezed till I'm fresh out. I got goonies, all they do is stick their neck out for a nigga, cause it's loyalty and nothing less. And with it's on, you know they got them toolies on deck. What you looking at, boy? You ain't a boss yet. Infamous, yeah, we celebrate life. Pour liquor for the dead, kill niggas on sight. When they get beside themselves, we run it right up on them. Leave them where they standing, pour some fucking liquor on them. Something like
to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around. This a tool to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
Let me start from the beginning at the top of the list. First off, nobody could do it like this. No matter how hard you try, hard you go. No matter how hard your beats, ill your flow. Can't fuck with P, yeah, this we know. I'm not a rapper, I'm a master of ceremonial. Gatherings at venues is jam-packed. Fuck rap, I'm in it for cream and that's that. Try to stop my dough, I run you off the map. You try to stop my life, I blow you out your hat. The most thuggish, the most ruggish, the most AKAs you heard of is bandana, banana clip, R.I.P. I can't help it, my career don't cease. No, my name don't wear out, I go on forever. That other shit a pass and fad, it won't ever.
Abrahamic religions. It's called Hesed in Judaism, obviously compassion in English, and I'm not sure what they call it in Arabic. Let me look it up. Compassion in Arabic. It's probably a word I've come across before, but I can't remember everything really, can I? It's come up, but I don't know how to read Arabic. Shafika. Or Tartufa. Okay, so they have a proper word. I haven't come across it before, so I learned something new today. On the question of advice, unwanted advice, and I'm afraid political activism is about giving people who hate you unwanted advice. And we know how difficult it is, even with family members, because we have to contend with their ego and our ego when we offend their ego, and they're going to take it out on us and say, who are you to tell me what to do? Did I ask for your advice? What makes you think you know anything? I know you did A, B, and C, and D, E, and F, and they weren't very good, were they? The usual sort of thing. And that is why it is so important to respect your elders, really. But then this has gone out of the winter because, as you know, in the West, we have this religion called liberalism, which is which has to include egalitarianism, because the egalitarianism is one of the three items on the list of the French revolutionaries. So they asked for liberty, equality, and fraternity. But obviously, it is impossible to get anything done if everyone regards themselves as equal to each other. It's very easy to make this point if I ask you what you think would happen if the military were run on egalitarian lines. It means nothing would be done. Nobody would do the horrible jobs, the risky missions, and everybody would stay at home, and the enemy would be better organized in a hierarchical way. We'll just come and kill the men and take our stuff, and the women and children away as slaves. So we do know really deep down that some kind of hierarchy is needed. Another example would be if there were no Supreme Court in your country. So what would happen? But there would be many courts. So what would happen would be, I litigate this issue against you in court A, and I get the result I want, but then he would litigate the issue against me in court B, which would be equal in status. So it wouldn't be, going from lower court to higher court to Supreme Court. It would just be, a whole bunch of courts. So it would just carry on forever until, I suppose, one of us decides to kill each other because we can't stand it anymore. So we know from the military and the judiciary that hierarchy is crucial in resolving issues. And if we don't see that, then we're never going to get anything done. We'll never have the courage to speak to any of our family members about any controversial issues, and the government and the globalists will continue to divide and rule us. And this, I fear, is a problem that one generation will inevitably regard the previous generation or the next generation as traitors, as thought criminals, and on will the cycle go until your civilization is destroyed. And in a way, that's what they want to do, because they don't want us to form a cohesive group and tell them what's what and who's who, and that they should correct themselves. And so I think it's crucial for us to have all these conversations with people that we fear to offend, and they would be the people closest to us who share our living spaces. Because if we don't, it would be a great opportunity lost, because it is my belief that people are capable of submitting to truth, logic, and morality. They just need to be able to feel it's worth their while. And at the moment, they're not going to do anything if there is no reward and only punishment and cancellation for speaking truth to power. And that is why belief in the afterlife, in whatever form it takes, is essential in motivating correct behavior. Now, I do insist on my identity as agnostic, because it is my belief that even if we do not have immortal souls, some of us will be remembered in history books, even for our heroic failures. But if we all decided to do the right thing all at once, then our ideological enemies will just fade away because they are cowards and hypocrites. And really, what cowards and hypocrites do is they will choose to side with the winner, whoever is the winner. And that this is the most important thing to remember. So if we, the silent majority, remain silent, we will only be the silent majority. But if we choose to be the moral majority, then we cannot stay silent. And it only takes a flick of the switch from becoming coward to hero, from being nihilist to principled political activist. And we can test this out, perhaps put our toe in the water online, rehearse our arguments, and then get it right eventually, because all these things need to be said in a tactful, in a compassionate and reasonable way, with no hint of malice. And that, I think, is a way forward. And this brings us to the question of, to my scenario of we've all died in a nuclear holocaust, and we're in God's waiting room. There is God after all, and each of us are going to have a meeting with him, and he will tell us whether we've passed or failed the test. But for the moment, we are gathered there in the waiting room, but with the knowledge that we currently have, and then we would have to ask ourselves, what could have prevented World War III now that Trump has gone native and America on its trajectory of bombing and invading Iran, Russia, and China before they weaken even further. And of course, it's going to be bad for business. It's going to be bad for our savings, our lifestyle, our ability to speak. And I'm saying, if you think that's going to happen, if you think they're going to declare war and take away our liberties 1 by 1 or 10 by 10, then we should make the most of what freedoms we currently enjoy to say what it is necessary to be said, so that what is necessary to be done will get done. If you fear to think of what you really need to do to solve the problem, you won't be speaking it to anyone. And if you don't say what is necessary to be done, then you are further away from doing it than if you at least dare to speak it, even if you have no power to do it. Because somebody else might do what you propose, maybe even after you're dead. So this stream is not really a stream for Gazans who will probably be offended that I presume to give them advice, or might be suggesting that it's karma that they are where they are. But I think Muslims too, as a whole, those Muslims who are not in Gaza, have a few questions to answer. Why is their interpretation of the Quran so stupid and scary? And why can't they discuss certain verses with me, such as chapter 17, verse 104? Why can't they make obvious arguments that will certainly take the argument further. Either they are stupid and incapable of understanding what I'm trying to tell them, or they understand very well what I'm saying, they're just pretending not to understand. So, well, either way, it's bad. So I know I have to keep saying the same thing again and again in 1,000 different ways before the penny drops. But the problem of making Islam more attractive to non-Muslims lies in the hands of Muslims who are not at the moment being very constructive about their approach. Talking about Muslims, here's Muslim Lies. I'll give you the link in case you want to join me, but if not, I will end the stream. I hope you can stay for a chat. Yes, Machine Lies has a big channel. Hello? Hello, Machine Lies.
Hey, greetings, Square.
How have you been? And who's this picture of?
It's from Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, right. Yeah. This one's a fat kid.
No, it's a girl who eats a blueberry candy and turns into a blueberry.
All right. Right. Yeah. So what's been going on your end?
Nothing really. Just lots of shadow banning. It's just regular stuff. We stirred up a pretty good conversation last time with some occultists and people who espouse occult theology. So I have a few friends who sort of dabble in this sort of thing. We kind of ask them the ethical principles which they believe they espouse and all that type of stuff, and what their views are on theology and all this. Of course, I've been telling people about Jacques Ellul, the Technological Society, and looking at his idea that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the Technological Society. And basically with that, we're looking at why liberalism has failed, and the foundations of liberal ideology, and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell people that liberalism, conservatism, and Christianity have no codified principles. But then if you're not a lawyer, you would know what codified principles are. So maybe it's my problem. But I do say, look, an example of codified principles would be 5 pillars of Islam, 10 commandments, list of rules that you can remember, off the fingers of your hands. Things that people can remember to sum up something. And because Christianity has no codified principles, it will, Christianity and liberalism and conservatism will just be whatever their rulers say it is. And that is the source of the corruption.
Yeah, I think it's much worse than that because actually, if you look at the 11th to 13th century, right, you see the incorporation, of Averroism, and what that means is that they basically have a total split between reason and revelation, right? Especially in the West, right? And this happens especially with Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas, right? They start to say that the truths of revelation are different than the truths, that are arrived through observing nature and using reason, right? So they develop different categories for this, right? Just like the Aristotelians. And this led, actually St. Thomas Aquinas, in particular, to conclude that the state takes care of the body, of the person. So it's only a physical reign, right? So the state is led by natural reason, whereas the church, which leads the state, is led by the faith, right, of revelation, right? So this is a total split between the worldly and the otherworldly, right? And so it creates a split between the theological and the political, and the split of the theopolitical. I think that's what actually gave birth to this notion of secularism, right?
Well, I mean, I've been thinking that, China, what was it secular? I guess it was, because they made up the rules as they went along. Confucius and Mencius and all the others, and then Mao saying, dump Confucius. But then even Muslims who have their Quran, the interpretation of it is often controversial. So, I mean, I've heard about the Mutazilites, right? I don't know what your attitude towards them. Do you support them or not?
No, they would have actually put Islam on the same stage, because the Mutazilites, they said that God is limited because he's good, right? So they made certain rules that God has to have a certain amount of goodness, that he doesn't participate in the world fully, right? So this would have actually aligned them more with thinkers like Maimonides, and St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Basil, who actually declared that God is immaterial and has to create through like these secondary causes, right? Because the world is subject to change and God's will is not subject to change. So they had to basically figure out how this works.
Well, I mean, people have said God works in mysterious ways. I mean, okay,
right.
I'm trying to make it really simple.
Yeah, they tried to make some very declarative statements about God, and I think it's better, for Jews and Christians and Muslims to just say, well, God is unknowable. You can't reach God.
Yeah, but we have his attributes, right? Surely they
Oh, yeah,
don't
of course.
disagree about the attributes of God.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
of course.
he has to be immortal, right? I mean, he has to be immortal, infallible, invisible, omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly moral. He has to be
Sure.
or he's not worthy of worship.
Sure, but when you add other things in there, like immaterial, right, transcendental, right, and all these
He
other
has to be immaterial, because otherwise people will just want to worship, sticks and stones and mountains and rivers, right? I mean, that's why God has to be immaterial, and that was Maimonides saying it would be incorrect to equate God with anything material or physical. I mean, that was why he was, the most famous Jewish sage of all, because he codified everything. But when he was doing that, a lot of people hated him and burnt his books. And
that was Ghazali's response to Averroism, and I think it was the correct response, right? Because he simply pointed out to Avicenna, to the philosophy of Avicenna and all these other people that, in the Quran, God has physical attributes, right? So it can't be that God is immaterial, right? But God is beyond nature, right? Meaning he's, totally in charge of nature, but it's not through secondary, causes that he takes charge of nature. For example, he said, to believe in natural law cuts off God's hands from creation, right? And it's actually the Westerners, right, that believe that you could understand natural law through reason, right, and then you could just become like God.
Well, you can't become like God, but you can understand his will or what he hopes.
Well, sure, but how? Right, sure, but how did Maimonides say that you can understand God's will? It's because we have the same intelligence as God.
By knowing his laws. And deducing that he wouldn't make laws and expect everybody to break them without consequences. So it's like, I mean,
yeah, he's right about a lot. Yeah, he's right about a lot. But I think the whole idea that, that nature, you take God out of nature, right, and you basically say that, God is in charge of nature, but he's not in charge of nature because the natural laws are in charge. and human reason is in charge, right? So that begins to be the problem, I think. I mean, and
Well, I
that's
think the
why.
problem, I mean, isn't the problem of evil, theodicy? Because I mean, that is what makes people. Oh well, if God is good, why is there so much evil? Why does He allow
Well,
it? The poor
well,
children.
that's because they think nature is bad. They've been trained to think that nature is evil.
No, they can't decide whether nature is good or bad because lots of things are sold. It's nature's best. It's natural, no added ingredients. So even in the mind of the consumer, or they don't know whether they want nature, whether nature is completely good or not. And obviously nature can be bad.
Well, that's
Nature can
what it
be.
is. That God is a God of nature, but man, is the human society is run by technology, right? So you don't need God to run human society. I mean, so that's the problem.
Well, I mean, you could
In a
say that
fundamental way.
AI came from God because AI came from humans and God created humans. I mean, it's not that hard to make these arguments. I don't know. I don't know why people are having all these difficulties. Like, okay, AI for all practical purposes, because, there are people who treat it like God. And so you'll get different.
Well, humans. Well, I mean, humans built the Tower of Babel, right?
Yes, and it fell.
Right. So humans can build whatever they want. I mean,
Yeah.
doesn't mean God's going to bless it.
Well, exactly. So, give it time. We don't know. I mean, the end times are not here. As far as I know, it may not happen for a while yet. So the account of humanity will not be closed until the end times. But whether the end times come today or in 1,000 years' time, what God expects of us, if He exists, is still the same. We obey His laws. And so, then the question is simple. I think, well, which set of His laws should we follow? There's a Torah, there's the Quran, and I'm saying, well, you're going to follow the one that doesn't have 36 capital offenses, aren't you? The one that is made for you, Gentile.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that Christianity? It separates the duties of this world from the duties of the next world. I mean, my kingdom is not of this world, right? So literally, what it's created is, and this is also, I mean, obviously, this is spread among the Jews, right? Because they have the idea of the Zohar, right? So they have the notion of, the world's salvation, right? So they're stuck in this trip too, right? So the Christians, so the Christians and Jews, they're trying to create a world system, right? And the only way to create one is through technology, right? And you can't really keep the machines running forever, right?
No,
So this begins to be the.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these philosophical discussions are, can we do this? Can we exceed the speed of, sound or light or whatever? These are just sort of, can we do this? Are we capable of inventing the thing to do it if we can't currently do it? But these are questions for scientists. And then the philosophical question is, should we do it? Should we do it? But
that's
these
the
are two
problem.
different branches of knowledge.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that the knowledge and values are completely divorced. There's no body to value. There's nobody to evaluate the decisions of the scientists, right? So there's no responsibility in this present course, right? That the general public has, right? Because it's a rule of experts. It's a compartmentalization of knowledge, right? And knowledge is completely divorced from its ethical principles, right? So the more knowledge you accumulate, the more alienated you get. Because you don't know why you're accumulating all this knowledge. It's knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? And that's the underlying problem, really. Is who evaluates the experts, and who controls innovation, and why can't
The
the
government.
state? Well,
Or the government should be able to, if
they
it's
should be able to
doing its job
control.
properly. But nobody trusts the government anymore because it is widely known to be corrupt, because it has betrayed, the trust of the people. I mean, like now, it's like, the American people voted for Trump thinking he was going to, stop the endless wars, and he's just carrying on with the Biden program. So, I mean, so what are we to think? But I keep trying to tell Americans, please read the farewell speech of George Washington and try and work out how much of his advice is currently being followed. Hardly any of it. But then, a lot of Americans I've spoken to, I tried to listen to it on YouTube, being read on YouTube, and I fell asleep, and I'm not going to try again. Or I tried to read it, but the sentences are so long and the language so archaic. And anyway, who cares? I mean, that's the response I get. Or I read it, but so what? But they've ignored it for so long. They're not going to start, So there is this sort of presumption of failure, and I'm thinking everything can be corrected in theory easily if people just went through this exercise of working out how much of it. Because obviously I'm not even American, so I can't be telling Americans and wagging my finger at them and saying you got this and that wrong. I have to refer to something that they're supposed to value and revere, such as the farewell speech of George Washington. But then it seems they have no respect for him either, because he's dead and white.
Yeah. The problem with Americans is that they've totally forsaken the principles that made this country. The principles of limited government, right? They've thrown them out the window. The principles of local government, they've thrown them out the window. The principles of republicanism, hence, they're an extension of the principles of local government. And they've been totally spiritually hijacked, right? And that's A, because of usury, and B, because their political system is totally funded. Both political parties are funded by Zionists. Right.
Well, by business organizations, that is the main thing. It's so simple. You see, if you look at the Hindu caste system, I'm sure you already have a working knowledge of it.
Right.
The Brahmins are the priest class. So that they're supposed to be the wisest and whatever, so they know everything, and then followed by the muscle, which is the Kshatriyas, who are the warrior caste, followed by the Vaishyas, who are the merchants, right? And then followed by the Shudras, who are the laborers, and followed by the unskilled labor, who are the untouchables and only fit to clean toilets and that kind of thing. But even within the Hindu caste system, it's clear the merchant class have no business running government. But because of the party system, which Washington warned Americans against, do not have political parties, it will be the end of you. This is the mess we get. And this mess has spread, to, the rest of the West, because they all operate on representative democracy, which is elections. And they're even destroying themselves. Even if you like democracy, eventually people will think, what is the point of democracy other than an empty exercise where ruling classes pretend to care what we think, ask us what we want, and then not give it to us? That's what they keep doing that. And of course, we hate our government. Well, at least the Chinese know, we have to keep our mystique, and we have to show we care, and we're not going to be squabbling in front of them, and we're certainly not going to be asking, but pretending to care what they think, and they're not giving them what they want every 4 years.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I think the principles of government that were formulated in the United States, they were formulated before, you had the Industrial Revolution. So once you had, the ramping up of private enterprise, and investments, and also of corporate and government planning due to those, large scale investments, and also the large scale technology, which is inherently centralizing, right? This allows certain technicians, like military personnel and others, to make decisions for the government. right? So I
Oh,
mean, this is the situation that we're in. I mean, whether we like
yeah,
it
I
or
think
not,
America is already a military dictatorship, trying to
right?
disguise itself as a military
Oh yeah, of
dictatorship.
course, yeah,
And really, no American president is in charge of American foreign policy, which is
right.
basically expansionist imperialism. I guess Trump tried, and they probably threatened to kill him and all his family if he, didn't fall in line with them. And you know, I, I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to make excuses for him, but it seems, well, I mean, Obama promised peace, and then he sent more troops to
That's
Afghanistan. There is a
well,
pattern.
that's what it is, though. If you shut off the machine, thousands of people die, maybe even millions, right? So it's because
Shut
they're
off
used
which
to the
machine?
life, the American machine, all the industrial framework and all of the people that it feeds and the comfortable lifestyle that they live because of it, right? Because of the
Well,
exploitation.
no, I mean, it's only the neocons and the defense industries who are getting, every time a bomb is thrown, it costs, I don't know how many millions, and then their share goes up. But, not, I mean, ordinary people don't want to go to war. They have to, be kind of berserk into a froth of rage and hatred, for them to go from their own country to fight another country. They have to believe
Yeah.
all kinds of shit about them, like they're evil and stupid and monstrous and about to kill you or something.
Well, they've been made to believe, that if they don't, blow up Iran, that they'll attack America, right? Because they've supported Israel, right? So it's a double bind that they've gotten themselves into,
Yeah.
So for most people, that's a tolerable position to be in. I mean, unfortunately,
Yeah, because I mean the whole idea was full spectrum global domination. They thought Russia would fall, but Russia is standing up very well. And they thought, well, Iran is the weakest. Let's go for Iran, and then take Iran's resources, and then use it against Russia, and maybe win against Russia, and then we'll
but
use
but
all
see,
those resources to attack China. That has been their game plan the whole time.
yeah, but I think that there's a greater idea, right? And that's to incorporate the Muslim societies into the industrial world, right? Because as Michael Shermer and all these scientism guys have basically stated, Islam is the last culture in the earth to reach the Reformation, right? And if you want to sell Muslims the goodies, the Western products, right, then you have to incorporate them into a new lifestyle, right? And so so Islam has to be assimilated into the world technological system, right? So there's a greater reason why Russia and America and Israel, they all agree, right, that Islam is a global menace, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is that they all have ideological affinity, and the reason
Yeah,
why
because
they
they want to
do
make up the rules as they go along, and they can't stand
well, the reason
being.
the reason why they want to defeat Islam is because they want to sell them products, right? It's the whole thing is because people from a Muslim background aren't going to want to buy all the porn and all the synthetic cannabis and all.
Yeah. I mean, it really is so evil. I mean, okay, I know the British behave like drug dealers and gangsters when they got the Chinese hooked on opium. But what is even worse now is they want to get their own people hooked on drugs and sex and drugs and rock and roll. It's like they're actually destroying their own people, and they don't even care. That is how evil they are. But what I'm trying to say is that I think okay, if America wants to keep its global empire, it has to run it better. It can't be going around making everybody think the mad and stupid or evil, right? Because that's how people are thinking of America now because of the erratic behavior of Trump. He's clearly gone native. He promised peace and is now starting another war and carrying on with the Biden foreign policy. Well, it's not really Biden's foreign policy, but he was following it, and claiming it to be a victory, and nobody believes in anything anyone says anymore. So it really means that representative democracy is useless as a way of choosing your leader. And also, the important thing to note is that Trump himself is bringing down the liberal order, because the liberal order was based on free trade, and neoliberalism is basically, we have a global empire. We're just going to, ship goods and services around anyhow we please, because we actually own the world. And Trump is now, imposing tariffs on, so many of America's supposed allies. So he is breaking the down the neoliberal order, though nobody seems to have noticed it. But what Islam could do is, okay, I think it's very easy to say that whatever historical tragedy anybody suffered, you could say, well, it's because you didn't follow Islamic principles. That's why you crashed and burned. That's why you suffered. I mean, okay, we can do this now. You think of a historical tragedy, and I'll link it to not being rightly guided by the Quran.
Pesticides.
Well, it's not a historical tragedy, though. I suppose I'll be thinking American Civil War, or
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like the Mongols or something. I don't know. How that tie into Islam? That's actually Muslims' fault, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, because the Mongols were Muslim. Genghis Khan was Muslim, wasn't he?
No. He killed tons of Muslims. Yeah.
But
he killed a lot of Muslims.
Right. I thought he was also Muslim.
No,
because Khan is a Muslim name now, right?
No, he was a pagan, but he didn't. He wasn't like against Islam like particularly, but yeah, he did kill a lot of Muslims. But yeah.
Right. Okay. But I'm saying, if you have an empire, you need some kind of narrative and rule system to keep it all together. And I'm saying, Islam is actually an imperial religion, and it is, because it's always thinking, what shall we do? We do with the Christians and the Jews and the idolaters. We have to, because it's always assuming that there will be non-Muslims around to deal with. So, and so is Christianity an imperial religion, but one without rules. and I'm saying, if America wants to retain its moral and political leadership of the world, it could, but only if it, turned over a new leaf, and we could even dangle the possibility of the caliphate. Like, well, even you, America, could be the caliphate, but only if you adopt Sharia, and only if you reform yourself, and just stop being so evil now. And then you'll at least go down in history for globalizing a religion and making it interpreted in a more modern way. And remove all this, we're going to be stoning adulterers, music is forbidden, and all kinds of, and also I've been trying to say, look, the First Amendment is supported by Chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran. So the founding fathers were, in fact, proto-Muslim.
Yes.
Yeah. So
they're
so
definitely not.
God.
Yeah, they were definitely not Trinitarian Christians.
That's right. They were heretical Christians.
Right.
And possibly, the founding fathers, perhaps it wasn't really about tea and taxes. They just couldn't stand being told that they had to pretend that Jesus is God. Maybe that was driving them mad.
Yeah, I think Rousseau makes a huge point about this, about the theopolitical state, and he says, he even compliments the governmental ideas, of the Prophet Muhammad and the social contract, I believe. But basically his point is that, you can't have a Christian soldier, right? Because his duties are too much tied to the other world, right? So he said you have to have a religion that talks about civic virtues, right? So this is obviously a huge, benefit that Islam could give, seen in, just in the smallest places, like, like in Hamtramck, where they tried to change the law to bring in gay people or whatever, and all the little Muslims, protested. There's not that many of them, but their influence is felt, right? And it says here, I actually have a book here that I stole from, they had these piles of books. So, I don't want to say stole, but they had these piles of books for free. Outside of the I'm outside of the liberal studies department at the university, and this book by A.R. Luria, Cognitive Developments and Its Cultural and Social Foundations. If you open it up on the preface, he says the ancient culture of Uzbekistan, the masses had lived for centuries in economic stagnation and illiteracy. Their development hindered, among other things, by the religion of Islam. Only the radical restructuring of the economy, the rapid elimination of illiteracy, and the removal of the Muslim influence could achieve, over and above, an expansion in worldview, a genuine revolution in cognitive activity.
Wow,
So,
what a lie! Because the thing is, the Quran would encourage literacy because actually says, because there's a voice of God, addressing the reader directly. We know from Christian history that William Tyndale was burned at the stake for translating the Bible into English because he wanted, even the plowboy to be able to read the Bible in his own language, and there was an argument about, the definition of certain words, and then he was burnt at the stake by Henry VIII. But you can see that if we have a rule book, then people will want to know what the rules are, and they will want to be literate in order to be able to read the rule book, so they can negotiate the system better for even reasons of self-interest. So I would say the Quran would encourage literacy, except that I know a lot of Muslims don't read the Quran, in the same way that a lot of Christians don't read the Quran,
right.
because people don't like reading. But
they're modernists. They're they believe in that science and technology can run society. That you don't need rules, you don't need righteous leaders, you don't need people who follow rules. None of those things are actually important, right? And most of the rules in a socialist society, are technical procedures. I was actually reading a remarkable passage by ellul yesterday, and he was basically saying that, communism is the first theory that is literally a technical method. It's not a theory. It's actually just a method for running the government, because you already have all the things in place. You already have industrial society in place, right? So it presumes all these things. So
yeah,
that's where we're at.
Yeah, communism is just a modern term for a peasant's revolt, right? Because it's sort of like when your ruling classes have majorly screwed up, the temptation to take away their property, becomes overwhelming. If they've led you into a ruinous war, if they cause you suffering, and you think, well, they don't deserve their property and their privilege, and you're going to overthrow them. But it's just given a more sophisticated packaging now, because Marx, created truisms such as the dialectical materialism, because it's sort of like, it's obviously true that you'll have different groups of people supporting opposing ideas and having it out through argument or war, and then there will be a new order when one of the parties win, and then it will in turn be opposed by another group, and then there will be another fight, a culture war or an actual war, and this is basically the dialectical materialism. So and of course you can't deny it. It's because it's obviously true, but it still doesn't help us about being fair to everybody. Because if you give everything to to the people who don't deserve it, then the people who deserve it will be discouraged, and there will be a brain drain, and whatever. So you just have to be fair enough, and I think the Quran is fair enough. In that it bans usury, so you don't allow the rich to exploit their ownership of capital against the workers. But then you also don't get let the workers do whatever they like. Anyway, I just don't think enough Muslims are using the Quran as a manifesto.
Right.
It's sad.
Oh yeah, that's a huge problem. Yeah, that's a huge problem. And I mean the reason is clear. It's because technological society, which is mainly Western, right, has offered them all the goodies, right? And besides, most of the threats to human civilization, which are basically existential risks, right, are about something going wrong with technology, right? Either nuclear war or global warming, or you have all of the other ideas, of genetic, diseases and ailments and all this type of stuff. So a lot of the changes, autoimmune diseases and all these types of things, they're a direct cause of, and a lot of the existential risks to civilization, right? Like the breaking of the supply chains, the breaking of our communication systems, and all of those things. They're existential risks that are based on technology, right? So most of most Muslims and Westerners, they believe in the myth of progress. So they're more Marxist than they are Muslim, anyways, right? Because they believe in the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? But they don't believe that good deeds are gonna take them to heaven.
Well, that's it. And the Quran says hypocrites go to hell, and obviously the people who don't really believe but still call themselves Jewish, Christian or Muslim, they also go to hell. I mean, it's like the Quran just closes all the exits of all the people who just pretend to believe but don't really.
Right.
And I think you can use these arguments to identify them and shame them. It's like, yo, Christian, why do you worship a man? Don't you care that God might punish you for idolatry? And the answer is, we don't care because we don't think he exists. Christianity is just a cultural affiliation for us to show, that we're not Muslims like you, right? That's how they think. Christianity now is what white middle class people do to pretend to cling to, pretend to have, to believe in, to cling on to their white middle class identity. Right? I mean, isn't that how it really works? It's not even actual belief. It's just cultural identity and class identity.
Yeah, and I think that's the I think maybe that could be one possible idea, because how much because Marx totally believed in the myth of progress, right? So what he thought was that society, right, is going to move towards a global movement to communism, right? And this is because technology is going to keep on improving, right? And so did Thomas Jefferson, right? He thought that he had slaves, but he thought that eventually society would eradicate the practice of slavery, right? Because they're going to morally progress beyond the need for slavery, right? So this is the problem, is that they have because of the pseudo-eschatology, they're able to create, through the myth of progress, this otherworldly, sort of scheme in which they reach, the kingdom of God.
Yes, they reach paradise on earth, because
exactly.
Liberalism and communism are described as progressive ideologies, because these ideas, liberalism and communism believe that that they are going towards something, a desired destination, and this destination is on earth. While people who believe in God, they think this life is temporary, and the real thing is the next life, and we better make sure we pass our exam in this life. This life is the exam to show God, if we know the difference between good and evil in theory and in practice. That's the purpose. So if we really did think like that, then we would be trying harder to do the right thing instead of going along to get along. I mean, people are not really, nobody's pointing out these things. It's like, if you really believe in God, you're supposed to do A, B, and C. But of course, if you don't, then you'll be doing D, E, and F. Just some kind of, way to get at these people. Because otherwise, a Christian will say, oh, I'm an atheist Christian, I'm a Muslim who doesn't believe in God, and people allow that when it's clearly nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm just responding.
Sorry.
To this guy in the chat, who's trying to link Islam and communism. But what I'm trying to point out is that Marx, he had to pretend to be a Christian, right? This is why in the League of the Just they incorporated the the idea of the kingdom of God.
Well, his father, his parents converted to Lutheranism. Right. I mean, it wasn't anything to do with him, and Marx received a secular German education, but he did come from a long line of rabbis, so I guess a lot of the Jewish influence, remained in him, because if there's one thing about Jews is that they are very good with manipulating ideas and rules, and
right.
That's how they roll. But if you don't care much about rules, then you won't be able to be like that. But obviously, if you believe in the Abrahamic God who gave us laws for our own protection, then we have to take his laws seriously, and maybe even kind of find some sort of causation between our current state now and our ancestors. So I mean, I guess we can't really sort of say we're definitely leading a better life than our ancestors, can we? I mean, materially, we may, we will have things that they will be, astounded at and maybe envious of. But on the other hand, they might pity us for our inability to find someone to marry or have legitimate children or being able to stay together for after we are married. And leading quite miserable lives, suffering from, depression and, all kinds of neurosis and, not having a proper community except to go online and talk to strangers. Maybe they might pity us for, the poverty of our social interactions. So we don't know, objectively whose life is better, but I think we can just sort of work out that maybe our ancestors were more obedient to God's laws than we are. That's something that nobody's going to argue about, right?
Well, they had a link between God, king, and people, right? And you had that even in Russia until 1917. Right. So it's possible even within a Christian theocratic, institution. Right. So, in a sense, if, the Muslims can convince Christians, to abandon the democratic project. Right. Then I think and also as an extension of that to abandon the modern, technological project. Right. Which is going towards a obviously it's led to, a world system, of international trade, right? And a lot of nation states have been consolidated within that, right? So you can't actually have national state power, right? Until you, do something about that, right?
Are you talking about the global Christian empires. I mean, there's
Sure.
been three, right?
Well. It's secular. I think it's not so-called. It's so-called Christian, but it's really Judeo-Christian. You know, so it's a morphed right. You know what I mean, right? Into another species. You know?
Yeah. I mean, and this brings us back to the Hegelian dialectic. Maybe the war between Christianity and liberalism has not quite ended, but anyway, we can at least say when when Westerners are feeling socially conservative and want to talk about ancient things, or talk about their Christianity, and I think I'm so glad you mentioned 1918 when well, you mentioned Russia anyway, and obviously in 1918 was a very bad year for monarchs who there were three of them. The German emperor had to abdicate, the Austrian emperor had to abdicate, and and Tsar Nicholas II and his entire royal family were exterminated by the Red Guards. So it was a very bad year for Christendom. And that's why absolute monarchs are now extinct in the West, which I would say is a good thing. But in Islam, they still exist, right? MBS is an absolute monarch, and so are quite a few of
you
the
can't
Gulf
have
kingdoms.
you can't have Islam without a caliphate, and you can't have the caliphate without a caliph, right? So
And
I think
the
these are all
caliph
huge
cannot be a
problems.
king, can he?
Not in the sense in which a European is a king. In terms of divine right, it's not like that, right? He has limited powers, right? But even then, he has some sense of absolute authority. So that is what's necessary. Right now, when the bureaucrats, fund some scientific agency to invent some solution to some problem, you know, who's responsible, right? Pretty much nobody, right?
Yeah, because Sunni Muslims are as leaderless as the Jews. I mean, at least the Shias can say, well, our supreme leader is Imam Khomeini, right? Because the Shias at least have organized themselves in this way, and they have the Shia equivalent of the Pope, but not Sunni Muslims, because it's too disorganized, and also I think the kind of contaminated by the fact that so many of them live under a monarchy, and if you live under a monarchy, you'd be afraid to have a different interpretation of the Quran to that of your king. So I also happen to know that a lot of Saudis, complain about their Islamic scholars being imprisoned, by their king for having the wrong interpretation. So, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, you need judicial independence to allow people to, speak the truth without fear or favor. But if you think that the king's going to come for you if you, decide a case against him, then I guess you're just going to go along to get along, and then you'll have a precedent of wrong decisions, which will in time be solidified into tradition and precedent and all kinds of things, and it'll be very hard to correct. And I think, okay, I mean, I just happen to think that the ultra orthodox Jewish conception of God is more logical to my mind, because basically the rabbis were left alone to have their theological discussions, and the worst that could happen to them was that they wouldn't be friends with each other anymore and denounce each other as heretics, but nothing much would happen. But if you were an Islamic jurist in some caliphate, and the king doesn't like what you're saying, then you're going to be in trouble. So I think the distortion of the Quran that you find in the Hadith is linked to Muslims living under absolute monarchies and not questioning them, because of course you'd be afraid to that the king might sign your death warrant or throw you into his dungeon, or confiscate your property or exile you, or lawfare you. So you're going to be, a bit scared. But I think, I think this is a problem with the Ummah. And also I happen to know that there's enormous censorship on Muslims in Muslim countries. They're not allowed to talk about race or religion or royalty. So what's going on?
Yeah. The problem, with the Jewish understanding of God is basically that they've invented the Kabbalah, right? So they've devolved into sort of a sort of neo-paganism, and the reason is because the Kabbalah was influenced by the Neoplatonic doctrines, right? And so they're able to have Trinitarian conceptions, and this is not a joke. Right, they've actually invented dual aspects of God and all this stuff. I guess they were influenced by Philo of Alexandria. Said, there's dual aspects of God. There's two cherubim that represent God and all this crazy stuff, right? So, so they've devolved into neo-paganism. They no longer have a firm conception of God, and it's been able to be, linked to all of these occult doctrines. Right, like for example, the Frankists, right? You can see the total destruction of the Kabbalistic schema. In Jacob Frank's declaration that you should burn the Torah and keep the Zohar, right? Because they contradict each other, right?
No, but okay, the Zohar. Jews under the age of 40 are not encouraged to, even read the Zohar. There is. Okay, I'll confess that I after hearing about Madonna going to the London Kabbalah Centre, that was years ago. I went along, and they were doing very cheap, free beginner classes, and basically it's kind of sort of vague, wishy-washy stuff, because spiritual stuff is always wishy-washy and vague because it wants to make everyone agree and feel safe and warm, and isn't it obvious, and isn't it that kind of thing, but most Jews don't know anything about the Zohar. In fact, most Jews don't know anything about the Talmud. If they're not religious, they don't know any of that stuff anyway. But what am I trying to say about spirituality? Okay, spirituality is not following the rules. It's sort of, assuming you know the rules, and you want to think of things in a nicey way without actually following the rules. And I think this is a problem. People want this sort of vague wishy-washiness because they don't want to upset anyone, and they want to bring everyone into their cult or something. But anyway, with regard to the Kabbalah Centre of London, there was a video at the beginning saying, "Oh, this rabbi who tried to start it, he was attacked by his fellow Jews who didn't agree with him teaching it to Gentiles." Yeah, because it's like, you're not even supposed to be teaching Jews under the age of 40 all this, and now you're going to teach Gentiles as your money-making scheme. And what I find, having attended a course of them, it's basically trying to. Okay, most of the people there were women who, were successful in their careers, but obviously a bit lonely because they haven't found a husband, and they would have some kind of mentor person who would be a man usually to keep the ladies interested. Usually a man with a gift of the gab. And I sort of remember one of the speakers being, a very good-looking young man. So they choose their people carefully, and it's kind of sanitized. And I know what they're trying to do. Get people, distressed, lonely, professional women into coming back, and maybe men who like the attention of all these women to come back too, because they're given this sort of, position of seniority and authority, So, I think it's quite careful. But beyond that, I don't see anything about it, and they're not supposed to do it anyway, right? But okay, you can spot, an unrighteous Jew by by the attitude he takes towards idolatry. Because, I think if you're going to take the whole story or, of God, it's like, well, he did forbid idolatry. Are you going to take it seriously or not, Christian? And the Christian, usually says, well, it's just a cultural affiliation for us, and we don't really believe, God exists to punish us for anything. But what about the Jew, right?
Yeah, there is so much idolatry in the Kabbalah, and I think basically what it comes down to is essentially like I've seen rabbis go ahead and say, oh well, this agrees with Hinduism. So I think they have a huge problem on their hands, right? Because their religious interpretations have spread far and wide.
Yes, that is precisely what I was talking about. The leaderless Sunnis, because Sunnis can also say whatever
that's a
they
huge
like about
problem.
Islam, right? And
Yeah.
these Jews, they can say anything they like about their religion, and nobody can contradict them, because there is no Jewish equivalent of the Pope saying you're excommunicated for this heresy, you're kicked out for saying this, stupid thing. But I mean, what you have now are rabbis denouncing each other, and nobody really much caring about what they say. Have you heard of Manis Friedman? Well, he's on YouTube, but anyway, the ultra orthodox hate him for saying, for basically equating God to a cat lady who has pets, who he brought into existence, who never asked to be born. So he basically said, God should be apologizing to us for bringing us into existence because we never asked to be born, did we? So the ultra orthodox rabbis are having a shit fit about it. It's like, this is heresy. But Manis Friedman has a bigger YouTube channel, and he says soothing things that the goyim like. And ultra orthodox rabbis are basically saying you're going to hell and this is wrong and blah blah blah. To Jews and Gentiles, so nobody likes them. But at least to give them to be fair to them, that they're going by the book. And I think, this is fundamentally the problem. All these Jews saying anything, whatever the hell they like about their religion, and nobody there to correct them who has any authority.
Well,
but I think the same problem exists in Sunni Islam.
Right. But the Sunni Islamic doctrine, it is fundamentally incapable of being updated, right? But Christianity and Judaism has been updated for 1,500 years, right? Like the Kabbalah is mainly like 11th to 15th century, right? So way after the Islamic, doctrines have been codified, they've been, updating, upgrading, and adding in, right, the current, ideas about science, and Averroism and all that stuff, creation ex nihilo and all the philosophical debates. They've been mired in philosophical debates, right? So can Judaism and Christianity detach itself from its philosophical basis, right? And that is what most atheists versus believers debates amount to. It's philosophy versus science, right? Unfortunately, and they're not willing to let go of this arcane philosophy, right? That doesn't match up with science, right? It's totally unscientific, right? So
I do talk to a lot of Jews. I mean, they don't go on about the Kabbalah. They honestly don't, because it's just
right. But will they dismiss it then? Or what will they do with it? Right, because it's just there,
it doesn't
willing
really
to be abused.
say anything much. I mean, it's like the New Testament. It's like it says a lot of crazy, vague things.
Exactly. That's the problem. It's exactly like the New Testament. It even says, tries to make up for the fact that. You have the suffering, Messiah, and then the and then the guy who wins, so I don't know. You have two of everything, right? You have two Adams. You have Adam, you have Adam Kadmon and Adam Belial, and
Oh, okay, I don't know anything about those, but
Adam Kadmon is like a notion of an archetypal man. and that is part of the problem, is that once you create the notion of archetypal man, you create the notion of universalism, and there's the liberal doctrine right there, right? It's able to use that, right, to construct the species being and all these type of myths, right, that are used to supplant ideas of equality and stuff, right?
Well, I think ultimately, it's about what people choose to believe, because people can just sort of fall in love with a story, and even though it's clearly nonsense, they just want to believe in it. Like children want to believe in Santa, and sometimes they get parental reinforcement for believing in it, or not. But basically, I think this is what we all do. We come across a story, we like it, or we love it so much we want to spend the rest of our lives making it come true, and this is it. But government influence is clearly going to be the decisive factor. If the government says we want you to believe in God, or Marxism or Nazism or whatever it is, so if you have the government saying, you're going to do better if you follow official government policy and marginalize yourself with, one of these weird cults that we don't approve of. So the message will be sent, and people will, internalize it. A lot of people will say, like Pilate, what is the truth? Who knows? And then you have, people like E. Michael Jones saying truth is the opinion of the powerful. And it's like, well, whatever, gets me what I want in this life, I will do within, the law. So, this is basically a mishmash of how most people think, because, in their urgency to get what they want in this life, they will, not be thinking of the next life. And that is why, the laws have to be the right ones, or people will just, do the wrong thing, and then start blaming Jews and other minorities for being in their country. But I would say, maybe you haven't heard of Rabbi Mizrahi, but he's always saying that Muslims were sent by God to punish sinful Jews. So he's quite funny in that way. But I think that yeah, he does say that, and he curses the liberal lefty traitors.
Well, I've heard hundreds of Jews proclaim that, by the way, that Christianity and Islam were sent, right, as a revelatory experience for the Jews, right, to partake in their suffering so that they could relieve themselves of their sins so that they could return to Israel. And this is exactly what they think is happening now, right? It's a pseudo-eschatological scheme that is invented in the Zohar because Edom and Ishmael are going to go to war with each other and all this, and Edom and Ishmael represent diminutions of the Jewish spirit, which are like sort of like fallen degrees, right? So what they think of the Goyim and what they think of world events is rather interesting, and how they're willing to ascribe most of their past failures, right, to a sort of revelatory experience, right, in their salvation history, right? So the notion of salvation history, it culminates in this pseudo-eschatological scheme, that is fundamentally driven by the myth of progress, and this is why Karl Marx, a Jew, he believed in the kingdom of God, even though he was a so-called secularist, right? So
well, he believed in a workers' paradise, but on
right.
this earth. But talking about the Jews, I don't know if you're aware that there's an article in Tablet magazine saying Allah is Zionist. Yeah, and they quote a verse, chapter 17, verse 104. So, they're basically saying, Muslims, what are you going on about? Even your Allah says in your Quran that we have a right to live there. So,
yeah. What about that? It calls the Jews liars, right? It says they changed the holy books, right?
No, but I'm trying to tell Muslims, and I hope you'll understand, that it's like, okay, everybody's kind of into Israel because there's this I mean, okay, Jews want to live there, Gentiles want to administer it as part of their empire, and the Christians have done it so far. And before that, under the Ottoman Empire, the Muslims were in charge. But the point about Jews having the right to live in Israel is that they can only live undisturbed in Israel, the Holy Land, if they live under Sharia. I mean, that should be the Muslim answer to Jews. And it's like, well, you're a liberal democracy with your gay parades in Tel Aviv. Obviously, that's not allowed, and that's why you're not getting any peace.
Well, that's why they won't. It's not going to remain Israel, right? Is that it's tied to international system and international culture, right? And they're culturally speaking, they're Europeans, right? So the fact is that whatever is happening in Europe, if that lifestyle, techno-liberalism, right? If that starts to become under question, right, then so will they, right? Their lifestyle will start to become under question, right? So they've tied themselves to, a rather unfortunate series of, I think, falsified philosophies, and but that's just a matter of endurance, right? I don't think that because right now, obviously they're a technological superpower, right? So
I think they're just an American colony. That is the final disgrace. It's like you're just an American colony. I mean, look at how you celebrate your Independence Day. Look at how you do things. It's exactly, it's meant to be, a liberal democracy like the West.
But if it was a colony that also ruled the country, right? Because I think they have significant power. Like, for example, right, like Netanyahu can come and speak to Congress, right? I know you did a show yesterday about somebody speaking to the parliament, so yeah, I mean, Netanyahu's.
I mean, they would affirm each other, but basically, I mean, I've been trying to tell people, look, the British have had their eye on Israel since Victorian times, because there was a time when William Gladstone, was thinking that the Turks are, apparently slaughtering these Armenians. Should we intervene and maybe take Israel off their hands, but that was a bit too early. And then they got William Blake wrote a poem called Jerusalem, and then it was made into an imperial poem. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah, he was a follower of Swedenborg, and that's what begins to be a huge problem. I mean, I've been talking about this on my show, how Kant and William Blake and all these guys, they believed in the ideas of Swedenborg, right? And he was one of the first people to.
I haven't heard of that.
He's a writer called Emanuel Swedenborg, who was a huge influence in that time. He was kind of combining science and religion into his own like strain of occultism. The philosopher Kant. Obviously William James and William Blake and all these people, they were all hugely influenced by this guy Swedenborg. They saw him as a prophet. In their own time, they actually wrote about how he spoke to like spirits and stuff, right? But what this guy's great achievement was a sort of neo-paganism, right? Combining the Kabbalah, right, with the views of modern science, right? And a lot of people were doing that, right? Like, for example, Van Helmont was doing that, right? He was combining the Kabbalah with Christianity, right, and talking to Leibniz about it, right? So a lot of these modern systems, obviously, like Van Helmont was a promoter of like Galileo and stuff, right? So they were hugely promoting like the most current science, right? And also espousing the most current, in their view, form of spirituality, right? Which was the Kabbalah, right? The most current advancement in spirituality, right? And so they came up. This is a huge concept that Swedenborg espoused, was the concept of the New Jerusalem. Right, and the coming of the New Jerusalem, and of course, this is hijacked by, the League of the Just and all these, people into the idea of a workers' paradise.
I do. Okay. I am aware of British Israelism. Have you heard of that expression?
Yes,
So,
it's hugely influenced by British Israelism. Yeah, that was a little earlier, but yeah.
yeah. So the idea was that Britain wanted Israel because it would have the prestige of administering the Holy Land and also controlling international shipping, as well as being near the Suez Canal. It's for geopolitical reasons and, oil, keeping an eye on the oil and the Arabs. And so they created this new religion in the hope of getting white, Gentile, British people to go and live in Israel. And, after having convinced them that they were, the lost one of the lost tribes of Israel. So go and live there and fight the Arabs and, maintain a British presence there. But that didn't work out in the end. But then the Americans said, after World War II, hey, why don't we get the Jews to go and live there? It's their country. They can fight the Arabs for us and feel more Jewish as a result. So that's how they've been, tricked into going. Because, when they were thinking of giving Jews a homeland, a lot of Jews were saying, we don't want a homeland. The moment they give us a homeland, they'll tell us to fuck off and go there. So we don't want a homeland, right? And a lot of them said that, and they were accused of being self-hating Jews. And so, well, eventually, their objections were overridden. But, there have been Jews who said no, they're up to no good. It's a trap. We don't want to go and live in malarial swamps, full of Arabs. Who wants to go and live there? We want to live in Europe and America. So, I think they've also been tricked into going there, and it's sort of like, and even the religious people, who think, oh, I'm retired, I want to go and, end my days in the Holy Land, in the land of my ancestors. They're told you can't go there. Where's the birth certificate of your grandfather and his marriage certificate? Blah blah blah. And it's like they don't want you there if you're not a man of fighting age or a woman of childbearing age. But if you fit into those two categories, they want you because they want you to, join the IDF. And if you're religious and old and you're just going to be a burden on the state, no, they don't want you to go there. And they'll find all kinds of excuses. Although technically, that all Jews are welcome, because it's their land. But in practice, only if you're liberal and you support, well, if you come up from a liberal democracy, i.e., Europe or America, and you can go and live there and have, raids in the desert that will, provoke Hamas into wanting to exterminate you, while you dance around the Buddha, right? I mean, this is it. I mean, there's so many empires who do that. I mean, it's like, okay, the Australians, I mean, what were they but white, peasants who were accused of stealing a loaf of bread or some minor crime, and then just rounded up and transported to Australia. I mean, they weren't asked nicely. But okay, with the Danish Empire, with Iceland and Greenland, I mean, why is Greenland called Greenland? Because it's full of ice. And why is Iceland called Iceland? Because it's actually green and quite close to Denmark and quite nice to live in and very beautiful. But of course, the Danish Empire didn't want all the Danes to go and live in nice Iceland, because that wasn't the idea. They wanted them to go to Greenland and colonize and fight Eskimos and stuff. So, I mean, we have to accept that these imperialists, they kind of want people to, I mean, nobody wants to go to the other side of the world or live on Mars or whatever, do they? They want to, be comfortable with Wi-Fi and McDonald's and Deliveroo, And sometimes they just have to be, tricked or forced to go there. And this, I think, is why it's so important for geopolitical reasons. I mean, Israel is important because then, America has this unsinkable, missile carrier, aircraft carrier to start wars and attack Iran. I mean, we just have to see it in these geopolitical terms.
Right. Right. And I think it's also the ideological and the theological background, because I think it can't be denied. Like the influence of something like British Israelism, right? But people don't want to mention it, right? It's like it's like conspiracy theory level stuff, right? But it's obvious that a lot of the ideas in Europe, right? During the 16th to the 18th century, right after the developments of the Kabbalah, especially the Lurianic Kabbalah in the 15th century, where they incorporated the ideas of Maimonides and all this type of stuff, right? Basically they understood, even Martin Luther, he promoted the study of the Kabbalah, right? And this is through Johannes Reuchlin and all these people who wrote books like De Arte Kabbalistica, right? And actually, Martin Luther said, right? He said, right, that salvation by faith alone, that the grace of salvation is literally the Christian Kabbalah, right? So, when it comes to Van Helmont, right, he was saying that that Christianity is the spiritual ideal that's mentioned in the Kabbalah, meaning that basically Jesus Christ was like a Kabbalistic master, like he understood the Kabbalah, and that's why he was able to critique the Pharisees, because he was on a higher spiritual level than them, and so on and so forth, right? So they began to develop these crazy ideas to where, when you have like, this messianic guy, Manasseh ben Israel, right, who's openly, talking to Cromwell, right, about bringing the Jews back to England, right? This is a huge thing that's going on in the background.
Yeah, but because Cromwell wanted to borrow money from them to finance his imperial wars in Ireland.
But it's also, if you can't go to the church for interpretations of the scripture, then who are you going to go to? You have to go to the Jews, right? So, so there's certain good points with that. With people like E. Michael Jones and other people, I think that they could make, right? Because definitely.
I'll be talking to him today, later.
Yeah.
About Islam in his book.
Oh, okay.
In his,
I've been watching. I've been watching.
Oh, you
definitely.
Okay, so you know about him. Yeah, I just want to tell others. What you said about Christianity is sort of like you just have to believe and you'll be saved, and it's like not really, I don't think, because I was talking to this Islamophobic woman who in the end she sort of said, I think I can only get to heaven using Christianity, because at least I can say that Christ is King and Christ is Lord, but I probably won't be able to follow all the rules of Islam, and that is why I prefer the Christian route, because it's so corrupting, the Christian route. You just pretend you believe in a lie by spreading it, and then the deal is you get to heaven. And it's easier. You don't have to give up pork. You don't have to give up gambling or alcohol or idolatry. You just carry on and just pretend you believe that Jesus is Lord, and you get to heaven. It's so corrupting. And that I think is the reason. But with British Israelism, it crossed the Atlantic and was being promoted by a man called Herbert Armstrong, and then it was called Anglo-Israelism. I don't know if you've heard of him, but
well, there's even I think there's earlier guys, like I think Isaac LaPrairie, right? And some of the influences, I think they were actually influenced. Let me actually look this up. And because he came up with this thing called the Adamite, the pre-Adamite hypothesis, right? But yeah, these ideas were extremely early, and I think he was hugely influenced by the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? And also he was I think he had a connection with Queen Christina of Sweden, right? And they actually caused there to be this big stir up about Shabbatai Zevi, the false Messiah, right? So they had this whole movement, right? So and I think that is what kind of what I'm talking about, right? Is the messianic expectation of the Jews.
But I think if Muslims used Zionism and categorize them, I know for a lot of Muslims regard Zionism as unmitigated evil and they don't want anything to do with it. But I think you could easily argue that there are three kinds of Zionism. You have the Jewish Zionism, of Jews who think, well, we need a homeland because everybody hates us, but they can't do it without the cooperation of Gentiles. And then the most powerful Gentile empires in the world would be Christian and Muslim. So the Christians would say, yeah, we're going to, give you a homeland and protect it, but we will be converting you to Christianity, which is what they're doing to Jews. And you hear people like, Rabbi Tobias Singer complaining, or you'll have, Muslims saying, yeah, you can live in Israel, Jew, but only under Sharia. And it's like, and we won't even try to change, persuade you to convert to our religion. You can live there as Jews because Islam doesn't care as long as you follow the rules.
Yeah, that's one thing that Islam needs to develop is the understanding that Judaism has. See, the Jews, and especially some of the rabbis, they came to the understanding that the dwelling in the land is worth more than the commandments of the Torah. Right, so that's something that Muslims need to understand, that living in an Islamic state, under Sharia law, is better than trying to live a righteous life. That you should try to want to bring that about, instead of so that everybody could experience a rule of righteousness and all that type of stuff. Because Islam cannot be practiced adequately in a secular land or in a secular
Because
framework.
it becomes optional, right? It becomes
Exactly,
optional
right.
whether you fornicate or whatever.
Well, you can't enforce you can't enforce the rules. As you've stated. So so it's
There's no
just
law
plain and
against
simple. You can't so you can't I think that we should understand there's a higher practice of Islam under Sharia law, right? But Muslims don't actually make that distinction. They think, well, you can just be a good Muslim, doesn't matter where you live, and as long as you obey the laws. And I think that's a sort of a cop out, right? Because
Yeah,
didn't
because
Muhammad
it's
say to
like a car
establish?
without an engine.
Yeah, yeah,
you can't really go anywhere. You'll just have all your principles eroded. But
yeah, and yet and still, I think conversely, Muslims who live in secular lands, they should not be judged by standards of Sharia law or hadiths because they don't live by them, right? So, so it's pretty obvious, that they've been compromised in that way. They can defend the hadiths, they can, say they followed them. Doesn't matter. There's no jurisdiction for the Sharia law principle. So I think Sharia law is totally invalid, unless it's being implemented by a caliphate. So it's important distinction. I think a lot of Muslim scholars, they need to understand. And I think the reason why they don't understand it is because they simply don't study political theory, right? They haven't looked into Locke and Marx and all this type of stuff, right? And they need to do it, because they're going to fail if they don't. Time is too late, for them to just.
Because people will just say, if they want to do the thing they want to do, there's no law against it, is there? So I'm going to do it, even if you don't like it. Because there's no law against it. But I mean, back to Rabbi Mizrahi again. He, even though he has no love for Iran, actually, because I think he comes from Iran, or his ancestors did. So I guess he would go there from time to time. And he said, isn't it a terrible thing that Jewish parents can can more easily bring up believing Jewish children in Iran? Who wants to destroy Israel than it is for Jewish parents trying to bring up believing Jewish children in Israel itself? So, he always mentions that when he talks about Iran, which is, I guess, good of him, to make the point, really, that if you don't obey the law, your principles will all fall away. Do you know that the chief rabbi of Iran is American? Did you know that? Maybe not.
No, but I know they have a lot of I think I heard from one of my professors, Ronald Stockton, right? That actually he's a specialist on the Middle East conflict, right? But he actually I believe he told me that Golda Meir was like in a parade in America, and she was dressed up as a Statue of Liberty.
Right.
Right. So that's pretty funny. Little Jewish girl dressed up as a Statue of Liberty in a parade. You know? So that kind of explains America in a very deep way, right?
Yes, because people all fall under its influence and want to, lob as an American and wrap themselves under the, American flag because it's the most, powerful country in the world. I mean, I only mentioned the chief rabbi of Iran, Yehuda Garami, because he says Israel does not represent Judaism. So, it's like he wants to make the distinction between the land of Israel and Judaism as it should be properly practiced, which I think it is an important distinction.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but historically, I think it would have been disastrous for them to make that distinction, right? If they wanted to establish Israel, right?
Yeah, because they can't do it without Gentile support, right? I mean, the only 1% of the total, Jewish population. I mean, really, when you think about it, they owe it all to Hitler, because at least they can say, look what Hitler tried to do to us, and if we don't have one, we will, it'll happen again. So that's kind of their excuse. So I mean, I kind of like saying that Ben Gurion Airport should perhaps be called Adolf Hitler Airport, because they owe Israel really to the unpleasantness in Nazi Germany, because without the Holocaust, I don't think anybody would have wanted to let Jews have their homeland.
Yeah, I think it would be maybe beneficial for maybe Muslims to think of spreading Islam in South America. I mean, translating the Quran into Spanish. You know what I mean? And I think there's a lot of potential there, right? Because obviously they've been spiritually colonized, right, by the church, and obviously they're susceptible to like liberation theology and all these types of things, and I think that once Islam spreads to places like that, the global and I think it's being anticipated. That's why there's a global campaign by the Israelis, right, to sort of like fund people like David Wood and other people, right, who like
Yeah,
want to.
because they're so afraid that they have the propaganda against it. I mean,
Right.
Talking about South America, Nayib Bukele is a Salvadorian politician whose father was actually a very keen Muslim. That's why he's so principled. I don't know if you heard of him.
No, I've never heard of that.
Oh, right. I think he's met Trump or something. Yeah, he has. But yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, he was talking to Tucker Carlson. So there's a Tucker Carlson interview, and everybody was praising him because he was so principled and just so handsome and clean cut and all the rest of it. And I mean, okay. If you want to believe in the whole, divine narrative, I mean, somebody could say, well, if God didn't have a problem with Christians, why did he allow these Christians 3 global empires? And I think I would quote the God is the best of schemers verse at them, because once the Christian empires, the final one, collapses, then Islam will just fill the void, because what else could fill the void but Sharia? That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, it's like I read in a book. I think it was like Will Durant or something. And he was saying that God gave the world of the land, to the French. He gave the world of the sea to the British, and he gave the world of the air to the Germans. Right, meaning that the French perfected the science of politics. Right, the British perfected the science of economics. Right, and the Germans perfected the science of metaphysics. Right, and that understanding has spiritually colonized the entire world, right? Whether you be Jew, Muslim, or Christian, right? So I think, why did that, did God give them these things, right? Obviously, this is the betrayal of the West, right? Is that reason and progress, right? That's supposed to be the thing that you use to dominate and conquer everybody, right? Reason and freedom and progress and individualism, right? It's actually the thing that's destroying you from the inside out.
Well, I think they've just abandoned it. I wish they would use truth and logic, but I think that the problem is that liberalism, is this idea that liberty is a good in itself, and then then it becomes logical that sexual liberation is the right of anyone, and this means having the right to have sex outside marriage, and basically screw around. And this, I think, is basically the problem. That's why their birth rates are decreasing.
Well, it's a
and
legacy of
their marriages
Kant.
are up.
It's a legacy of Kant, right? Because he said art and morality are separate from reason, yet they're intuitive faculties for human beings.
Well, I would
Right.
tend to say it is reasonable to have faith, and it's reasonable to have law. So
See. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Like there has to be some attempt to realign like faith and knowledge, right? Or knowledge and values, or else, it's going to be a bad. It's going to be because right now, if you make a sound political decision, right, it almost has nothing to do with your moral compass, right? It's just a technical decision, right?
yeah, and God help you if you win an argument against the liberals. They'll really come for you. I mean, and want to destroy you because you won the argument, because you reduce them, into silence. And then they just start raging. They can't even lose an argument gracefully. So they'll have to say, you're a terrorist, you're evil, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, and that's why you won the argument, And sadly, it's women who do that,
Yeah,
Because, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, I don't think that women should really be part of the conversation. I mean, now that they are, right? Obviously, you know, um, you know, it'll have to be some type of idea where democratic principles of dialogue are incorporated into the discussion, and obviously you have a lower quality discussion that way, right? But the thing is that we have to have serious people who actually study these things, right? Come to and obviously people who don't accept labels like Nazi and all of that type of stuff. Those people are not serious either, right? People just as willing to accept those labels and just as willing to label other people those things are equally intellectually deficient, because it's like you're ideologically you've been ideologically subsumed. I mean,
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of these women are in positions of responsibility, and they can't argue, and then they'll accuse you of being evil if you win the argument, and they'll just, I mean, I think a lot of the problem is that, people in are afraid, even within their own families, to have political discussions. And that's why we all come online to talk to strangers who will never punch us, or, it wouldn't matter even if they swore at us or we swore at them, but we can't be doing that to our nearest and dearest who share our living space. But then nothing gets done. No issue gets resolved. And I'm saying we should, I can't talk, I suppose, but we should, actually concentrate on conversations with real people who are important to us in our lives, and start, having these difficult conversations, or everything will just get worse. And then, World War III will break out, and then we'll be sorry we didn't say more when we could. Because I think a lot of it is just venting. We go online to vent. We go to our online communities to huddle together, to feel safe and good, and then occasionally we might vent around to attack the other group. But what does it solve? I mean, none of the arguments that we have online are ever resolved, because nobody even wants them to be resolved. It's like, Christians, if you really care about God, and that and think He might punish you, you will have to resolve the issue about whether Christianity is idolatry. And if you don't care, well, just admit that you're an atheist. But even atheists do have to say that there should be laws against certain things. But really, the problem that atheists and religious people have the most difficulty agreeing on about is sexual morality. It is about, can it really be that God only intends us to have sex with people we're married to, and we can only marry a person of the opposite sex? Is that really what He wants, if He exists? That is the question. But then, we can ask ourselves, what happens when we break those rules? What happens to our society? And then you look at the West, and what happens to your society if you, have sex with anyone, anytime, anywhere, and don't care about the children.
Well, that's one of the main problems. I mean, and this is in the foundations of classical liberalism, right? Is the loss of seeing the family unit as the main unit of a political enterprise, right? So they don't actually see society in relation to the family, and the reason is because Locke had declared that the father is just a sperm donor, right? Because basically the woman also contributed to the life of the child, and also once the child is 18, he can go earn his own money, right? So what separates the child from the tutelage of his father is the fact that he could earn his own property, right? And that property is under the protection of both him and the state. It's owned by him, it's protected by the state, and so the family is cut out of the picture, right? And that's a huge problem.
Well, it's no fault divorce that is a problem. It's like, okay, nobody cares about the abolition of no fault divorce, which means, any men with anything to lose won't get, don't want to marry because they don't want to be divorced under the rules of no fault divorce. But because they don't want to marry, they don't want to support the institution of marriage, and this means that in the meantime, a lot of illegitimate offspring reared exclusively by their unmarried mothers and fathers' homes will be brought into being and grow up and be damaged. And with mental health issues and mummy and daddy issues, and not be able to pass exams, get a job, whatever. So every day these people are, they're being born, and the problem becomes harder to solve, the longer we leave it. And these thorny issues really have to be discussed, because I don't think we really have the time. It's not going to get better if we don't do anything. I mean that is really my main point. And also, all this sort of obsession with transgenderism is because nobody bothers performing their gender roles anymore. Because if we all wanted to marry, we'd be happy to perform our gender roles, because performing our gender roles is the way to get us a better spouse. But if we can all have sex without marriage and nobody bats an eyelid if you have children without a marriage license, then of course, there's no point performing our gender roles. And then we'll think, well, if today I feel like a member of the opposite sex, who is anybody to, try and tell me otherwise? And this in turn worsens lowers the birth rate of white people, really. I mean, it just comes. I mean, there'll be a next stage, when even heterosexual people just want to marry their sex bot and or pet, right? And of course, their numbers will shrink and become more demented and more corrupt and more feminized and more infantilized, and their government will just keep wanting to replace them with foreigners. For which they will blame the Jews, of course. But
well, this is the problem that the Christians, nationalist groups, right? They're now advocating that they bring in, artificial wombs, right? And they generate children with artificial wombs. So now they're claiming that they don't need women to give birth, right? And a lot of the sort of idea is that if you have technology, you don't need women, right?
Yeah, but who's going to parent them? I mean, that is the thing. I mean, having sex and even giving birth is relatively easy compared to parenting them properly. Or they'll grow up hating you, right? And being, crazy people that maybe you don't want to, associate yourself with, especially if they become criminals and serial killers and, blaming you for their terrible childhood. I mean, really, it's not going to get any better. And it's like, well, okay, every day I think World War III is on the horizon. We can carry on pretending it's not going to happen, but it's going to happen. And when it blows up, well, I think we're all going to get the blame because we didn't speak out. We thought somebody else would, and in the end nobody did because nobody was rewarded for making sound arguments because they just got cancelled, yelled at, accused of all kinds of things, to the extent that parents don't even dare correct their children anymore because their schools and universities have provided them with all these weapon words, ending in ist, racist, misogynist, Nazi, fascist, and that, I guess, shuts up most people.
Yeah. I mean,
do you have real life conversations with your friends and family who don't know about your YouTube channel?
I mean, surprisingly, some of them watch my YouTube channel. But even then, I try to have conversations with really whoever I can, both friends and family. Most people that talk to me want to talk about things like this, right? I seldom really have conversations outside of these topics or subject areas. I don't really have that many personal relations with people at the moment.
Yeah, and the people, probably friends and family, you link them to to your channels. I mean, they probably refrain from commenting, right? They won't even engage. That's what I find.
Yeah, they sometimes comment.
Mm-hmm.
My family sometimes comments. The little cousins and stuff, they comment. We have an extremely large family. Because we're Punjabis, so so they just pump out a bunch of kids. Punjabi women are basically prolific in terms of bearing children.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah. So yeah. I mean, I mainly just talk about these things. Another huge point that I'd like to make is it's from something I read yesterday, and I'd like to read this to you. It's from the Technological Society, page 258 to 259. He says, it says, when the expert has effectively performed his task of pointing out the necessary ways and means, there's generally only one logical and admissible solution. The politician will then find himself obliged to choose between the technician's solution, which is the only reasonable one, and the other solutions, which can indeed try out at his own peril, but which are not reasonable. At such a moment, the politician is gambling with his responsibility, since there are such great chances of miscarriage if he adopts technically deviant solutions. In fact, the politician no longer has any real choice. Decisions follow automatically from the preparatory technical labors. And now he points out that another author claims that in the United States, on very advanced technical levels, unchallengeable decisions have already been made by electronic brains, quote unquote. It says electronic brains. In the service of the National Bureau of Standards, for example, the EAC, surnamed the Washington Oracle, the EAC is said to have been the machine which made the decision to recall General MacArthur after it had solved the equations containing all the strategic and economic variables of his plan. This example, which must be given with all possible reservations, is confirmed by the fact that the American government has submitted to such computing devices a number of large economic problems that border on the political. Even admitting that we are not yet at this stage, we must recognize that every advance made in the techniques of inquiry, administration, and organization itself reduces the power and role of politics. So, yeah, I read that yesterday. It was a staggering passage there. But yeah, I think
they
General
don't do
MacArthur.
the right thing.
Yeah, they do what the machine tells them to do. It's the decision is a natural result of the way the system operates. And that's it's really an unconscious process, of decision making. So much so that you could plug in all the equations into an electronic brain and it'll make the decision for you. Even accounting all the economic variables, right? So I think that is where we're at.
We just question the system. The theory is easy. If the system is a problem, then we have to question the system. And if it's so wrong, then it shouldn't be that difficult to question it and completely undermine it. But people are afraid, and then it becomes a psychological problem. Why do people do the logical thing? It's because they're neurotic. What explains their neurosis? It usually would be, their pride, their addiction, their fear, and in the end, you end up becoming a psychologist when all you wanted to do was be a political activist. Because we need to understand why people don't do the right thing. And I think this is a kind of, spiritual issue, because they fear to, and then they hate themselves for not being able to speak the truth or use sound arguments. And anybody who tries to do it is a threat to them, because it's like, they would hate for you to succeed where they have failed, even if you're supposed to be on the same side, And then, you have this sort of lived experience thing. It's like, it's like Holy Writ. How dare you challenge my lived experience? I was there. You were not. I suffered this terrible thing that my parents did to me or my spouse, or, you didn't. How dare you tell me I could have been mistaken about any aspect of what I'm trying to tell you happened to me? And it's like, well, you could be wrong. Any lawyer would tell you that, you get to have any number of people in the same room watching the same thing, and they would have a different opinion about it.
Yeah, online, I've noticed a lot of disruptive behavior. Like, for example, right, there's people that, they're paid to, essentially to troll and to collect info on certain communities, right? I've witnessed tons of behavior, right, of people manufacturing conflicts in order to draw other people in, right? Trying to collect information on people, and also threatening and doxing and all that type of stuff. So there's a certain amount of that that's also linked to the corporate espionage, right? Because any type of corporation, that has these small level groups, right? They either want to study them, so they could create content like that, right? Especially if they're not being paid, right? Or get rid of those people completely and shadow ban and obfuscate and troll and do all that type of stuff. So there's a fair amount of that online, right? And yeah, it's a natural way of making sure that people don't have new ideas, or once they do have new ideas, they can be assimilated into the money making schemes, right? So there's a lot of I think it's just natural, right? So anybody who doesn't have a fairly nuanced critique, right, is not able to reference many different viewpoints, right, and has a label or puts a label on themselves, right, is easy to determine, right? They're going to attract a certain amount of attention, right, by certain types of groups. So I mean, just personally, I see no way to avoid that other than to just have fairly nuanced critiques, not really have ideological labels, and to look at all sides and to invite all types of groups to discussion, so that it sort of coats what you're doing, right? Not that it's not good to be ideologically motivated. I think one should be, but it's not good to put it out front nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I want to cut to the chase and say, this is what I believe. If you don't agree, tell me why. One of those sort of, I think X, prove me wrong, on a desk. I forget
Yeah.
who
Here's the thing that there's accelerationists and Discordians, right? They'll hold a belief, right, or promote a belief, right, not because they believe it or they think it's good, but because what will be the reaction from promoting it, right? Right. So
yeah. When you were talking about Genghis Khan, I looked him up, and apparently he okay, it's two sentences. Under his administration, all religious leaders were exempt from taxation and from public service. Mongol emperors were known for organizing competitions of religious debates among clerics, and these would draw large audiences. So I was thinking, why don't we just, get these opposing groups together and make them debate, whatever they don't agree about? But nobody is even doing that. Why not? I mean, not in a sort of proper way, I don't think. Because, okay, no winner is ever declared, right? That's the other annoying thing.
yeah, and I think that because and that's the thing, that people are doing fake debates, right, mainly to generate super chats and all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, and the people who draw into it don't even know that it's a stupid debate, and even if you won it, nothing would change.
Well, they don't care about the issues, right? All they care about is watching a political sports match, right?
Yeah.
And that is, I think, where we're at when the, and that's the thing, is that people have to come with sources, right, that actually have references to where they derive their ideas and concepts, and then we can evaluate the sources, right? So it needs to come back to that, right? And we can't rely on academicians to do that, right? Because they've compartmentalized, studies into all of these, different areas, and there's no mutual discussion between those areas. And if you want to know the truth nowadays, you have to A, do it in a multidisciplinary fashion, and B, actually have sources, primary and secondary sources to back what you're saying, right? And unless we establish that level of discourse, and it's not just blood sport propaganda debate, right? Where we're just slinging maxims and
yeah, I mean, we just need an objective way of determining, who won or lost the argument, and I've been proposing this for years, but nobody cared. But okay, we already have the advantage of YouTube generating the transcript of any video, right?
Right.
So all we have to do is identify, it's like, okay, there's debater A and debater B, and then you go through all the things I've said and highlight the sound arguments. I mean, the sound, and okay, maybe not a lot of people know the difference between a valid argument and a sound argument. Shall I go through it with you? In case the viewers don't understand, it'll be very quick.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So a valid argument would be, if toasters were gold, toasters would be valuable objects. So it's logical, but it's not true because toasters aren't made of gold. And then the next one would be, Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. So that would be a sound argument. And obviously, the more, if either side only came out with valid arguments, and then the person with more valid arguments wins. And then and obviously, if you have sound arguments, you win over the person with a merely valid argument, and that's it. I think it's quite simple to understand, and quite objective. And this would actually help people to think, oh, was that really a valid argument? Was that really a sound argument? And that would, create a further wave of debate on what is actually valid and what is sound. And I think it would reintroduce people to these ideas of how to make arguments and judge who won.
Yeah, they need some measure other than audience participation.
And likes.
Yeah, because that is, because there's girls that are sleeping on camera and playing video games on camera that have hundreds of likes and views. So I don't understand. That if that's the goal, right? It seems a little petty, right? Especially when you claim your goal is to push certain ideology, or to achieve a certain effect, with their propagandizing, so I mean, it just seems very insincere. But yeah, I've been in the debate circus, and I think that is totally a waste of time. Just doing 2 or 3 of those, I noticed that, that is a total waste of time. Much better just reading books and explaining them to people, right, on camera, and producing, multidisciplinary research that people can reference when the going gets tough, right? Instead of engaging in low-level entertainment.
Yeah. I mean, debates. I mean, they could just be discussions, but then you would still have the transcript from which you can, pick out the valid and sound arguments, because it's so easy. We might as well make the most of existing technology.
Yeah, you need you need logic. You need multidisciplinary research. You need sources. But you also need contextualization of historical facts and references, right? Because there's people who have all sorts of wild views on that, and they're not willing to. Yeah.
And also, I think a lot of people they're just happy being in their own echo chambers, and enjoy safety in numbers. They don't want to argue with anyone,
right?
Particularly some Christians. I mean, the more knowledgeable Christian theologian, probably warns, the not so knowledgeable Christians, not to debate with Muslims, because they already know the Muslim is going to win, because, Islam is just more logical. It's like, well, if God is omnipotent, why couldn't he have revealed, a book of rules for humanity to follow? And yeah, I think you can also sort of say, like, well, I mean, okay, nobody wants a theocracy in the West if they're liberal, but actually, even if you hate Muslims, at least they've been around for at least 1400 years, and the only theocracies in existence are, Islamic ones. So, even if you don't like them, you can't deny it. And then also you can say, like, these Jews who go on about God, they haven't lived in their own theocracy for 2,000 years. So they have no advice to give to anyone about how to run a theocracy, and they don't even want one. Because, if they were to have a Torah theocracy, they would have one with 36 capital offenses. So not even ultra-Orthodox Jews like Rabbi Mizrahi would want such a thing. Because you can always imagine, all these ultra-Orthodox rabbis who hate each other, who call each other heretics, they'd be accusing each other of death sentences, the whole time. Just by accusing each other of blasphemy, which is actually a death penalty under the Torah. In fact, that was what Jesus was convicted and crucified for, because that's how the story goes. Because he said his papa was God, he was guilty of blasphemy, and that was why they executed him. Oh yeah, but they couldn't do it because the Romans had already taken over. So that was why they brought him before Pilate, and Pilate washed his hands of the whole matter and said, "We Romans don't have a law against blasphemy, so we're not going to, execute this man who's probably, mad or something wrong with him. But he didn't do anything wrong. He just, crazy people say crazy things. What the hell?" But I mean, are these stories even true? And in a way, the Christian claim that Jesus is God is unprovable, right? I mean, some of them say, "Oh, the Old Testament already predicted the coming of Jesus," and blah blah blah. But actually, the New Testament itself doesn't even mention the Trinity. But the Quran actually, commands Muslims to admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son in chapter 18, verse 4. And I mean, I don't know if Muslims ever obeyed it, properly through asking the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury or a Christian monarch how Christianity is not idolatry. I mean, I don't think anyone's done that. And maybe they still don't want to, but that might be the problem with, Muslims being the eternal victims of Western imperialism.
Yeah, I think there's significant problems with how Paul has been used to justify certain things. Like, for example, Paul was a Jew and a Roman citizen, right? And he justified both counts, right? For example, he said, I'm a Jew with the Jew. I'm a Roman with the Romans, right? To those under the law, I became as one under the law. To those not under the law, I became as one not under the law, right? Nobody actually knows if it's a historical fact. If he was a Roman citizen, he was from Tarsus, right, which is located in modern day Turkey, right, but also which had the schools. It had schools and rhetoricians, and and basically it had those that rivaled Athens, right? So when you read Paul and you read, obviously he's writing in Greek, right? So how he's justifying, right? Obviously the Jews, right? The Christians and how they're grafted in and all this type of stuff that is used to justify a lot of, I guess in the Protestant world, right? Mainly, but now also in the Catholic world, right? The relationship between Christians and Jews, right? So it's stated that Christians protected Jews or relegated them to ghettos, right, in Europe, right? Because basically they felt that, one day they would be returning to Jerusalem, and that this was part of a plan or whatever, right? So the Jews had to be preserved along with the Christians, right? So this whole idea, right? And also the idea of, in Romans 13, right? That was used even in 1917. Okay, I think when they took over the church in Russia, right? And some of the church submitted to Russian rule after Stalin. Okay, they actually used Romans 13 to justify the rule of Stalin, right? So it's pretty interesting how that works, right? That it's a sort of an open doctrine. Like if you read Romans 13, right, it's
What does
saying,
it say for people who haven't read it?
It essentially says that that the authorities were put in power by God, so you should obey the authorities, right? So that they're not a terror onto you, and the authorities are not a terror onto those who obey the rules, right?
Right.
So basically, it's giving a separation between the duties of a Christian and the political world, right? Or it can be used, but if it devolves, it can be used to have that sort of arcane interpretation attached to it, right? And historically used to justify, like
Right,
Stalin and
to
stuff.
define, defend the divine right of kings. But
Right.
I
But
mean,
if that can be applied to Stalin, then what are we? Right, what are we talking about? Right.
well, yeah, because the thing is, we go back to monarchy again because the Jews had terrible kings. Even King Solomon, who was supposed to be the most successful of all the Jewish kings, the moment he died, his son divided the kingdom into two because of his divisive policies. I forget what it was now, and I forget the name of the son, but that was what he did. So actually, the Jews had terrible kings, and so did Christians have terrible kings. So now we're in an age where we reject the idea of an absolute monarch, and now we're into having a republics. But I don't think Muslims are allowed to discuss that if they're Sunnis, especially if they live in a kingdom. So this is something for Muslims themselves to deal with. But I don't think people understand. The power. It was Lord Acton said, "Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely."
Right.
So this is a problem. I guess Muslims have to deal with, but with American Muslims in America being in a better position than Muslims in a Gulf kingdom, for example. But you see, it's so easy not to follow your own rules, and when I find I break my own rules, bad stuff happens. But then when it does, you have to admit that because I didn't follow my own rules, bad stuff happened. But the thing is, the rules are already there, and so if we make a mistake or if we don't follow them properly, just admit it and then correct ourselves. There's no need to make things worse by not admitting mistakes. Nobody's going to say, "Oh, you made a mistake, but I never did." There's no one alive who can say that. If you admit a mistake, So, yeah, and the whole purpose of having a merciful God is like, yeah, you can say you done wrong and you're sorry and you're going to do better from now on. I know it sounds a bit like childhood, but things always got a bit better when we apologized.
Yeah, and that's the thing with with this idea that they're that they've taken over I guess in liberal society, right? it's got a conflict between individualism and collectivism, and most of the objective factors of power, right? They don't come from political rules and decisions, but from from the objective factor, which is technology, right? Because when people think of power, they don't think of people making decisions, right? But they think of like weapons, and they're all based on advanced technology, right? When they think of advancement, they think of cell phones, right? So that's more the features of civilization in our age, right?
I think it's still psychology. It's like, yeah, okay, we're very attached to our phones because we think our phone is kind of our thinking organ or something, or entertainment center or
Yeah,
something.
atomizes
So,
people,
yeah.
So this is the problem, essentially, that people are both isolated and they're also being inundated with information.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's a status symbol that we making us willingly give up our privacy just to be able to show that we have an iPhone or the latest thing or whatever. And in the meantime, anybody can track us and know exactly where we are, because that's how it works. But I think a lot of the thing is, it's psychological. We attach to our phones because we want to feel that we're in contact with people who are important to us. We might, receive an interesting notification, blah blah blah, get the news, and maybe some of these reasons are not even stated properly, because we don't, we just see, monkey see, monkey do, and
Yeah, because
but
the
a lot of it
reasons
is
you
psychological.
yeah, because the reasons you're mentioning, they seem like it's out of convenience, right? It's just so we could keep in touch with people and stuff. But in another sense, right, like most people need it for their jobs, right? And also they're socially conditioned by it, right? I think a lot of people, right, who rely on their phones, right? It's not just you know, it it moves from being a convenience to not being optional, right? When people need it for work and stuff like that. So I think
Because people have work phones now, right? The workplace actually gives them phones, like police and delivery people.
yeah, so I think like the mechanisms of control are a lot more sophisticated in our time. And people are way more isolated than ever before, yet they're overexposed. So to deal with that, I mean, people have to really adjust their understanding of how to communicate with people. I think yeah, y- yeah,
Yes,
because
it stops us from being able to communicate properly with people that we're actually in a room with. So, you see people, actually there, but they don't talk to each other. They scroll, on their phones, which
yeah,
must
and
be
this is
annoying. It's like, you're here with me, having a drink with me, talk to me, instead of looking at your stupid phone.
yeah, and this is two psychological tendencies that's mentioned by Kaczynski in Industrial Society in its future, that he says that people have feelings of inferiority thanks to the social alienation, but also and also thanks to the idea of atomism, which is a product of individualism, right? But also there's the collectivist side, right, which sort of integrates people, it over socializes them, right? And that's due to the massification of means, right, that we all employ, right? So I mean, technology has a democratizing effect, an equalizing effect, and that turns people into liberals, right, psychologically, right? So I mean, the psychological tendencies of liberalism, right, are apparent in most of the people that are inundated, right, by the use of machines. And I don't know really what to do about that, other than to make people aware of the problem, right? And then try to mitigate the effects, in some small way. But I think, obviously, collective effort is necessary to resolve a problem of that magnitude.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I know that they're going to use our phones. I mean, okay, if you say really bad things online, I mean, the police might come and take away your phone, and then you'll be so angry and so sad and so distressed, right? So, and you can imagine the future of AI is that, you've been a naughty boy, you won't be allowed to use AI,
Right,
and
exactly.
then people will think you're stupid, So, what they can give with one hand, they can take away with another. And obviously, we somehow need to be, independent in our own minds, and trust in God. I mean, if you're going to be, old fashioned about these things. But a lot of the phone thing is. I was once at this Thames boat party, and I was one of the people who arrived early, so I was at the bottom, and I saw one of them, a man who walked down the stairs, and he looked around. He didn't know anybody he knew, so the next thing he did was to take out his phone. It's like, well, at least somebody knows me on this phone, and it was such a psychological. Unconscious way of saying, oh, I don't know anybody, nobody's speaking to me, but I could in theory have somebody important who might be speaking to me on my phone. So there.
Yeah, and that's the divide, is that while most people have the psychological tendencies of liberals because they've been atomized and over socialized due to the use of machines, right? They're
Because
also under yeah. Yeah, they
I
want to
mean,
petition
watching
the
porn
system.
or drinking, it's like, I
Yeah.
guess you want everybody to have the right to your vices, right?
Yeah, yeah, but yet the system does not function as a liberal system, right? It functions as a totalitarian system, right? So even though they're psychologically liberals and they petition the system, um, as liberalism, even the conservatives, they're reacting and trying to stop liberalism, right? Meanwhile, the system does not function through liberal schemes. It functions through totalitarian schemes, right? Where technology is imposed top down, right? This whole dream of open source technology, right? That once we develop this technology, right, and we put it in the schools and the kids get access to it, they're going to create all these new machines and have all these enterprises. That's false, right? The technology works top down, right? It totally imposes a top-down rule, right? And it puts experts in charge, right? That themselves are conditioned by the use of machines. They themselves don't have power, right? They're working through technical necessity, right? So the issue is that we're being guided by a system, right? And nobody is said to control the system, right? And that's a huge that's a huge issue, because this idea that technology is liberating people and that it's a product of liberalism, totally false.
Well, we're not really sure what liberalism is, but I guess
Right.
in this century it just means free sex and free porn on all phones for all ages. So and you think, well, why do they want us to do this? It's probably because they don't want to get it into our heads that we can strive for political change and even get it. But I mean, even the phones can be programmed for in a good way. I mean, if porn could be banned under chapter 24 verse 2 if it ever became law, lots of things could be and okay. I'm not suggesting it for one moment, but you can kind of program your phone to remind you when it's prayer time, which might be an example of the phone being godly, for example.
Yes, but the problem is that you're sending that information, right, to people, right? Like, you're sending the information. Like I don't check what the prayer time is, right? I simply just go by the clock mostly, or look at the sun in the sky, right? It's in 5 different positions during the day, right? So I mean, obviously the people that prayed before, right? They didn't need a cell phone to remind them, you know. But the fact is that you know, I'm like in the Xinjiang province, right, where the smart city was actually taking down information of how many times people prayed. Right? So you see who are the
Right,
good Muslims
to
and who are the
test
bad
their
Muslims. You know?
devotion to God.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is,
You
you know, it's sort of like, you know, we can have an app. I think there are apps now to remind you when to pray, right?
can, yeah.
And I mean, but you can have a, you know, a sort of lower standard. It's like, have you thought of God at least 5 times today before the day is out? For example, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's like the ways of adapting these things, you know, for good or ill, and obviously, you know, um, if we want so many changes, then well, we have to work up the courage to ask for it, and then also contemplate how life would change under the new system, which obviously is going to annoy the people who hate it, but we still need to talk to them, right? And we also have to accept that you know even on the question of idolatry, um, somebody is going to hate you for saying that what you want to do you must no longer do. So, you know, obviously a Muslim is going to be annoyed if somebody says you can't pray anymore. And obviously an idol worshipper will be annoyed by the Muslim saying you shouldn't pray to idols. So, but these things, I believe, can be resolved through civil and rational discourse. And a lot of the reasons why people do these crazy things is because they don't want to admit that they're wrong. And you know, I guess we should be more forgiving of people who have done wrong, if they show you know genuine desire to reform, and also maybe support the idea of humility as a virtue, because then you're easier to correct and you don't you know stick to your wrong ways for years and years and years before you finally correct yourself after all the damage has been done.
Yeah, I mean the fruits. I mean, I think one way to describe liberalism is that the fruits of knowledge are value neutral, and I think that cannot be true within a religious context, right? So you know, you have to evaluate the fruits of knowledge, right? And you know, just trying to accumulate knowledge and information, right? That is detrimental to you know morals and values, right?
Yeah.
So unless we understand that you know there's good and bad types of knowledge, right? Like there's an Islamic prayer that says, "God save me from the knowledge that does not benefit." I mean, right? And yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned values because you know because people talk about liberal values, and I think liberals value liberty over everything else because they think you know liberty is intrinsically good, and and I guess those of the Abrahamic religions would value obedience because that's the logic of the system. It's like, well, if you claim you believe in God and you claim to have scripture from God, you know, given to your people, then should you be following his laws? Well, you
Yes.
can't argue against it. And then it's like, yeah, so, you know, the most obedient is the most righteous
Yeah, that's
and high
another thing.
status.
Yeah, that's another thing I've been trying to dispel is the myth among religious people about free will, right? That is, you know, obviously a product of liberalism and individualism and all these false conceptions, you know, equality and all these things. But yeah, I think totally. I mean, I've been developing. I mean, I have been willing to debate them on this issue, right? Because I think it's important enough. Um, you know, but yeah, I think this idea of liberalism, as tied to the notion of free will, you know, you can uproot it in the sense that you know, not everybody who has freedom uses it for good, right? So not everybody who is free is good, right? People who obey God are good, right? Yet have no freedom, and then also there's so you have to believe that there's people who are free and good and they can control their desires. I mean, and who are those people? I don't think they really exist, right? So I think the myth of the free person, I mean, I think that has to be dispelled, and I think you could use both science and religion to dispel that, right? Because science does not prove free will, right? you know, so and that's the thing is that wherever science doesn't agree with liberalism, that has to be sniffed out. I mean, so that they could use science against liberalism.
Well,
Right.
well, I mean, you could actually say that God, is the one who knows. Okay. Let me start again. Liberty is what we ought to enjoy after all the necessary laws are in place. Because if you don't have any laws, you're living under the rule of the jungle, and this means that the strong will eat the weak, and we don't want to live in this sort of society. So we would agree that liberty is what we ought to enjoy after all the necessary laws are in place, but we won't be able to agree on which laws are necessary, and that is a problem with liberalism. But you could say that God knows better than liberals what the necessary laws are, as proven by the track record of Muslims, for being 1400 years in existence. and I guess Jews are around longer, because it's 5 centuries apparently, or is it 3? Sorry. This year is 578, but their year 5785. So I think we need to kind of work out, what is more important, liberty as some kind of thing we ought to have, without distinction, or just limited liberty. I mean, God has given us free will. This is a story anyway, that we can choose to believe or not believe, but for the sake of society, we still have to obey the laws against murder, theft, etc. Did you have a position on free will? I thought you were denying it. Are you? Were you?
Yeah,
about
I'm
to
denying
deny
it.
it?
Yeah, I'm
But
denying.
doesn't the Quran say that we have free will?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think it says yeah, that like God leads those who follow him, right? He leads away those who don't follow him.
Oh, well, according to AI overview on Google, it says, yes, according to Islamic belief, Allah grants human beings free will, the ability to make their own choices. While Allah has ultimate knowledge of all events, including human actions, this knowledge does not negate the human capacity for choice. Muslims believe that life is a test, and individuals are accountable for their choices and actions.
Yeah, so it's compatibilism, right?
I'm not sure what compatibilism means.
It's that God controls all of existence, right? But that you still make choices, right? But those choices just happen to align with whatever God chooses, right?
Well, I suppose you could say, I see free will and predestination as two sides of the same coin. I mean, so we're given free will to encourage us to try and do stuff, and we're and if we try and we fail, then we're told, oh, it was never meant to be, your relationship with whoever, or your
Right.
singing career or whatever,
Right. So so that's cope, for sure. So I think compatibilism is a real position, right? That I think religious people should take, but I don't think that that's free will. I think that is, I think if you were you have, if it's true that you have free will and God controls everything, right? And then you put liberalism on the side of free will, right? And that's anti, theological. So I think that they should discount free will, right? And support God's power and say that, obedience to God is free will, I think, personally, but yeah.
Well, I mean, so some people say that, if God knows that, that we're going to knows where we're going to end up, whether in heaven or hell, before we die, what is the point of even trying? But that's silly, because it's like God may know where we will end up, but we don't. So the least we should do is, try and pass that test anyway.
Well, that's the thing, is that Islam is a default state, right? Because the baby is born in a state of Islam, right? So you don't develop, Islam, right? You don't develop your capacity for Islam. You know what I mean? But people are diminished, right, by certain actions, falling away from God. Then they're not able to control their desires, right? That freedom is destructive for them, right? So that's the problem, is that alignment with God's will, that's not freedom, but it sure is, the best potentiality for a human. So I think that should be counted as a misnomer. I mean, sort of.
Well, I hope you will be able to discuss some of the issues I raise, and perhaps I can join you and the others.
Of course, anytime, yeah.
So you just had a long stream, haven't you, or earlier, or not?
Oh yeah. I did a long stream. Lots of discussions there with lots of people. The one I did on Wednesday was just solo. It was just 6 hours of me presenting. So sometimes that happens, but I think it's useful to record. Right. Right now I'm going page by page through certain works. Orwell, Shang Tzu, Jacques Ellul, right? Henrik Skolmowski. We're reading some works by Derrick Jensen as well on his ideas about technology. And of course, we're reading Technological Slavery. I'm a student of Dr. David Skrbina, and he wrote Technological Slavery, right, with the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, and they discuss several interesting ideas about the fate of technological civilization. And obviously some of their remarks have been highly regarded by intellectuals and professionals. And I think there's a critical look there. I think that's the main problem. So that's usually what I look at is technology. Obviously, a huge presentation I've been doing is how we move from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right? And how, and I think it basically happened through creating the ideal of the state, and how we develop the ideas of human reason and our understanding of nature and man's relationship to nature and all those things.
Well, I don't think technology necessarily makes us not believe in God. If you can say, God created, maths and physics and chemistry and biology, and it's through understanding all these things that you understand the physical universe, but then the metaphysical universe would be the world of philosophical ideas, including ideas of morality and justice, which are not physical, but will manifest themselves through physical action.
Oh yes, I believe that it's possibly accurate to say that God created nature. So nature is God-made technology in a certain extent, right? So there's nothing inherently wrong about technology. It's simply the fact that technology integrates culture and religion and political systems, right? Just like certain cultural modes integrated human societies that were based on natural forms of organization, reliance on the forces of nature, and all those types of things for their benefit, right? They developed cultural forms, right? Symbolic forms, right? That they were able to codify, certain cultural rites and traditions, right? And that assimilated natural forms of organization completely, right? So that there was like almost no more like humans on Earth that actually relied on nature, right? And you could have today, a man who lives in a city who completely from day to night, right, is totally reliant on technology, right? And not on, any cultural aspect of the society he lives in, right? So the cultural forms have totally been subsumed by technical forms, right? And this is the loss of the theopolitical state, right? So I think it goes in three successive stages. You have the idea of the separation of church and state, and then you have the birth of liberalism, right? And then you have the birth of the technological system and the death of liberalism, right? And I think it assumed, or it's totally subsumed the notion that there could ever be a theopolitical state, right? So I think unless you get rid of the world technological system, there can't be a theopolitical state. And I think the
Why
whole
not?
prophecy.
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, all it takes is
Ahead,
for somebody at the top to decide that they want people to believe in God, and there you have it. That's all that is required. People will go along to get along. The sheeple will do it if you reward them for obeying these laws. And then when it has had a time to work, you can say, oh, it's worked. So it's good. Because
Yeah,
it's
I think technology has a socializing effect, and it's pumping out liberalism, right? Not only in its psychological effects, right, but in its cultural assimilation, right? It's basically creating a monoculture, right? And that is a problem, right? For the religious way of life. So so at the very least, right, religious people need to counteract that, right?
with a different narrative.
Right.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, are you complaining about your government? Why is it so bad? Are you being cursed? Have you been a naughty boy or a girl? Are you Christian? This means you're an idolater. You better stop. Or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, Jews, you've been naughty too. Oh, Muslims, you've been naughty too. I don't know. The sort of, you better be good and obey. And you can do it. I mean, you can create all kinds of stories and narratives and whatever.
Well, that's the thing is that the types of Muslims and the types of Jews that the techno-liberal system actually complains about don't exist, right? They've been totally culturally assimilated, right? So when you look around and try to find these radical Jews, these radical Muslims, like, where are they? You know what I mean, right?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. So okay, my basic premise is that if God exists, most people will end up in hell because they're such flaming hypocrites, and this includes even people calling themselves Jews, Christians, and Muslims. It's like the Christians are the biggest problem. It's like they're so dumb that they don't know they've been cursed by God. It's like why are you complaining about your government? Why are you being replaced by immigrants? It's because you're obviously doing something wrong, and your government hates you and wants to replace you. So you've done something wrong. Just admit it. And it's like, Jews, you're always suffering. Everybody hates you. Why? Because you haven't been promoting the no-hide laws, which forbid idolatry and blasphemy, amongst other things. And then it's like, oh, Muslims, there is a verse in the Quran that commands you to admonish those who claim that God has begotten the Son, and you haven't done it. I mean, the only time I could find online about the last time it was done was during the lifetime of the Prophet, called the event of Mubahala, something like that. And after that, nobody bothered. And sort of like, yeah, and because you didn't care about the Europeans, you didn't do dawah to them. They came as crusaders and slew you, and ever since then you've been the victims of Western imperialism, because they would keep coming. They have no rules, and they would come and trick you and divide you and incorporate you into their empire. And so the only way to solve the problem of having a book that you do not follow properly is to follow it properly. And obviously, like, oh, what could we have done wrong? I mean, it's sort of like even the Muslim sectarianism. I mean, there was a warning against that. Do not divide yourselves into sects and rejoice in your own doctrines. I mean, well, I don't know. There are lots of things that you can sort of attribute to, that Muslims have, didn't do. Like, in the case of the Ottoman Empire, we know that the Ottoman emperor did not follow the 4 wives max rule, right? He had a harem, so he obviously had more than 4 women going at one time. So he broke that rule, and the caliphate crashed and burnt. And probably something to do with him, being okay with gay marriage, and lots of other things, but I don't know them offhand. Oh yeah, and you're not supposed to be a monarch. How could I forget? You're not supposed to be an absolute monarch. You're supposed to, you can't be lifetime dictator, but after you have been chosen by consultation with the good and the great who know stuff and are considered to be people of high ethical standards.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like 1917. A lot of things changed, and I think the monumental shift, like the fall of the Ottoman, the Bolshevik Revolution, and the Balfour Declaration. And all these 3 events, right, are part of, essentially they're part of European history, right? And we know that the West supported, right, certain aspects of all 3 of these, like Lenin, it's like, I believe he like wrote in New York, where he had like a newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Trotsky like went and visited like Frida Kahlo and stuff. So they're part of the liberal establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And so were the Jews, right? Like basically, if you read The Jewish State by Theodore Herzl, he's basically a liberal, right? He believes in the principles of liberalism and in the principles of technological society, right? He says basically, we don't need slaves because the machines are our slaves, right? And he said that human ingenuity is going to lead to like a new age of prosperity and all this type of stuff, right? So he was espousing the same doctrine, right?
Well, I think it's actually, unhealthy. If I know a lot of people are saying, why don't you confide with your AI friend who will never get bored and never get angry or be rude, and will be endlessly patient. But that, I think, is also the problem, because then we don't think about how to interact with people anymore, because we're so used to, either a pet or an AI. And I mean, it could get worse. It's like, men already are into this idea of a sex robot. And then, soon they won't want women, because women answer back and, can cause them all kinds of difficulties. But maybe we sort of need to, to deal with our fellow humans, annoying though they might be, because that's the only way to live, because we're social animals, and we have to, in some way work out ways of resolving our differences through, moral systems or rule systems, or, civil discourse, etiquette, good manners, whatever. And over reliance on machine will actually, end in our demise, because you can easily understand why men would rather not, deal with women who might, be unfaithful and answer back, and just only have sex with their favorite sex bot, who will never grow old. So, they're all. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of time when people realize, yeah, we'll have to ban those sex bots and those sex toys and those, OnlyFans and all that. I mean, when people finally realize. But but I wanted to ask you, you were talking about slavery. I mean, do you agree with the logic of, if God created the universe, and that includes humanity, are we the slaves of God? Is that
Yeah, I believe we're the slaves of Allah. Yeah.
right? So, is it better to know that we are the slaves of Allah than not to know that we are the slaves of Allah?
Oh yeah, I think it's better. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess even if it's a bad thing, like, for example, the people you thought were your parents are not your parents. And in fact, your parents are, I don't know, a bunch of convicts in prison or something like that. It's still better to know the worst than to not know about something so important. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, if you look at like the writings of Epictetus, right? He was a slave and he was a Stoic philosopher, and he certainly he certainly didn't think it was diminishing to be a slave.
Oh, yeah. Because I guess in a way it's comforting, because as a slave you get accommodated and fed.
Right, exactly. Right.
You never have to worry about rent and where your next meal is coming from. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to say, it's like, look, wouldn't it be better to have a better bargain with your government that follows the laws of God than putting up with your government that just makes up the rules as it goes along to cover up their mistakes, or because they just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they made God a constitutional monarch, and they're paying for the consequences of that whole thing. And you see in Locke, the notion of the appeal to heaven, right? It's kind of interesting, right? He has a revolutionary effect in his idea of the appeal to heaven, right? And he sort of says, well, if your rights aren't granted by the government or anybody, you have a right to appeal to heaven. And what's that going to get you, right?
Sorry, say that again. I didn't quite catch that.
It's like in the it's like in the two treatises of government, right? Like Locke uses the notion of God and the appeal to heaven, and a revolutionary justification, and these God-given rights. But what does God do? Basically nothing, right? Like he says that God did not give man private dominion. He gave him private property, right? You have to work for whatever you make, right? So I think these ideas have to be examined, right? The foundations of liberal democracy, its ideological foundations are bad enough, right? But the laws themselves, right? Yeah, I mean the laws, some of them are actually good to a certain extent, but yeah.
Well,
yeah, because you do see that Western societies do preserve a certain sense of order, right? So there is that. I mean, but it's by technical force. It's not because everybody's good, or because they know what rules to obey, right? So it's an interesting situation.
Well, yes, I suppose the rules should be the right ones that have the effect of keeping the group in existence, the country, the nation, the empire in existence, and as such, it has to be fair enough. Because it's only when it's fair enough that if you're an empire, and you conquer somebody, and they might think, oh, it's fair enough, they did win, and they're not so bad, and actually they're even better at running our government than before they took over. I mean, that is basically successful imperialism. But unsuccessful imperialism is when your own people don't want the empire because they don't want to fight for it and they don't see the point of it. And this is kind of what's happening now. Because really, as far as America is concerned, I think Israel is their status symbol. They managed to administer the Holy Land. They've got their global empire, but the Americans themselves don't want it. And in fact, Trump said he didn't want it because he didn't want the endless wars to keep it going. And now, sadly, he has reverted to type and gone native. But so we are in dangerous times because the empire is wobbling. We don't really know who's in charge. We supported Trump because we thought he would, end the endless wars, and he's starting it, starting some more. And Europe doesn't know what the hell it's doing, right? I really don't know what they think they're doing, and that is the most unsettling thing of all.
Yeah, I mean, I think there could be an alternative reason why they're bombing the nuclear facilities. I think it might be to stop them from using nuclear energy, right? To preserve the oil resources because they've reached peak oil, right? So they know that people are going to have to start converting to more advanced technology, right? Once they lose the ability to produce oil, right? So I think that that's what a lot of the global situation is about. It's a move towards globalism, right? To deal with the issue, right, of oil production. So so yeah, I mean, a lot of the recent wars, I mean, I think in Ukraine is like pipeline, like, and they got a bunch of different ideas there. So yeah, I don't think they're personally threatened by Iran or any of those people, but it's more to show dominance, A, and B to control the resources, right? Which is really one of the main goals of globalization.
Yeah. But I mean, it would be sad for the Americans, with their wonderful democracy. If I mean, what are they to conclude after voting for, an anti-war candidate, and then to find himself just carrying on with the war program? I would have thought that things need to be, questions need to be asked about, who is really in charge of American foreign policy. And while most people, don't really think in terms of foreign policy, it will affect them if their country is in a war, as the Ukrainians found. I bet, ordinary Ukrainians didn't think about foreign policy, until, it actually bit them on the bum. And now they're no longer a country.
Well, so people who supported, even knowing, like a lot of the, um, so-called, white nationalist groups that supported Trump, right, or the Christian nationalist groups that supported Trump, right? They're basically wondering why they're going to war for Israel, right? But the fact is that they knew that Trump was a total Zionist supporter, right? I mean, he even put Bolton in there last time, so he's heavily driven by, Council for National Policy, Davos family and all that type of stuff. He's tied to all these people.
Yeah, we don't know, about his own understanding of American foreign policy, because I think, I don't think people get it. I think maybe some Americans don't even think they have an empire at all, because it's all unofficial. Because when the British did it, they just called places, "You're a British dominion dominated by us." They would just say these things, and people go, yeah, okay, you did win, and we're going to accept this position. It's only after World War II that the British thought, we better not be calling the Canadians, the Australians, the New Zealanders colonials and dominions, because then they'll ask for their independence too, like India and all the rest of them. So they just called it, the nice sounding Commonwealth. We're all equal, we're just the same. We're one big happy family of the British Empire and stuff like that, And people don't really think these things through. I mean, did you ever watch The Crown on Netflix? Which is basically a kind of soap opera thing or a historical drama about the British royal family. But,
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, but I mean, if you watch it, you'll see its high production values.
Right.
The dialogue's very good, and anybody who watches it sort of, kind of falls in love with the royal family all over again, kind of thing, because it's sort of like, ooh, it's like you actually know them and you care about them and blah blah blah, and it's all created by American money. The BBC wouldn't dare do it because
that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Netflix. So, I think actually America wants Britain to remain a monarchy so it can control Canada, Australia, and New Zealand through just telling the British government what to do. And obviously the Americans would hate it if the Gulf kingdoms became Gulf republics, wouldn't they? Absolutely hate it. Wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, that's why, like Trump has personally installed these people like Eric Prince, who literally were at the front lines of preventing stuff like that from happening, right? They were employed by, the Gulf states, right, to prevent them from becoming republics, right? So, and the same thing happened in Iran, right? Where they were going to nationalize their oil profits, right? Then they came in and installed the Shah, right? So, so it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and Suez. NASA was going to nationalize the Suez Canal, and
Right.
then the British and the French invaded.
Yeah, and they also supported the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Which essentially created Hamas, right? So it's interesting that they were partially responsible for the creation of Hamas in Egypt.
Yeah, because a few of the Jews think
So
why
there's
do
your
they always want to keep Hamas going? And I
yeah,
think the
there's
answer
your
is
there's your Islamo-communism Caravaggio. There's that great Islamo-communism you were looking for. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they always leave, a bit of Hamas left, to cause trouble, in the future. So the Americans can say, we're just protecting the Jews. No one else protects us like us, so we have to, and continue their, their presence in the Middle East. I think it's just a Punch and Judy show. It's like, Netanyahu, you do this, and we'll pretend we didn't want it, but you go ahead and do it, and we'll back you to the hill, but you got to do it. But we can just pretend that we didn't want it, but reluctantly came to your support because we have to protect the Jews. It's that kind of scenario that I think was supposed to be, accepting, except that nobody believes in it anymore, or fewer and fewer people. Because
I think Benjamin Netanyahu's dad was Zev Jabotinsky's secretary or something. But yeah.
Well, actually, he was a very good-looking young man. I've seen a video of him when he was, I guess in his 30s. Very good-looking guy, and I think. I have the feeling now that a lot of people are chosen because they have a full head of hair, or are good with the ladies or something, and ugly, bald men just don't get a look in because the women think they're boring and don't like looking at them. So I think that there's a lot of stage management in Western politics. Like Macron, where did he come from? It's just so ridiculous that somebody so young, he was obviously a plant. He went to the best schools. He was the most good looking, and he had the best manner. And then all the female, or most of the female voters between the ages of 18 and 25 voted for him out of nowhere, just because he was good with the ladies. So I think we should watch out for that, really. Okay. Well, I'm getting a little tired.
Yeah, me too, Claire. Thank you for this talk.
So long.
This is kind of a surprise conversation. So, definitely we'll do this again. But yeah.
Yes, I hope so.
Blessings, madam. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for giving me all these ideas.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Because you kept giving me more and more ideas.
Yeah, anytime, madam. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Take care. Mike says he wants to come for a quick chat. I guess. I'm an obliging sort of woman, so I'll do that. I don't know if yes, you know each other, don't you?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Mike. Yeah, he's came on the show a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm. And here he is. Hi, Mike.
Hey, y'all. How's everybody doing?
Hey, what's going on?
I didn't want to keep you. I guess you guys are getting tired. Claire, I don't know what time it is there. It's only 10:30 Eastern time machine, but I guess you were up late on one of your marathon posts. So anyways, I just wanted to stop in and say hi. Nothing big. Although Claire, somebody did say you had an affair with Jordan Peterson in the chat. That was interesting. Let's not open up that can of worms just yet. Everybody's got to go.
No, I don't like Jordan Peterson anyway.
No, okay.
So have you anything to report on your trolling on Muslim YouTubers?
No, I haven't been back on since the Orthodox Muslim when I asked them about concubines having.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
but my parents are going in the old folks' home, so I'm helping them clear out their house that they bought the year before I was born in 1968. They apparently don't throw anything away, so
it all had to go into storage.
It's going in the trash at this point. Other than things that were worth saving.
Great. Or the yard sale. That's what Americans do, right? They have a yard sale.
Yeah, but nobody wants this stuff. I mean, I'm talking like, just things from the 70s. I do have a Rock'em Sock'em Robots if anybody wants to buy it. It's cleaned up pretty nice.
Oh, wow.
Do you guys remember Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know about them.
I got
past my. Yeah,
that's probably before your time. But
yeah, it's like
I got
early '80s. Yeah,
yeah, I got some Hot Wheels and a lot of old photographs of me playing baseball, football, basketball, some soccer.
wow, pretty athletic.
Back in the day, we tried to do all the sports. Back in the 70s and 80s, but not everybody did. But yeah, my sisters were cheerleaders, and then they played basketball and softball. But
Yeah, I played video games and read books.
yeah, we didn't have video games. Actually, we did have Pong. And my dad, he was an electrical engineer. He worked for Honeywell, Space and Strategic Avionics, but he made the paddles. And I have, maybe you'd like this machine, Lions. I have an Atari like 2600 joystick.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I threw it away. I think it's kicking around here somewhere. I don't know if you want it. I'll send that to you for your archives. I don't know. Did you play like Missile Command?
No, I have a we had a Sega Genesis.
You had a Sega, yeah. That was fancy. Yeah. With what's the little hedgehog? Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, I was just talking to a buddy of mine yesterday. We were in the bar reminiscing when we lived together when we were in our 20s. And I was like, yeah, I remember there was this Sega game where you had to shoot all the